live at Collecco. Good evening, everybody. We are here. Mike Massey. Boom, there it is. Mike is on. You commented before I could even get my monitor loaded. Golly, how much new vinyl? Ed left me a note here. Is that all new vinyl? 12 crates of new vinyl. And Jerry Stone just went into cardiac arrest. Oh my gosh. There's 4 new vinyl. How much of that's Ozzy though? Probably a lot. And prong, if all the prongs showed up. Golly. All right, well, we got so much to sell. Time just to go ahead and stop, and we'll just come back tomorrow. All right. So welcome, everybody. Let's go ahead and get this show on the road. All righty. All right. Here we are. There's John with his Thursday Night Metal Night shirt. Thank you as always. There's Otis. We got the full crew here. Even Seth's up front. Being a nerd. Trying to tell me when we're leaving for the Syracuse game. Yeah. Yes. That's actually the best place for them. Couldn't get any better. Uh-huh. Okay. All right. Here we go. One sweet dream. All right. Copy link. We need some help hitting the like button. Last night we only had 166 on Facebook. Go hit the like. Go hit the light. Instead of Metallica's hit the lights, it's hit the likes. Jump in the fire. How about jump in the likes? Search in. Hit the like. For whom the likes toll. I'm creeping likes. Enter likes. Give me likes, give me likes, give me likes. First time, what do I need to do to bid? You just need to stay right there. And if you want to go ahead and do it, you can message our Facebook page. But you really don't have to do anything until you buy something. And we just need your basic information. Harvester of likes. Paul's looking at me. Do you have any input on Metallica puns, Paul? Nothing constructive. Okay. Master of likes. Huh. We hadn't done anything off. Let's see. We hadn't done much off And Justice for All. All right, we're getting everything shared. We'll get sent to selling in 2 seconds. Shortest like. Dun, 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 hit the like. And dun, 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 I need you to hit the like. Saint Anger album. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't even know. That's hard. There's no rhythm on that album. There's nothing to groove with. It's just all anger. Oh, we got a Misfits cover. I've got something to say. I want you to hit the like button. Hopefully everybody's got the message by now. I need you to hit the like button. We're going to have a huge turnout tonight. And it's going to be even better when we get these algorithms cooking, okay? We're cooking with algorithms. Fortune, fame, may remain, and the locks remain the same. I need you to hit the likes. I'm almost done, everybody. So right now I'm sharing and liking and sharing and liking and sharing and liking. Here's me, here's you, here's Bill, here's you. If y'all don't hit the like button, I'm going to be living in a van down by the river. All right, and we're done. All right. Everything's been locked. Everything's been shared. All the links have been shared. And stream details for all channels updated. Let's hit the refresh over here because I want that to go away, Jake. And okay, we're good to go. I just want to see my view counter. Excellent. Here we go. Here we go. Let's clear the table off. Now, we're going to start with 2 CD box sets. We're good. Yeah. It was something over here, but I took care of it. We're going to start with 2 CD box sets that we didn't sell the other night. And I told y'all, I said, if we don't sell these, I'm going to put them up for a starting bid, and we're definitely going to sell them then. Right, Tanner? And that's what we're going to do right now. So, as y'all know, I think I priced this last night at $250 or best offer. And I said, you can buy it or make an offer. If not, we're going to put it up for a starting bid where I know somebody's going to buy it and we're going to sell it. So our first item is the Metallica Death Magnetic Coffin, sealed. There is some wear on the hop sticker, as you can see. And at one time it was pretty dusty and we've cleaned it off. So that is sealed and it's going to go up for a $55 start. And I just priced it last night for almost $200 more. I said, it's buy it now or make a fair offer. If not, it's going to hit the auction block first thing tomorrow. And there it is, a $55 start. Okay? Metallica Coffin, CD box set, DVD, whatever else is in there, sealed. And then this is the Ramones. We're out of here. It's a VHS CD box set. It's going to go up for a $25 start. Okay? And I think y'all know I priced that for about 3 times that much last night. All right, we don't need these right now. Those were 45s that did not sell. We might revisit those later. We got a lot of other stuff to get to. I'm going to take all the CDs off the table. If Jim B's bidding, then everybody needs to get their eyes and ears open. Oh my God. Jim B's bidding. Holy moly. We're already off to a crazy start. I hadn't even had time to eat my Cosmic Brownie yet. I have not even cracked the lid of a Monster. I hadn't even had time to tie my shoes. I have brushed my teeth though, so that's good, and I have ate my Chick-fil-A. So we can say that's been successful so far. Might get Tanner to bring me one special delivery right quick. And we'll see if I can convince him to do that. And let's bring this right over here. Let me just get these, everything out of field of vision, out of the way. There's that. Up there where we stash all the Robert Lugwood pressings are the signed Ozzies. I've got them up there. And one of those ice cold, you know. That way I don't have to walk back up there. Okay? There's our first two auctions. I just told Tanner ice cold something. He knows what I'm talking about. All right. And we're going to go ahead and get started with a third auction. So Metallica's up for bid. The Metallica coffin. The Ramones. And we're going to go ahead and look at all this stuff here. This is all going to be auctioned. This is about a third of them before tonight's over with, okay? Black Sabbath, Black Sabbath, Black Sabbath, Black Sabbath, Ozzy, Iron Maiden, Wasp, Great White, Rat, Metallica, Rat, Quiet Riot. We're going to do that one right now. Black Sabbath, Motorhead, Judas Priest, Black and Blue, Van Halen, Dokken, Judas Priest, Dokken, Van Halen, Metal Church, Shocker, Stryper, Pearl Jam. Paul just made an incredible delivery. And Tanner's delivery is even more important. This is what I'm talking about. And Otis is back here too. Here we go, everybody. The show's underway. We've already got bids. Quiet Riot, Metal Health, an 83 USOG Pittman, VG Plus condition. Quiet Riot's a $15 start, okay? Ozzy's will be up for sale in about 2 hours, okay? In about 2 hours, they are authenticated and ready to go. I'll be showing them very soon. I would recommend hanging out. There's a lot about to happen between now and then, okay? Right now, the Metallica box set's at $101. This is a $300 box set. GMB has it for $110, Paul. And then over here, the Ramones, I don't think it has a bid yet. The Ramones box set, no bid. I'm looking for a $25 start. Right now, there are 0 bids. 0 bids on the Ramones. Final call on that. And Quiet Riot already has a couple bids. Now, first thing on that $600 Metallica box set that GMB has the high bid on, we're about to tell more information about that. But first, before we tell more information on the $2,000 or $3,000 Metallica box set, I am going to go ahead and get started with tonight's flip crate that was posted in our private group, Whole Lot of Records. So make sure you're in our group, Whole Lot of Records. At 6 a.m. this morning, I posted a flip video of all new vinyl. Metallica has bids for $100, $125. The Ramones is at $25 with David Smith. And we're going to go ahead and get started right here. This has a CD and a VHS. And I think that's it. I think it's a VHS CD box set. Honestly, I don't know a lot about it. Honestly, I don't know a lot about it. How many crates of new vinyl? 12. That's why I'm already in full speed or nothing mode. We've got 12 crates of new vinyl. 4 crates already up here from John. Paul's working on marking stuff, and Laura's working on marking stuff. Holy moly, okay? Nirvana CD box set sold last night. Right, Paul? Yes. Yes, it did. Paul's like, okay. If anybody's within eyes, if I can see somebody with my own eyes, I'm going to say, right, Paul? Or right, Tanner? Or right, Jake? Or right, Jill? Or right, Jack? Or right, Steve? Or right, Laura? Or right, somebody? Whoever's within eyes view of me. Okay, Metallica's at 130. Let's go over all 3 auctions, and let's get this video pulled up from tonight. There's 12 crates of new vinyl. Yes, it's going to be a pretty insane night. I think the Prong pre-orders are in, which that's a bunch of it. I think the rest of the Ozzies came in. That's a bunch of it. Don't forget the Led Zeppelin live new Led Zeppelin. Okay, I don't get to say that too often. Y'all know I'm a massive fan. New Led Zeppelin's up for pre-order. The live EP. It only has 26 pre-orders. I was expecting 50 or 60. So I want to go ahead and let everybody know right now, the new Led Zeppelin live EP is up for pre-order. Hopefully y'all get in on that. Right now it has 26. I'm probably going to buy 5 of them myself. So I don't know what y'all are doing, but I need you to get in on that pre-order. First thing we have is Metallica Death Magnetic. This is the Coffin box set. It is sealed, and it has a high bid right now of David Tate. He has it for $130. David Tate has it for $130. Ramones is up for bid. This is Ramones. We're out of here. The Ramones is a $25 bid with David Smith. That's a final call. And then over here is Quiet Riot Metalhead. This is a USOG Pittman VG Plus condition. Quiet Riot's at $18 with Chris Bryant. How do you bid? As easy as you asked how to. If you're watching, you bid in the comments. That's all you got to do. So there's no special button. There's no special code. You just start bidding. We'll recognize your name as a new customer. We just got to get you registered, okay? We just got to get you registered. And the only thing you got to do to register is send us your email address and mailing address. You can do that now, or you can do it after you buy something. Totally up to you. Make sure everybody's in on that Zeppelin pre-order, okay? Hopefully you are. We need a bunch. I was thinking we'd sell maybe about 100 of those things. Don't forget, there's a deluxe edition coming out as well. So, first thing we have is this. We have... I'm looking for AC/DC, both Robert Plant's, Meteora. We're looking for Testament. We're looking for Dawkins. We're looking for Richie Valens and Poison, and System of a Down, and Queensryche and Rage, and Agnostic Front, and Crow Mags. Also Blackbird, Testament, AC/DC, The Cars, Doechii, Seether, Metallica, Rage, Weezer, Rage, Tres Hombres, Doechii, and Agnostic Front, okay? And let's go ahead and do this right here. So here's the Ramones. It's called We're Outta Here. It's a CD. It's a CD VHS box set. I have not even looked inside of this. This is the first time I've really, I peeked inside of it. There's the Ramones case. If I can pop it out, the Ramones CD case is right here. And David Smith has had the one and only bid for $25 for about 7 minutes, okay? Now, in that last 7 minutes, there's been about 24 people say, Chad, what is the Ramones? David Smith's like, any day now, Chad. You can sell this, okay? So, it's at $25. The CD jewel case has a crack right up here, as you can see. It has a VHS down in it, and I don't really know what else is behind this. That's it. There's a piece of cardboard, and I really didn't want to touch this too much because now I've unassembled it, and I doubt I can even get it all back in here. There we go. It's almost like a puzzle. So the clock's on. I guess if you want to bid, the timer is about 15 seconds, maybe a minute, maybe 2, but we've got to sell it. What size is the shirt and size of the Metallica box? I don't think it says. Metallica is sealed. Death Magnetic is sealed. That does not give me any clues, Oso. None whatsoever. It is at $135 with you, and I'm about to sell it. There are 0 Japanese pressings that will be sold tonight. 0. Let's go ahead and knock that question out for David. He can go to bed. And now I'll go ahead and answer it for John Robb. He may go to bed. There will be 0 Japanese pressings unless it's something metal related that will go up for bid tonight. How much do I have in the store? 2 whole crates back here behind me. Will any of them be sold tonight? 0. 0 will be sold tonight. 0. David Johnson is now fluffing his pillow. He's going to put his head down and go to bed. There are 12 crates of new vinyl. Metallica has a new bid. Ramones has a new bid. And now Quiet Riot's a final call. Quiet Riot is a final call with Chris Bryant for $18. $18. Now, I haven't shown the first record because the 3 auctions are still getting questions and bids. However, I've got to keep them rolling, and I'm going to go ahead and start showing records if that's okay with everybody. Ozzy's will be for sale. Their auction estimate, $1,500 plus. Get ready for that kind of money. They're going to be sold tonight at auction. They're authenticated by JSA. They're going to be sold for $1,500 plus. So if that's out of your range, if you are ready to pay that kind of money, stick around in a couple hours, maybe an hour, maybe an hour and a half. They're going to be up for auction, okay? Otherwise, I don't even really want to sell them. They're literally signed by Ozzy Osbourne and JSA authenticated. You heading out, Jill? Thank you as always. If you want one, if you're a serious buyer, stick around very soon. They're going to be up for bid. First thing I have is the Dark Knight soundtrack. I've got a lot of vinyl that's already pre-sold in some of these crates. I'm going to start showing it. Everything you see here is for sale. This is the Dark Knight soundtrack, 2 LP, green and violet splatter vinyl. That is $39.99, a gatefold 2 LP. The Mars Volta, Francis the Mute. It is on glow-in-the-dark colored vinyl. It's a triple LP. Mars Volta is $59.99. And Metallica, this is And Justice for All, a 2 LP remaster, $44.99. Over here is Metallica, $140 of Jim B. This is a $300 box set. Jim B knows this. He's all over it at $140. And then in the middle is the Ramones box. Dylan has it for $28. David Smith's out. And then Chris Bryant, you were the high bid on the Quiet Riot. That sold you for just $18. Now Oso's back in on Metallica at $140. You have tied Jim B. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Rat. And Rat is a 1988 US OG specialty press. It has the inner sleeve. It has the hot picture. It's EX, and it's going to go up for a $35 start. Next thing is Testament Demonic. Testament is $29.99. Gatefold jacket, that's new and sealed. Also, Cradle of Filth, Cryptoriana. Cradle of Filth is $36.99. Go vinyl. That is from Nuclear Blast. And right in front of that is Carcass Surgical Steel. Carcass is on red with black splatter, $36.99 on that. And we have Dawkins now playing. Dawkins is $24.99. And over here, this one sold to Jamie Diaz. Thank you, Jamie Diaz. That's sold to you. All right, first record out there sold. Also, we have Vader, De Profundis. Vader's on yellow vinyl for $33.99. I think we're done on the Ramones box set. It's a final call to a new buyer, Dylan Matteo. He has it for $28. We're about to sell it to Dylan for $28. Going once, going twice, okay? And then Jim B., the high bid on Metallica is with you at $140. Oso tied you at $140, okay? So I still got you at $140. We have DRI at $29.99, restored and remastered. DRI, that's Dealing With It, that's available. And then over here, we have Gorgira Magma. Gorgira is $33.99. Gorgira, $33.99. Magma. Also, AC/DC High Voltage. AC/DC, the last bid that came in, or excuse me, the first claim for AC/DC was Dustin Whitaker. Rad has a bid for $35. Now, Tim Floyd, you put Testament. Did you mean Rat? Because it's now up for bid, okay? Over here, Josh also bid $35. The Metallica box set's really up to one person. Oso Adventure. If not, it's sold to Jim B for $140. And then over here, we have one more copy of High Voltage left. One more High Voltage left. And then Minor Threat is $29.99. Minor Threat, $29.99. Jeff Brindley just bought a Jeep. Well, the good thing is, Jeff Brindley, there's 10,000 cassette tapes for you to buy tonight. That's a drop in a bucket if you're out here buying brand new Jeeps. Also, we have Poison, Open Up and Say Ah. This is sold to Jerry Stone. Thank you, Jerry Stone. There's one left for $34.99 if anybody wants it. All right, the Ramones box is sold. Dylan, you're a first-time buyer. I need you to do this for me right now. I need you to go to Collectco page, and I need you to send us your email address and mailing address, okay? I need you to send us your email address and mailing address. I need that right now. First auction and first-time buyer. That's sold to you for $28. Please do that. After you have sent us your information, let me know that you've done that. I'll verify it, and we can go from there. Oso Adventure, are you out there in the cosmos? Because you are tied with Jim B on this Metallica box set. Now, if you're done bidding, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Jim B for $140. I've lost Oso Adventure somewhere. If he bumps at $1, I'm going to go ahead and sell it. Next thing over here is Poison. I have one more copy of Open Up and Say Ah. Also, Dawkins under lock and key. Dawkins is $33.99. That's on yellow vinyl. Dawkins under lock and key. And if anybody else wants anything in here, let me know, because all these are available. I'm pulling from our live video. And yes, 2 testaments, or this testament here, Demonic. This was actually sold to Scott Markheim, Tim Floyd. So that one is sold. that one is sold, and I can put you on a waiting list, okay? David Tate's at 145 on Metallica. Okay, now Oso has bid 141. So now David Tate has it for 145. Oso Adventure, you're out. And then over here is Rat, and this has a new high bid right now with Rat. Brad Waits has that for $45. Brad Waits has that for $45, okay? Over here is Cradle. Whoop, I've went backwards. So Tim Floyd, that Testament, somebody had already claimed it over here in the video. That was sold to Scott Markheim, okay? I'll put you on a waiting list. Testament Demonic, okay? Testament Demonic. And we got up here to Gorgira, the link. And Gorgira is $39.99. Gorgira, the link, $39.99. Gorgira, the link. And I'm pretty sure there was a claim for this. If not, then this one's still available, $39.99, okay? Let me figure this out. Gorgira, the link. Yep, this one's still available, just FYI. Rats at $50. All of a sudden, there's new bids coming on Metallica. Metallica all of a sudden get new bids. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick, and that other auction is going to be right here. Speaking of docking, I've got one right here, Under Lock and Key. Under Lock and Key is a 1985. This is a US OG specialty press with the lyric insert. It unfortunately is VG minus. That's why we're going to put it up for just a $10 start, okay? $10 start on that. Metallica is between two people, David Tate and Jim B. Jim B's at 146. David Tate, just FYI, you're out. Now, what else is going over here? We had a new buyer on the Ramones box. I want to make sure he sends us his information. If you're still out there, Dylan Matteo, let me know, because he won the Ramones box. I got to make sure we get his information. He was a first-time buyer. If I don't hear back from him, we'll have to go ahead and sell it to the next person. Just FYI, if you are a first-time buyer and you end up making a purchase, I'm going to have my phone right over here making sure we get your information. If we don't get it pretty soon and you're silent in the chat, we're going to go ahead and sell it to the next person. Metallica's at 150 with David Tate. Also over here we have Jail Persona. Jail is $29.99. Dawkins has bids for 10 and now 15. Rad is a US original 1988 specialty press, EX or better. It has the hop sticker, it has the original on her sleeve. And the last bid that came in on Rat was a final call to Josh Jones at $53. Brad Waits, just so you know, you're out. Jim B's out of Metallica. This is sold to David Tate for $150. That's sold to David Tate for $150, okay? Thank you, David. That's sold to you. Testament, the new order. Testament, the new order is $29.99. And Testament, the new order is still available. This is still available. Yes, it's on blue and pink swirl vinyl, $29.99. Testament, that is $29.99. Over here, Rat is at $55 with Craig Proper, and now Dawkins at $15 with Lisa Torres. Anybody else want back in on Dawkins? Michael Baker, you're the other bidder. Okay, also over here we have Poison Idea, Pick Your King EP. Poison Ideas on limited edition white vinyl, $36.99 on that. And then AC/DC, The Razor's Edge. AC/DC, The Razor's Edge is $33.99. And Agnostic Front, we got one sold to Sean Lee Hooker. Thank you, Sean Lee Hooker. That is sold to you. And then we have AC/DC Ball Breaker. AC/DC Ball Breaker is $33.99. This one is still available. So is Razor's Edge. And here's Rat Detonator. Rat Detonator is on red vinyl. Rat is $33.99. I think we're done on Dawkins. I never did hear back from anybody else. And let's go ahead and sell this for $15 to Lisa Torres. Lisa, you get Dawkins for $15. Thank you on that. And then Rats at $63 with Craig Proper. I still got 2 copies of Winter Sun for $29.99. And we have AC/DC. This is Back in Black, and this is sold to Rebecca Howitt. This is the 50th anniversary, black and white, swirl-colored vinyl, $39.99. Buddy Cordova over here on Testament. Buddy Cordova over here on Testament. That's sold to Buddy Cordova. You can sell David Tate the Metallica for $145 since I technically said out, even though I went out because I thought Oso had outbid. Okay? So, okay, I kind of get what he's saying. So let's go ahead. David Tate, I'm still going to sell you the Metallica. I'm going to sell it to you for, I guess, $10 cheaper. But then Oso bid $146 though, but somebody had already bid more. because Oso had bumped at 146 then, right? No, or he was out after 145. It was Jim B that bid 146. Oso had only bid up to 141. All right, so we'll sell it to David Tate for 145 then. Sell this to David Tate for 145, okay? Here is what you got to do. If you're bidding and you say out, you cannot bid again. But that also lets me know you're done, and we can speed up the process greatly. Okay, Tim Floyd, you do get Rat Detonator. I'll go back through and show you some of the stuff that's sold out. And the Ramones, the problem is right now, we have a lot of new people on, and I've already seen probably about 12 people, new people, ask, when's the Ozzy being sold? When's Motley Crue being sold? What are the items in the back? What's up for auction? And how do I bid? Those are very common questions. When we have very rare and expensive stuff that's going to be sold, there's a lot of new people on that want to buy it, and a lot of new people on that's curious how this operation works. So let me give you a few rules right quick before I put up another auction. The Ozzies, the Motley Crue, everything will be sold like that after 7 o'clock Central Time. It is right now 6:11 here in Middle Tennessee. Some of those won't be sold till 7, 7:30, 8 o'clock. You can bid in the comments. You got to register. We've already got one first-time buyer that I have not heard back from. He bought the Ramones box set. Haven't heard back from him. He has not filled out the form. We already have error number 1. Not a good start. We've also had a mix-up on a bid. Not a good start. So make sure, 2 rules, if you're bidding, make sure you want it, okay? I do have a lot of new people hop on. They win an auction, and they're like, holy crap, I'd even want that. I don't know why I bid on it. Or they message us right after they win it and be like, hey, man, I don't want that. I have $0 in my bank account. And I'm like, what the heck? So 2 rules on bidding. 1, make sure you want it. Make sure you have money to pay for it. If so, then you'll be good to go. Also, if you're done bidding, make sure you stay on the chat. Please don't place a bid, exit Facebook, and go outside and walk your dog. Just stay in the chat until the auction's over. You'll see all the bids right here on the screen. And then when you get outbid, bid again. If you get outbid, bid again. It's not going to stop until you stop bidding and say out, and everybody else is out. Then I'll sell it to the high bidder. So make sure these back here are auctions, okay? These are buy it nows. For example, if you want to go ahead and get AC/DC, all you got to do is comment AC/DC, and that's good to go. That means you're buying it, okay? Now, over here, I am going to sell David Tate Metallica for $145. What happened? Jim B had said out because he thought the bid was, Oso was out, and then it got back, I don't know, he got confused there. And now I'm going to sell the Ramones box set to whoever the backup bidder was. Dylan Matito never did message us. He did not send us his information. Ever since he won this auction, he has said 0 syllables. So who was the backup on Ramones, okay? And this also means Dylan can't bid for the rest of the night. This is David Smith. If you want it, David, we'll sell it to you for $25. Just say sold David Smith. I know David Smith will buy it and pay for it. $25 on that, David Smith, if you want it. The last bid on Rat over here, was a final call to Craig Proper for $63. $63. Rat, $63. Final call. David Smith gets Ramones for $25. Dylan, if you're out there, sorry, you never did say anything after that. I can't sell to you for the rest of the night. Next thing over here is Lincoln Park Meteora. Lincoln Park is $33.99. Gold and Splatter, $33.99. Lincoln Park Meteora. Also, we have Carcass Heartwork Ultimate Edition. Carcass is $39.99. That's the Ultimate Edition. Gatefold Jacket. And we have Testament, Titans of Creation. Testament's $36.99. Titans Testament of Creation, $36.99. All right, let's go back over here and put up another auction. Next thing I have is Metallica, Lords of Summer. Metallica is a 2014 U.S. Limited Edition Record Store Day. This is a 12-inch single. It is near mint. It is a $15 start. Contains unreleased live version. This is got an etched B-side and Lords of Summer, Metallica. This is going to go up for a $15 start, okay? Craig Proper gets Rat for $63. That is sold, and we have next going up for bid right now, Motorhead Live. Motorhead is a 1981 USOG Presswell with inner sleeve. VG Plus, a $30 start on that. Motorhead Metallica now up for bid. All right. Let's jump right over here and see what's going on. So we sold that. I haven't got to those yet. Meteora is sold. Lincoln Park is sold to Scott Dwallow. Thank you, Scott. And then Testament, Carcass is sold to Tim Floyd. Metallica has bids for 15 and 20. Motorhead's now up for bid. Okay, and we also sold. Okay, got that. I have that coming up. And I'm making sure over here, Richie Valens Poison, we did that. Hadn't done those yet. I have done one of those. And then over here, we still got to do that, and those are coming up in another crate. Okay, awesome. So here's what's left in here very quickly. First crate, everything in here is new and sealed. Metallica's at $20 with Corey James. You have tied X-Wing. Now it's at $22. Now it's at $25. And Motorhead is up for bid. And this is an 81 USOG Presswell with inner sleeve VG Plus, a $30 start, okay? First thing we have is the Dark Knight soundtrack. One more time on these quickly. This is on green and violet splatter colored vinyl, $39.99. Mars Volta was $59. And Justice for All Metallica, we still have Cradle of Filth, Carcass Surgical Steel, also Vader, DRI, Gorgira, Minor Threat. Last copy of Poison was $34.99. Dock and Under Lock and Key is $33. Also Gorgira, this is $39.99. And then this is Jail Persona. Jail's $29.99. Two of those still available. Testament, The New Order, another Poison idea, AC/DC Agnostic Front, AC/DC Winter Sun, AC/DC Carcass, and Testament. And those are all still available. Metallica's at 30, 35, and 36, and Motorhead's at 30, also now 36. Let me see if I can get the camera fixed. I actually don't like that angle as much. That right there looks a little bit better to me. A little bit higher, and you can still kind of see the auctions. But don't forget, we got this really cool top overcam ham here as well. All right, Thrasher over on YouTube. Have you bought from us before? I'll go ahead and sell you the DRI. Let me find that for Thrasher, the DRI here. And if you are a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. If not, just let me know, okay? And the Cradle of Filth back here is Cryptoriana, Seductive as a Decay. And this is $36.99 gold vinyl, $36.99 on that, okay? And then over here we have Motorhead and Metallica. So Metallica's at $40 with Corey James, and Brandon Jones, you've tied them. So the high bids with Corey James at $40, and now Motorhead is at $35 with Brad Waits. I think we're good to go. Now, we had some questions. I know early on there was 3 different people that asked me about the Metallica waiting list. Volume 1, Volume 2. Mark Morris asked me about Volume 1, Volume 2. Mark, I think I just got the rest of the waiting list over here. I'm going to make sure you get a Metallica Volume 2, and if anybody else wants on that list, I can also take care of that, okay? And Mark Morris, I think you might have already been tagged. That's the problem, Mark. I don't know if you were watching when I've already handed some out, if that makes sense. So sometimes people see me show a Metallica, and I've already shown it once, and they're like, I thought I was on a waiting list. I was like, well, you might have missed it the other night when I've already took your name off. But Kevin says, to buy it now Metallica Volume, or you still didn't wait list, he wants one of both, okay? And that is Market Square Arena. All right, so welcome, everybody. You bid in the comments. The stuff in the crate are buy it nows. And if you just wait and kind of watch for about 3 minutes on how things work, you probably don't even have to ask, okay? You'll see very quickly how things work. These are auctions. You bid in the chat, whether you're watching on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook. If you want these, they're straight buy it nows. There's going to be vinyl here for sale for the next 8 hours. Right here. These are going to be buy it nows. Back here for auction, there's going to be records back here being auctioned for the next 7 hours. So don't go anywhere. We're talking all mostly metal, hard rock stuff all night right back there. In the crates, it could be metal. You might see Frank Sinatra. You might see Al Jolson. You might see Sergio Mendes. You might also see Cannibal Corpse. You could see Elton John. You could see Incubus. You could see a wide variety of stuff in the crates, just saying. The auctions in the back tonight are very specialized on hard rock and metal, okay? Now, what we're going to do is if you're new then you need to let me know right after you make a purchase. Like, I haven't heard back from Thrasher on YouTube. So Thrasher on YouTube, is that a regular Tanner? Thrasher? Just Thrasher handle on YouTube? I don't know who that is. Probably. It could be Thrasher Morales. It could be, but I haven't heard back from him. So Thrasher, let me know, okay? Just letting you know. I have you over here, making sure you are good to go. I just don't ever see your handle on YouTube. Thrasher. Are you usually on Facebook? Because I don't think we normally see that over there on YouTube. All right. Next thing over here was Motorhead. Motorhead was a final call. To Brad Waits for $35. Metallica is not sealed. I'm Thrasher. That's who I thought. Okay, you're usually on Facebook. Just want to make sure. There's going to be a ton of new people watching. You bring out a Motley Crue Leather Records, signed Ozzy albums, Ozzy auctions, Metallica stuff. There's going to be a lot of new people. We know who Thrasher is. Welcome, Thrasher. Long time, great customer. And then Metallica is near mint for whoever asked. Metallica's near mint, okay? And that is a final call to Brandon Jones for $45. Corey James, just so you know, you tied Brandon. He was in first. Chad needs a Monster Energy drink already. Jake's looking at me like I'm kind of crazy. Otis is looking at me like I'm kind of crazy. They're all leaving me now. Saxon Sacrifice. Dwayne, I don't know if I even have it up here yet, but I'll get it soon, okay? All right. That stuff will kill you. I should have been dead by now then. I should have been dead by now then. How much is Metallica? $49.99. The Smiths, Meat is Murder, $33.99 on the Smiths. The Smiths, The Queen is Dead, $33.99. Don't forget about Tool for Your Inoculum, Pneuma, a triple LP, $76.99. These are all new and sealed. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, remaster, $36.99. And Depeche Mode, this is Songs of Faith and Devotion, $33.99. Brandon Jones, you get Metallica for $45. Motorhead is sold for $35 to Brad Waits. Next auction, Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy. Did you just turn off the music, Jake? Okay, the music's still playing. Could you turn that off? And if you see my backpack up there, do you care to grab that too? An 85 USOG SRC pressing, VG++ Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy. Lay It Down, $25 start. Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy. That's up for bid, and so is Black and Blue. Black and Blue is also up for bid. Black and Blue is a 1984 USOG. It is in VG+ condition. Black and Blue is a $15 start. We have Nirvana Nevermind, $36.99. Queensryche Operation Mindcrime is sold to Paul Jackson. Queensryche is sold. I have one left for $44.99. Operation Mindcrime. Also, Yes, Fragile, the Steven Wilson remix green vinyl, $33.99 on that. Pink Floyd, The Wall. Yeah, that's it. You can just put it down right there. Pink Floyd, The Wall is $49.99. That's a 2 LP. We really hyped that album up last night. And we also... Okay. I have Twitch handles Jake is handing me that we need names for. Weezer, $33.99. Also, Rage Against the Machine. This is self-titled. Rage Against the Machine is $33.99. Paul Jackson put Rage, and somebody else did too. Yeah, that one sold to Paul Jackson, and then over here, this one sold to Adrian Wimmer, and Adrian Wimmer also on Weezer. So Adrian gets a Rage Against the Machine and Weezer. Thank you on that. Rat's a $25 start. As of right now, it does not have a bid. Black and Blue, $15, $20, $15, $25, $27. Incubus, Like Grenades. Incubus is $34.99. That's a 2LP Incubus. Also, we have Queen's Rock, Frequency Unknown. Queen's Rock is a 2LP red vinyl. Frequency Unknown, that's $39.99. Hypnotize by System of a Down. This is also sold to Paul Jackson. Thank you, Paul Jackson. That's sold to you. We have KK Priest, Center Rides Again. KK Priest is $36.99 clear vinyl. And we have Metallica S&M. Metallica is a triple LP, $69.99. And Korn Untouchables. That's a 2LP, $33.99 on that. Next auction is Van Halen, Diver Down, a Japanese pressing. A 1982 Japanese OG. It is near mint minus. It's going to go up for a $45 start. Diver Down. Also, System of a Down self-titled is $29.99, and then Queen's Rock Empire, $38.99 for Queen's Rock Empire. Wasp, the half-speed master of The Last Command, Wasp is $33.99, and Eminem, the Marshall Mathers LP, Eminem, $44.99. Metallica Garage Inc., another triple LP, $59.99. Am I Evil, Deftones Adrenaline's $33.99, and then we got 3 copies of the Black Album for $34. Cannibal Corpse, Hammer Smash Face, $39.99 over there. Brian Thurman wants a Wasp. Janet Gray on MM and Janet Gray on Eminem, right? Marshall Mathers. And now Van Halen has a bid for $50. Rats tied at $27 and Black and Blues at $33 with Kristen Driscoll. Kristen Driscoll over there. Thank you on that. Well, that's a great crate of new vinyl. And make sure I didn't miss any claims. So what I'm doing, we have a private group. I want to make sure everybody that's watching, especially if you're new, thank you and welcome. And make sure you have joined our private group. The show's officially rolling now. First 10 minutes was a little rough. It was like all these new people on asking questions, and I was like, I love this. That means all the money that I sent Facebook this morning to run ads is working because we got all these new great people here. But I want to remind everybody, we are live here on Collectco. We also have a private group, not our page, our private group, which is where I post pre-orders. It's where I show new vinyl videos. We do discount videos. There's stuff going in there all day during the day. And then here at night, every night, I'm live selling. We do stuff that was sold. And then over here are the auctions. And then these back here are puzzles. That's a puzzle. That's a puzzle. That's a puzzle. These back here are puzzles. These right back here, these are all puzzles. $24.99. That's the artwork for Injustice for All. We have the artwork for Live After Death. And we have Captain Fantastic. And then over here is a Dio box set. Dio is $329.99. That's all the studio albums from 83 to 93. So welcome, everybody. What I'm doing is I'm pulling vinyl that was claimed this morning from a video that was pulled at 6 a.m. It's usually how I start the shows. I pull vinyl out of here, I put it in the sold crate. And also, not just to our new people, but for those that watch every single night. If you're new, we've been doing this for 5 and 6 years now. And most of the people watching, they're here every single night with us. So you can buy with confidence. It's going to be a very fun night to be watching, okay? A very fun night to be watching. We got some insane, rare stuff, okay? We have, let's go back down here to the bottom. Buddy Cordova wants Metallica Garage, and that was our last copy. That is sold, okay? Now, the first thing I want to do is update Rat. Rat is up for auction. It's an 85 USOG. It is in VG++ condition, and Matthew Sherrick has it for $30. Matthew Sherrick has it for $30. Right here in the middle is Black and Blue. Black and Blue is with MT Matt at $35. That's a final call. And Tim Graham has the Japanese Van Halen for $65. $65 on that, okay? Jake Perganson says he wants one each of all the Pink Floyds. Okay, the Pink Floyds that was left in here was The Wall, and we had Wish You Were Here, okay? Thank you, Jake Perganson. I had The Wall and Wish You Were Here in there. Now, let's go around over here. Van Halen has a new bid for $67. That means, Travis, you've been officially outbid, okay? All Nothing But Metal, and we got one more crate of recap, and then we've got 12 crates of new stuff. Paul and Laura is also working on stuff. We got a lot to do, just FYI, okay? And a quick read through these one more time. This is Smith's Meat is Murder. Smith's Queen is Dead. Those are both 33. Tool Fear Lockumum is 76. Depeche Mode is 33. Nirvana is 36. Queen's Rock is 44. Yes Fragiles on green vinyl 33. The Wall, last copy, 49. Weezer, the Blue Album, last copy. Incubus Light Grenades was 34. Queen's Rock was 39. KK Priest is still available. So is Metallica S&M, Korn Untouchables. Last copy of System of a Down self-titled, Queensryche Empire, Deftones, Metallica The Black Album, and Cannibal Corpse Hammer Smashed Face. Okay, Rat has a new bid for $31 with Adam Garvey. That means somebody was bumped. That means that Matthew Sherrick, you were bumped on Rat. Also, there's a new bid on Black and Blue, wasn't there? Yeah, Brad Waite's bid 37. MT Matt, you're out. Van Halen's at 70. Tool is an official. Yes, this is one of the few official ways you can get a Tool album. Fear Inoculum is in print. Lateralis is in print. Picture disc only. Undertow's in print. Opiates in print. They have never made 10,000 Days on vinyl. They have never officially reissued Anima. You can get it on vinyl. You're going to be spending about $1,000 if you want a nice copy. I think we got an OG Anima, don't we, Paul? In this collection, one of these collections? I could have swore he said maybe we had an OG Anima. Craig said yes. Is that yes for yes, or yes for the album, or yes to answer the Tool? All right, Tool, Fear Inoculum is sold. I have one left if anybody else wants it. Tool's pretty weird about the releases, okay? There's that. All right. Oh, here we go. Thank you, Tom Kelly, for the positive review. I like to keep things going. We don't tilly-tattle around. And I have a very hard job every night. It's not selling. It's moderating the chat and trying to keep everything fair. That's the hardest. I have no problem selling records. They almost sell themselves. The hardest thing I have to do every night is moderate the chat, answer questions, and try to keep it fair. Because the way things work with auction request and first come, first serve, we've got all the rules polished over the last several years to where it's pretty much fair across the board. So, and no rigging a roar, right, Jake? No rigging a roar. We're here to sell records, right, Paul? No what? Rigging a roar. Rigging and roar. That's when you're rigging and roaring. Rigging a roar, yeah, something like that. Okay. And then Tim Floyd wants. Is that for Deftones? Yeah. A rigging a roaring. Yeah, exactly. Okay, this is sold to, this is over here, this is sold to Tim Floyd, okay? Wow, some of these auctions are still getting bids. Let me go ahead and move these two box sets that's sold right over here. I tell you who cuts out a lot of the rigmarole. That's Hatchet Ed. Hatchet Ed cuts out all that rigmarole. I hadn't seen him all week. He leaves before I even, he's coming in earlier and leaving earlier. Yeah, a lot of people try to avoid me, like Paul. I'm joking. Okay, here we go. First thing we have over here is a rigmarole. There we go. Last crate of recap before we start showing nothing but new stuff for the rest of the night. So Van Halen got a new bid for 67. Black and Blue got a new bid for 37. Black and Blue got a new bid for 44. Van Halen got a new bid for 70. Rat got a new bid for 31. We sold Tool to Brian Mallard. Van Halen got a new bid for 72. Tim Floyd got a Deftones. Brian Mallard, you did get Tool. Tim Floyd did get Deftones. Rat got a new bid for 35. And over here, we are good to go. So down here at the bottom, the last bid on Rat, was Buddy Cordova at $35. The last bid I seen on Black and Blue was $33 with $44 with Kristen Driscoll, and Van Halen's at $72, and that means that John Kaiser has that right now, okay? There we have it. First thing we have is a quick recap here. This is the first few records of some stuff Laura ordered yesterday. We have the band Turnstile. This is Never Enough. Turnstile's $33.99. And then we have Snail Mail, $29.99. Blaine spelt it right there. There it is, rigmarole. That's what I was saying. Somebody Google that. That's what I was saying, a rigmarole. That's something. I've used that somewhere. I've heard that somewhere. We have Doechii, and we had one copy left of Doechii. I think we're actually going to have a waiting list. Doechii was sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Tim Colino Jr. on a waiting list, okay? Tim Colino Jr. on a waiting list. John Kaiser, you've been outbid on Van Halen. Tim Graham has it for $78. Black and Blue is sold to Kristen Driscoll for $44. And then Rat, hammers up. We're about to sell it. All done. Rat, all done. Buddy Cordova, sold for $35. Let's put that right over here. And then over here was Van Halen 78 with Tim Graham. Harold, I think when I went to order Stevie Ray Vaughan, it was on back order. It was on back order, okay? First thing we have here is Chapel Roan, The Rise and Fall of a Midwest Princess Pop Star. That's $39.99. Rat Wars is $33.99. Rat Wars is on Ruby Red Vinyl, $33.99. Tim Floyd Tim Floyd, also on a Doechii waiting list. And John Kaiser's out on Van Halen. And Van Halen is sold to Tim Graham for $78. All right, that's done. Let's put up some new auctions. Dun. Oh, Jake, you scared me. Golly. Jake was standing right here next to me. I almost had a heart attack. I feel like the Moyle on that episode of Seinfeld. Oh, my gosh. We have Black Sabbath Sabotage. This is a 1975 USOG Santa Maria press. Warner Brothers, inner sleeve, VG Plus condition. Folks, we're talking about OG Black Sabbath here. The show is officially underway with this. A $35 start. That is up for bid. We've got Haley Williams, Petals for Armor. Haley Williams is $39.99. And then Lush, the best of, Chow. Lush is $38.99. And then Jubilee, Japanese Breakfast, $29.99. And then we have Faye Webster, I know I'm funny, $29.99. And this is McGee, 2-star, and the Dream Police, $39.99. What kind of poison you releasing back there, Paul? I feel like I'm gonna... We have over here AC/DC Jailbreak, $33.99. And that is still available. SETI 4 Jailbreak, $33.99 for Jailbreak. And then over here we have Who Made Who, and this was the last copy. It's also $33.99, and this is sold to Dustin Whitaker. Thank you, Dustin Whitaker. This is sold to you. Black Sabbath is an OG copy. It's a 75 USOG Santa Maria press. Does have the Warner Brothers inner sleeve, VG Plus, a $30 start. And we already have bids for $35, $36, and $45. And then here is Metallica. Now, I need to set this aside. Let me show this because we got to make sure everybody that got one of these, and I didn't mess up a waiting list. Market Square Arena, Market Square Heroes, there's a Volume 1 and a Volume 2, $44.99. $44.99. There is a Volume 1 and a Volume 2, 1988. And this is a 2LP. If anybody else wants on that waiting list, the first person was Kevin J. Reitz, okay? Kevin J. Reitz. Next thing is Robert Plant, Lullaby on the Ceaseless Roar. Robert Plant is over here sold to Steve Davis. Thank you, Steve Davis. That's sold to you. If anybody else wants one, I have them. Seether. Seether is last copy. It's sold to Cameron Lingefeld. If anybody else wants one, let me know. $39.99. AC/DC for those about to rock, $29. Black Sabbath at $48. Our next auction is Metal Church. And Metal Church, The Dark, is a sealed copy. A 1986 USOG sealed copy, a direct metal mastering pressing, SRC, $55 start. Metal Church is sealed. Over here, we got Maroon 5, Songs About Jane, $36.99, and The Cars, and this is the Rhino Hi-Fi cut. This is sold to Brandon Johnson. Thank you, Brandon Johnson. That's sold to you. There's 2 extra copies of that. Jailbreak is new and sealed. That is $33.99. We have Metallica, Kill 'Em All. That's $33.99. Black Sabbath at $48. Metal Church is sealed. And now our next auction is going to go up right now. We got about 3,000 Stripers. So let's go ahead and do this one right here. To Hell with the Devil. Stripers, an 86 US club with the merch insert. VG++, a $25 start on Striper. Gatefold jacket, $25 start on Striper. Where's the merch insert? There it is. Striper. It is OG. It's a club copy with a second cover, a $25 start. Now, Metal Church is at $60. Over here, we have Richie Valens still left. This is called Now Playing. It's on red vinyl. And Richie Valens is officially sold to Jerry Stone. He also got a Poison earlier. So, Jerry Stone, I got you down for both of those. Black Sabbath info. First, I'm going to go ahead and give this other Robert Plant. This other Robert Plant is officially sold to Steve Davis. He got one each of the Robert Plants. Thank you, Steve Davis, on that. And then we have AC/DC Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap, $29.99 for AC/DC Dirty Deeds. Cro-Mags is $38.99. The Age of Coral, and I think there was a claim for the Cro-Mags. Let me make sure right quick. Blackbird Testament, Cars, this here, this, that, this, those, and Sean Lee Hooker. Yeah, Sean Lee Hooker. He got an agnostic front earlier too. So there's one Cro-Mags left. Also, Blackbird by Alter Bridge is sold to Jay Condi. That was our last copy of that. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Billy Idol Rebel Yells, a 40th anniversary 2LP expanded for $39.99. Also, ZZ Top Tres Hombres. This is the Rhino High Fidelity cut. And ZZ Top Tres Hombres. ZZ Top Tres Hombres. And this is sold to Joseph Ellis. I have one left. If anybody else wants one of those Rhino High Fidelity cuts, let me know. AC/DC's $29. And Metallica Live in Seattle is sold to Adrian Wimmer. That was our last copy of that. Now, if you saw something fly out of the crate and you're like, holy moly, Chad, what the heck? What was that? Can you tell me more about it? Just let me know and I will tell you more about it. First thing we have is Black Sabbath Sabotage, a 1975 USOG Santa Maria pressing. It does have the original inner sleeve. It's VG Plus vinyl, VG Plus jacket with a saw mark. And the last bid on Black Sabbath that came in was 007 Platinum for $50. Black Sabbath's at $50 over there. Now we have Metal Church, and this is called The Dark. Metal Church is an 86 USOG sealed. Metal Church is an 86 USOG sealed. Metal Church. Cecil Grosskopf has it for $60. It's a sealed original pressing. Striper has bids up for $35 right now. And then Black Sabbath has a new bid for $55. So let me check my video over here. The only thing I didn't pull out is Testament Legacy. Let me figure out which one. I know which one that is. Testament Legacy. Somebody claimed it. I either skipped it or it's not in here and he maybe thought it was something else. Testament Legacy. There's Titans. I know we had that one earlier. Okay, this is, and then we have the New Order. Maybe that's what he meant. Testament, the New Order. I know we have Legacy, but it's not in any of these crates. Unless it's in this crate I just went through and I totally overlooked it, which I don't think it is. It's not. So I wonder, is Scott Dwallow watching? Because I don't think there was a Testament Legacy. Yeah, he probably meant New Order. He probably meant New Order. So I'm going to go ahead and tag him just so I don't forget. And I do have Legacy in stock. It's from the same pressing. But I'm going to go ahead and give him one of those, because I'm pretty sure that's what he was talking about. Let me just find them right quick. And we're about to get right into new stuff. So welcome, everybody. There's a couple auctions on their last lap. What do we got up right now? 3. There's probably going to be 3 going all night. I hadn't done any of the hype stuff yet. Right now, we're just in the video stuff. Let's go ahead and give the New Order to Scott Dwallow. All right, so he got Meteor earlier. So we got Rebecca, we got Steve, we got Scott, we got Jamie, we got Jerry Stone, we got Paul Jackson, we got Sean Lee Hooker, Jay Condi. And then Scott Markheim wanted Testament Titans and Testament Demonic. Okay, the problem with that is I never did pull him a Titans. Scott Markheim, because I had 2 and there's still 1. I had so many Testaments, I almost got myself confused. Okay, so now we got Scott Markheim taken care of. He got all of his Testaments. We got Dustin Whitaker taken care of. We got Brandon Johnson, Kelly Vlodchek, Cameron, Adrian Joseph, and Darren Johnson also wanted an agnostic front. I missed that one. Sean Lee Hooker got 1, and that last one sold to Darren Johnson. Wow, sold a lot more than I thought. Okay, and the only waiting list from the video, the only waiting list is Tim Colino Jr. on Dochi, and then we had somebody live here. Everybody else got everything they wanted in the video, okay? And then the last ZZ Top is sold to John Durden. All right, great. So the video went very smooth there. All those claims have been pulled. Thank you and welcome. One second here. So Black Sabbath is still getting bids. It's at 70. Metal Church is at 66. And then Striper got a new bid for 36 with Melanie. And that is Buddy Cordova, you've been outbid, okay? Buddy Cordova, just so you know, you're out on Striper. There was a new bid for $36. Any jacket damage or wear on the metal church. The metal church is sealed. It does have a saw mark here. The shrink is kind of dirty. Probably could be cleaned. It's got a saw mark here. The shrink is really tight on it, as you can see. Really tight shrink wrap. Not many breaches. There's a breach down there in it. It's just, you know, it's just wear on the shrink wrap and on the corners. The shrink is really, really tight on it. It is really tight. That would be one almost recommending opening. I don't recommend opening too many higher end sealed records, but that one almost needs to be, it almost needs to breathe, just FYI. But yeah, it was in a cutout bin at one point. Black Sabbath also has a cutout mark, and I think Striper does too. No, Striper doesn't have a cutout mark. They usually do. Okay, so what's left in here is AC/DC, Billy Idol, Cro-Mags, AC/DC, Robert Plant, Richie Valens, Metallica, Cars, Maroon 5, AC/DC, McGee, Faye Webster, Japanese Breakfast, Lush. Somebody asked about a track on here. Lady Killers, yes, first track, just FYI. I think Laura replied to you, but just so you know, it's on there. And then Haley Williams, Rat Wars, Chapel Roan, Snail Mail, and Turnstile. Okay? Stripers at 40, Metal Church at 67. Sealed copy. Paul Catrich has it for 67. And Black Sabbath is with 007 Platinum at 70. Okay? The hot picture stuff will officially start at 7 o'clock. We're not too far away. I will get everybody worked out on those Metallicas, I promise. They were in stock just the other day. So, there's that. 12 crates of new vinyl. And I think some of it's pre-orders, and I think some of it's the Ozzies that have come back in. So what we're going to do is I'm going to jump over here. We're going to grab the first one that has the prong pre-orders. And one of them, all the prongs hadn't shown up yet. And for the first time ever, I've put in a Thursday night metal order, and they actually got everything shipped, and UPS scheduled the delivery. Usually we order so much, and UPS is like, yeah, right. We're not delivering 50 packages to you today, but they actually got everything to us. That's why we've got 12 crates of new vinyl. Paul and Laura's working on marking stuff right now, too. I mean, come on. Wow, what a night ahead. Here we go. So let's put up some new auctions. Black Sabbath is sold, and Black Sabbath is sold to 007 Platinum for $70. Thank you, 007 Platinum, on that. And then Metal Church is Paul Catrich for $67. That's sold to Paul Catrich for $67. And then we're looking for a couple people over on Twitch. We sold something to a Twitch handle called AREGEESS. You got that one? Glenn. We're still looking for Glenn. Glenn K. I think that's Glenn Kesey. Glennard K. 529. Is that Glenn Kesey? I think it was. Jake has handed me a informational blip here on please try to figure out who these people are, okay? And we're still trying to track down a couple people from last week. That's why I said it's so critical for y'all to register immediately or go ahead and pre-register. Striper was, the grade on the vinyl was VG++. VG++, okay? Let's get some other stuff up. Melanie, you have that at $40. I'm about to sell it to you because I think Buddy Cordova went out. So it's about to be yours. Next auction is going to go up right now. It is going to be Wasp. And Wasp is self-titled. It's an 84 USOG Winchester press with the inner sleeve. OG Wasp, a $25 start. 84 USOG Winchester. It has an original inner sleeve. $25 start on Wasp. That's now up for bid. So Prong has reissued some long out-of-print albums through Music on Vinyl. Or I should say Music on Vinyl has reissued some of Prong's long out-of-print albums. One of these, just FYI, I think we're a little short on. And that means they may send us more, they may not. But let's go ahead and try to pull that up right quick. And I will tell you more about the prongs. By the way, there's also a post in the group. We are getting restocks of Black Sabbath albums on Monday. Black Sabbath, Paranoid, Master of Reality, Volume 4, Sabotage, and most of the rest of the catalog will be here first of the week. So we're going to have a Black Sabbath party on Monday and Tuesday. as we still celebrate the life of John Michael Ozzy Osbourne. And we're going to be doing that tonight with a lot of Black Sabbath auctions and a lot of other Ozzy memorabilia. First thing I have is this first prong pre-order. Let me find it. This is Rude Awakening. Rude Awakening here. And we have, I got to find that. Thank you, Jake. All right, so prong is $39.99. If you know for sure you wasn't on the pre-order, you can go ahead and claim one right now. So these are new music on vinyl pressings, limited to 1,500 individually numbered copies on clear vinyl. Prong, Rude Awakening. If you know for sure you wasn't on the pre-order and you want one, right now would be the time to let me know. We got one sold to Scott Smith, also one to Kelly Cook and John Howard. Kelly Cook and John Howard. There's two more sold. Also, we got one sold to Autumn Betts and Justin Deckelman. Autumn Betts and Justin Deckelman. There's two more sold. Also, Daryl Johnson and Darren Johnson. Daryl and Darren. That's Johnson and Johnson. Daryl Johnson and Darren Johnson. Also, we have one for Randy Klein and Jen Cast. Randy Klein and Jen Cast. Those are sold and sold. Also, Paul Peterson, Chuck Taylor, and Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. Paul Peterson, Chuck Taylor, and Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. Prong. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 pre-orders. 1, 2, Scott Smith, Kelly Cook, John Howard, Autumn Betts, Justin Deckelman, Daryl Johnson, Darren Johnson, Randy Klein, Jen Cass, Paul Peterson, Chuck Taylor, Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. 12 is already sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Right over here, we had Striper was a final call. Don't worry, there's more Stripers tonight. Wasp, Striper got a new bid for 45. Wasp got a bid for 28. Wasp got a bid for 25. Wasp got a bid for 30. And Ivan R wants a prong, okay? And that officially fills up our first crate tonight. Ivan R, there's 4 copies of prong left. Rude Awakening, if anybody wants in on those. That is prong, Rude Awakening, Paul. Prong, Rude Awakening. There's our first crate of sold records, and we're about to fill up about 3,000 more crates tonight. And Jake was like, I hope not. That's the day I walk out, when you sell 3,000 crates of vinyl. I'm looking for empty crates. Empty crates. Shipping area, all right? I'll make a big U-turn over here. Let's go check the shipping area. Shipping area. Crates. Is there any over here? How about right over here? Golly, what happened to them? I had 100 of them last night. Crates. Crate warfare. I'm about to go to war. All right, Chad's starting to get upset. Chad is starting to get upset. I don't see any empty crates. How can I do a sale without empty crates? I'm about to start turning into George Steinbrenner. Don't make me channel my inner George Steinbrenner right now. There we go. Thank you. Jake got me some crates. All right, almost went full George Steinbrenner mode. Okay. There we go. All right, there we go. First thing is that's done. Has everybody hit the like button? Don't make me start singing. Don't make me start singing, or I'm going to start singing for likes, okay? Matthew Sherrick, you get Striper for $45. Thank you on that. And then over here, we have Wasp. And I just walked completely through the store looking for an empty crate. Can y'all believe it? Also, you know what? Speaking of crates, we do have a discount code for the crates, okay? We're still figuring it out, but we did secure a discount code crate from that company, okay? And they said we can share it with y'all, and I'll finalize how we're going to do shipping, and we'll share that information on a post and here live. But these crates, these super crates, we do have a discount code through that company, okay? Just FYI. Over here, Wasp is a final call for $30 to Jackie Beatty. 2 other bidders have not set out. Michael Hamburger hadn't set out, and Jeffrey Frillis hasn't set out. If y'all are done, let me know. If not, we got to get right back to it. Next thing is going to go up right now, Judas Priest. Judas Priest, Defenders of the Faith, is an 84 U.S. Pitman. It does have an inner sleeve. It's in VG Plus condition. And this is a $25 start for Judas Priest. It does have the original inner sleeve. Judas Priest, Defenders of the Faith, $25 start. See, I'm always working for y'all every night here. And then I'm working for y'all. We're getting crate discount codes every single night I have my top priority is Collectco customers. We have Lush. This is sold to Javi Soto. Thank you. Wasp is still getting bids. Pickles in all of a sudden. Don't worry, there's a lot more stripers. Just FYI. Here we go. Next record. Finally, Alice in Chains. Dirt. Them Bones, Down in the Hole, Angry Chair, Wood, Here Comes the Rooster, $38.99 for Alice in Chains, 2LP remaster. Motorhead, Sacrifice. Motorhead is $33.99. Haven't had that one in a while. Motorhead Sacrifice, $33.99. And Grim Reaper, See You in Hell, new and sealed music on vinyl, $39.99. Wasp is at $31. That means that Jackie Beatty, you've been outbid. Now it's at $35. Now Judas Priest is at $25. Our first auction here from the hot picture is going to go up right now, and that is Heavy Pettin'. Heavy Pettin' is an 83 US PRC Compton OG EX edition. Heavy Pettin' is a $15 start. Also, if somebody buys an Alice in Chains Dirt, you get a rare Ed sticker. Oh, wow. That's an Ed sticker. New vinyl Thursday, July 31st. Talking about something that's rare. We have Grim Reaper, $39.99. Also, Madball. We didn't have this one the other night. We had a different one. Here's a different Madball. This is Demonstrating My Style. Demonstrating My Style, $39.99. Over here, Wasp is at $35, Judas Priest $25, Judas Priest $27, Wasp is at $40. Over here, we have Pickle on Grim Reaper, sold to Pickle $23.69. Justin Deckelman on Madball, sold to Justin Deckelman. Also, one copy of Halloween, Walls of Jericho, $33.99. Also, Talking in Heads, Speaking in Tongues, Talking in Heads? How about Talking Heads? Talking in Heads. Talking Heads, Speaking in Tongues, $39.99. Also over here, we have Cameron Lingefeld on the other Madball. That is sold. James Davidson on Grim Reaper. Grim Reaper, last copy sold to James Davidson. Scott Arnold on Walls of Jericho from Halloween. That's also sold. And then what do we have over here? Wasp, Judas Priest, and Heavy Pettin'. The last bit on Wasp was Jackie Beatty at $40. Buddy Cordova, just so you know, you're outbid. Also, Judas Priest. Scott Arnold has it for $27. John McPatriot bid $30. Now Wasp is at $42. Now Judas Priest is at $35. Nobody's bid on Heavy Pettin'. Heavy Pettin' was a final call, an 83 US PRC Compton OG EX edition, a $15 start. Michael Salazar, if it's okay with you, I'll put you on a waiting list for Halloween. That was my only copy. I can get you another one of those whenever they come back in. And then next is the next Prong pre-order. All right, let's do the next Prong pre-order. And this one is, hold on one second. Let me pull it up before I show it and tell you anything about it. Here's the next Prong pre-order. And this one is Cleansing. Now, I don't think I have enough this first go-around. They're either on their way or they're back-ordered. We'll find out, or I've got to get them somewhere else. So pay close attention because there are 0 left of these. Prong is $39.99. This is Cleansing. This is Cleansing, and we have one for Dwayne Sevilla. There's one for Delane Sevilla. Also one for Daniel Strom. Also Justin Deckelman and Ben Dygert. Justin Deckelman and Ben Dygert. Also Darren Johnson and Daryl Johnson. Darren Johnson and Daryl Johnson. Johnson and Johnson strikes again. Fred Cardinell and Chuck Taylor. Fred Cardinell and Chuck Taylor. Also the last copy. The last 2 copies go to David Polkey and Daniel Buziden. Here's everybody that's on still left on the pre-order. Here's who's left on the pre-order. Scott Smith, Dean Teffer, Jen Cass, Ken Cohen, Paul Peterson, Michael Carpenter, Kenny Case Jr., Dwayne Worley, Scott Beebe, Kevin Johnson, Tim Floyd, John Howard, Rich Recor, Randy Klein, and Kelly Gabney. That's who's still on the pre-order. I still have those people on the pre-order. Scott Smith, Dean Teffer, Jen Cass, Ken Cohen, Paul Peterson, Michael Carpenter, Kenny Case Jr., Dwayne Worley, Scott Beebe, Kevin Johnson, Tim Floyd, John Howard, Rich Record, Randy Klein, Kelly Gabney. Those are who I still have to get copies for, okay? If anybody else wants to be added to that list, Prong, Snap Your Fingers, Snap Your Neck is on this one. $39.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Great stuff there. I've enjoyed listening to them when I posted all those pre-orders. So Judas Priest had a new bid for $37. Heavy Pettin' got a bid for $15, $18, another $15, another $19, another $18, another $17, a $21, a $22. And are we done on Wasp? Buddy Cordova's out. This is sold to Jackie Beatty for $45. Heavy Pettin's an 83 USOG EX condition. 83 OG EX condition. Judas Priest right here in the middle. Mr. JP, it had a final call, and Judas Priest is with John McPatriot for $37. The bidder before him had bid $35, and that was Michael Fairchild. Michael, just let me know if you want out, back in, or whatever on that one. It's at $37. Heavy Pet's now at $25. And now over here, we have Wasp. Scott Arnold says he can have his Wall of Jericho and he'll go on a waiting list, okay? So give Michael Salazar the Halloween, and then we'll put Scott Arnold on a waiting list. Next thing we have over here is Motorhead. This is recorded live in 1978. Motorhead is $24.99. I've got 3 of those. Also 2 copies of Suicidal Tendencies, Still Psycho after all these years. Suicidal Tendencies is $39.99. And then we have Paul Stanley, $38.99. That is the Paul Stanley picture disc, $38.99 on that. Ken Crooker gets a Motorhead. There's 2 copies left. Heavy Pettin's at $27. Judas Priest $40. Now Judas Priest $44. And now Heavy Pettin's at $27. So Scott just wants to put back his Halloween. He did not want that, so give it instead to the backup Michael Salazar. Okay, next auction is going to go up right now. And this next auction is a 1987 U.S. Specialty OG copy. This is Metallica. It is an OG pressing of the 598 EP Garage Days Revisited. So $5.98, $5.98 adjusted for inflation, roughly $15 or $150 start. How about we split it in the middle? Sort of. We'll say, hey, $75 start on Metallica. This is a beautiful copy. It's Near Mint OG, the Garage Days Revisited. Super clean copy with the original inner sleeve. We'll put that up for a $75 start. That is a superb copy, FYI. Heavy Pet and Judas Priest still getting bids. Also, we have Ministry, The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. Ministry's a music on vinyl pressing, $39.99. And Cinderella, Night Songs. Cinderella is a music on vinyl, new and sealed, $38.99 on that. 1 copy of We're the Meat Men and You Suck. The Meat Man is $29.99. Also, Motorhead, Kiss of Death. Motorhead's on silver vinyl, $34.99 for Motorhead. Judas Priest is still getting bids. It's at $47. Heavy Pet, and the last bid was Danny Tardif at $29. Metallica's a superb OG super clean copy, $75 start on that. Just FYI. I've got Montrose now playing with Sammy Hagar on some of the tracks. Rock the Nation, that is $24.99. Now playing Montrose. Also, we got more copies of Richie Valens. Of course, they were in the other crate as well. Red vinyl, La Bamba, $24.99. And then this is $29.99. This looks like something I didn't order. Is this something you ordered, Laura? This says Dutch and Norishi Frudenschaft. I don't recall ordering that. If I did, it's something I back ordered a long time ago. It is $29.99. I've got 2 copies. Metallica has a bid of $80 of Corey James. $80 is the bid on Metallica. It will sell. Michael's out on Judas Priest. This is sold to John McPatriot for $47. Thank you, John McPatriot. Let's put up some other new auctions. We're going to read through this bin one more time, okay? And then I did not order that. That must have been something I ordered, okay? I don't remember. It sounds like something like industrial or techno or something like that. Our next auction is Raven Mad, and this is a sealed copy. A 1986 USOG. It's a mini album EP sealed with the Believe in Music metal sticker. That's pretty cool. $15 start on that. And then over here, Troy Audit, A-U-D-E-T, wants a Cinderella. And Troy, you bought something from us the other night, right? So you're already registered, I think. If not, just let me know and I'll give instructions. Okay, let's go back and let's read through those one more time. Everything in here is brand new and sealed records, okay? Now, we have Metallica moving to a final call, $80, and this is a superb copy. Corey James, $80. Heavy Pettin. The last bid on Heavy Pettin was an 83 US PRC Compton, and it's about to sell. Michael Hamburger went out. Danny Tardif had it for $29. We're about to sell that. And now Metallica's getting new bids for $85. I had a strong feeling we wasn't done on those. So in stock is Prong, Rude Awakening, Clear Vinyl. They're in stock. Music on vinyl. They're numbered on the back, $39.99. Alice in Chains Dirt. remastered, $38.99. You essentially really can't get an OG, especially in the United States. There are foreign OGs, but that right there would be the copy I would settle for. Next is Motorhead Sacrifice. It's $33.99. I still got two of those. Motorhead Sacrifice. Talking Head Speaking in Tongues. It's $39.99. And then Motorhead Recorded Live, 1978. $24.99 on Motorhead. Now Metallica's at $100. Heavy Petness, so to Danny Tardif for $29. We're moving Raven to a final call. One bid sealed for $15. Wow, can I bid? Cecil Grosskopf has it for $15. Now Metallica's at $100, now $110. Motorhead's $24.99. Also Suicidal Tendencies, still Psycho after all these years. That's a music on vinyl pressing, $39.99 on that. The Paul Stanley picture disc is $38.99. Paul Stanley, and we have Ministry. The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. Ministry, $39.99. Cinderella, we sold one left for $38. The Meatmen's $29. We're the Meatmen and you suck. Motorhead Kiss of Death is $34. Silver vinyl. Montrose is like a hits compilation. It's called Now Playing. It's a compilation, $24.99. Richie Valens is $24.99, also Now Playing. And DAF, Dutch Amaranchi Frungenschaft. And that is $29. That has to be something like I ordered from one of those playlists I was listening to one night, and I don't remember it. I'm sure that's what happened. All right, let's put up another auction. And that next auction, let's go ahead and put up a big one. It's 706. Nice. Van Halen, the FUCK album, a 1991 U.S. Club, a rare record. This is near mint minus and pristine. A beautiful copy, a $200 start on Van Halen. For Unlawful Carnal Knowledge, this is a $200 start. All right, and then Jackie Beatty says he wants a Motorhead Sacrifice. That's so to Jackie Beatty. Everything in this crate is new and sealed vinyl. These are brand new records, probably manufactured in the last 6 months. Everything in this crate is brand new and sealed. There are some things in here that are OGs. That's an OG. First time. It comes out Friday. Some of these are OG pressings, but they're all new and sealed. Buddy Cordova wants the last Cinderella. Thank you, Buddy Cordova. Those always sell, okay? Now, Black Sabbath, we got Ozzy albums that are signed, and they're going to go up for auction in 53 minutes. We're going to put the first one up. I'm going to tell you about them. I'm going to tell you the story about them. I'm going to tell you about how I got them. I'm going to tell you the exact day they were signed. Okay, I've got provenance. I got letters of authenticity. I've got everything you would want for a high-end autographed album. They're going to go up. I really don't want to sell them. If you want to pay the price, somebody's going to buy at least one tonight. I know it. One of them's not even going to be available for sale because it is not authenticated yet. One of them, we're waiting for the letter. The other ones are probably going to be fair game. They're going to be up for sale in 52 minutes. 52 minutes. They're going to be up for, we're going to put the first one up for sale. The first one that I'm confidently okay with letting go, and we'll see how that auction goes, okay? We'll see what happens. Jake's heading out. Thank you, Jake. And around that time, probably about that same time, I'm going to put up Motley Crue. And I hope everybody's ready for that. That's going to be another insane auction, okay? Let me make sure we're done over here on some of these other ones. We sold Cinderella, Raven 26. Rick Hall is going to go on a waiting list for night songs. Rick, those will be in by Monday, unless I find another copy around here. Van Halen bid $200. Van Halen bid $200. Van Halen is only available as that box set. Remember that box set we had the other night, Trent? That's the only way you can buy that. It's $100. I think I have one left. Raven has a new bid for $29 with Sean Holford. Over here, we got, can you get me Cinderella Night Songs? I will put you on a waiting list. Yes, Rick Hall. Metallica's $112. A third $200 bid on Van Halen. And now Raven's at $30. How much was Deutschland? Deutsch is $29.99. Metallica, $115. Danny Thomason wants that other Motorhead Sacrifice. So did Danny Thomason. And then over here, Cassettes, Jeff, can you stay up late? Because it's probably going to have to be a little bit later. And I'm going to start either auctioning cassettes, or I got some to auction, like some metal, some Ozzy. Some of those are coming very soon. But probably going through them all will be after when we slow down tonight. This is sold over here to Steve Riley, okay? There we go. Sammy Hagar vinyl box set on vinyl. No, that was only sold through the Rhino website. It was limited edition, and they never have released that to independent record stores. So I think the Rhino is sold out, so you'll probably have to get that secondhand unless they decide to eventually sell them individually or sell the box set. Could they do that? Very possibly. Very possibly. Some of that stuff you just got to be a little bit patient on. It'll eventually pop up. Okay? I got Cliff Burton figures. I've got new puzzles. We've got 12 crates of vinyl. And we're going to go ahead and knock out some more Ozzies because we had more come in. We got to finish the spreadsheet, and we got to make sure everybody that wants an Ozzy has got it or got on a list. Okay? Because here's the rest of the Blizzards. I'm going to try to go ahead and knock all these out early. We have almost got it. We have not sold Shotgun Messiah. And we're good to go, okay? So, let me get my laptop open. It is full force. It's going to be a great night to be tuned in and watching. All right. So Blizzard. $29.99. 180 gram remaster. Let me go down the line and update y'all on these auctions. Van Halen 201. Jackie Beatty also wants Cinderella Night Songs. Jeremy, your Anthrax should be in. Van Halen 225. All right, so Raven, Mad, a sealed copy from 1986, unopened. Also, no saw marks or punch holes. The last bid on Raven that came in, Sean Holford went out. The last bid was Craig Ruth at $30. The hammer's up. We're about to sell it. Auction number 2 was Metallica. This 1987 Specialty OG. It is super clean, near mint and OG. The last bid on Metallica is now the final call. Corey James at $115. Van Halen. This is a rarity. This is an OG 1991 club copy. 1991 club copy. Travis Woods has it for $225. These are definitely about to sell. I have a feeling we're nowhere near done on that one, but we're about to find out. All right. So last night, I had showed y'all the master spreadsheet for Ozzy's. We had sold everybody through Mike Monroy. I went and updated the post, okay? And then here's who was left on the post. And then I've updated it through Tony Clem. Now, if you've commented today, then the people on the waiting list over here are ahead of you. And then I'll go back and update it later tonight after we take down more names. Let me find that Ozzy list before I go any further, okay? It is right here. So I have got to sell 12 Ozzies out of the crate. 1, 2, let's do it this way. I can count them faster. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Those are all sold. 12 copies of Blizzard. Okay, $29.99. That was Brian Thurman, Jan Gunther, Gerald Whitworth, Ben Digert, Stacy Brown, Terry Gearhart, Eden Riviera, Dee Patterson, Scott Dwallow, Brent Alverson, James Sanders, and Tony Clem. Done. Okay? And then, last night, we did a waiting list, and I was begging people to go on this waiting list. And that was John Durden, Don Nicole, The Record Guy, Todd Coe, Jim Sedal, Stanley Richmond, Nick Bargeron, Alicia S., Janet Gray, and Jeff's Birdsongs. Those are all sold. There's one person left from last night, Ron Duffield. So John Durden, Don Nicole, Record Guy, Todd Coe, Jim Sedal, Stanley Richmond, Nick Bargeron, Alicia S., Janet Gray, Jeff's Birdsongs. I'm going to put that name. So the first person now at the top of the list is Ron Duffield. If anybody else wants one, you need to let me know right now. There's more that will be here on Monday, okay? And I'm going to start begging Scott Arnold to say he wants on a waiting list. Hopefully he says yes. Paul's heading out. Thank you, Paul. All right. First thing we have is it's time to sell some auctions. Let me go ahead and grab the next crate. If you want on a waiting list, just let me know. It will now be officially Monday before the rest of those are in. It will be Monday. Let me go grab another crate of metal. Okay? That's coming at you right now. Or I should say new vinyl, which is going to be a lot of metal probably based on if everything showed up. So we went ahead and knocked out Ozzy. There'll be some more like that in just a second. Some people have nightmares about waiting list. I'm here to convince them they should. It's my biggest challenge is to convince somebody, please go on a waiting list, because it's just like you're buying it now, but somebody's like, no waiting list. Craig Ruth on Raven for $30. That is sold to Craig Ruth for $30. Metallica, Nashville Tiger bid $118. There was a new bid on this, $118. Corey James, just so you know, you were outbid. This is at $118 with Nashville Tiger. $118. Van Halen got a new bid for $230. Okay? Here's the waiting list for Ozzy. We're going to add these to the names over here. And the first thing was Buddy Cordova, Nashville Tiger, Michael Hamburger, John Oliver, Troy Audit, Zach Shepard, anybody else? Anybody else? Anybody else? Haven't got the patience. I've had other people tell me that. They's like, Chad, I don't wait on stuff. That's why I don't do the wait list. You're not the first person who has said, I don't do waiting lists because I have no patience to wait on anything. I'm like, dang. Okay, and then Van Halen's at $240. Two more people have asked what this is. You want it. That's all you got to know. You want it. It's a 1991 U.S. Club near mint minus. Near mint minus for unlawful carnal knowledge. He's out. This is sold to Nashville Tiger for $118. Metallica is sold to Nashville Tiger for $118. Man, that was a war between multiple different people. And then Nashville hops on, places one bid, and wins it. Okay. There's that for unlawful carnal knowledge. How many times did I bug you about Motorhead? You would ask about every night, about 7 times a night. I know. That's okay, though. That's okay. It didn't bother me. All right. So, Van Halen was not sold in stores. That's something you got to know about this album. I don't think this was sold in stores. It was only sold through the record club. That means the only way you could have bought this was literally through a flyer, through the Columbia Record Club, through a catalog. I don't think that record ever set in a record store for sale back in the day. So that was never manufactured for retail purposes. If it is, they're all scarce because they were either sold through the club or sold very scarcely in a record store. If you would have went into a record store in 1991 and said, yeah, I'm looking for a Van Halen and Lawful Carnal Knowledge, the F-U-C-K album, they would have handed you a CD or they would have handed you a cassette. If you would have said, yeah, I'm looking for it on vinyl, they would have went, vinyl? Dude, go back to the Stone Age. Vinyl? What? You want the new Van Halen album on vinyl? What are you, a caveman? They had no idea what would be happening 40 years later, did they? Next auction, let's go ahead and put it up right now. This is Saxon, Sacrifice. Saxon is a 2017 Euro reissue. It's in shrink. It's going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start. Next thing is Batman. Batman 89, a Mondo graphic novel book and vinyl box set, $79.99. $79.99. Batman, $79.99. This is really cool. This is all vinyl too. The 4LP Stone Temple Pilots Core box set, $99.99. Right now, Zach Shepard, Ozzy No More Tears has been back ordered. I have not actually seen that in stock, big enough quantity where I can confidently tell people we're going to be getting them. I ordered 2 copies last night that one distributor had in stock, but I hadn't really said anything. I'm only posting Ozzy and Black Sabbath stuff if I know I'm getting everything that I can get that I need. Because I'm not posting anything unless I know I can get 50 or 60 copies. Because that's about what I'm selling of every Ozzy album. Same thing for No More Tears. So if they're back in stock where I can confidently post and let all of our customers know, hey, we're getting 100 copies in, claim yours now. Right now, they've been pretty low stock on No More Tears. Probably a double LP, and everybody's been more so wanting Ozzy, Blizzard, Bark, and Diary. Those are the ones that looks like they've pumped out the most already. All right, so really cool. The 4LP box set of Stone Temple Pilots, $99.99. Batman, $79. Chris Cornell, Higher Truth. Another Chris Cornell solo album, a 2LP, $44.99. Someone says, Chad put up Heavy Metal. Let me figure out what that is. The soundtrack, the Heavy Metal soundtrack. Music from Sabbath, BOC, Cheap Trick, Devo, Donald Fagen, Don Felder, Grand Funk, Sammy, Journey, Nazareth, Stevie Nicks, Riggs, and Trust. It's an 81 US Terre Haute OG. It does have the original inner sleeves. It's VG++ EX, a $20 start. $20 start. I don't really like posting something unless I know I'm going to get it. Because some people will be like, oh, Chad's got it, good. And then when they find out I didn't get it for them, they're like, oh, man, I got to go shoot this guy. And believe me, I don't want to get shoot. Tool. I've got Lateralis, Undertow, and Opiate in stock. They are 59, 33, and 24 if I can find them, okay? That's the only other 3 Tool albums I can get, except for bootlegs. Black Sabbath Paranoid, $29.99. Let me check over here and see if there was anybody else on Black Sabbath Paranoid. Yep, we got one for Brad Faust and one for Kenny Cates Jr. And it looks like I've got a couple left. Let's see, we got Ozzy. Was there any live claims? No, I think we pretty much sold out last night on the button. And then there were some people on the post. Yeah, there were some people on the post. So here's one for Brad Faust. These are $29.99. Generals gathered in their masses. Kenny Cates Jr. also. All right, and there's Paranoid for $29.99. Paranoid. Let me pull back up that original post over here. And this is Paranoid. Lost Boys will be posted tomorrow. We'll say tomorrow at 1 o'clock, okay? Tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Let me see if there's anybody else. Brad and Kenny, okay? There we go. And now let's update all these other auctions. So over here, Van Halen hit $300. Tim Graham. So, okay, so Travis and Tim, of course. Travis and Tim. Tim Graham bid $290, Saxon 15, Saxon 17, Saxon 20, Saxon 20, Saxon 23, Saxon 22, Van Halen 300, Travis Woods, Van Halen 300, Saxon 25, Heavy Metal 25, Heavy Metal 20, Heavy Metal 30, Heavy Metal 25, Josh MFer Jones on Chris Cornell. Thank you, Josh Jones. Heavy Metal 26, Heavy Metal 27, Heavy Metal 30, Heavy Metal 29, Heavy Metal 31, Heavy Metal out, Heavy Metal 35, Heavy Metal 35. Brooks Varder wants Paranoid. Lost Boys tomorrow, 1 o'clock. Heavy Metal 40, Central Time. Heavy Metal out, Heavy Metal 40, Heavy Metal out. Paranoid, sold to the record guy. Paranoid, sold to Troy Audit. Paranoid, sold to Bill Durgan. We are sold out of Paranoids. If anybody else wants one, they'll be back in next week. Also, did you ever get Earth Early Sabbath? Those have been pushed back till September. If you can find Tool Anima, I'll take one. Tool Anima is not available on vinyl, Brian. Tool Anima is not available on vinyl. It is, but you don't want one. Unless you do want one, it's about $1,000, like I was telling you. That is not in print on vinyl. Van Halen, $320. Van Halen, $350. Heavy Metal is at $48. Paranoid, Todd Kilgore, you'll be first on a waiting list. Todd Kilgore, you'll be first on a waiting list. I got Lateralis, Undertow, and Opiate. And, of course, you've already bought Fear Inoculum. 10,000 Days, not available. Anima, not available. You cannot get those albums on vinyl. Not available. When they're reissued, it will be a massive party here at Collectco because I'm a fan as well. Next is Demu Bigor. This is Abra Hadabra. It's on green vinyl, $38.99. So we're now officially starting a waiting list for next week. You will not get billed on Monday if you go on a waiting list. I can tell you right now, unless a surprise shipment shows up tomorrow. I don't think there is, though. This will be Monday. So you won't get invoiced until the next Monday. Okay? Van Halen's at $375. Heavy Metal's at $50. Saxon. The last bid that came in on Saxon, right here in the middle, Saxon. We're about to sell it. It's been a long time. Alonzo Breezy Brisno Jr., $25. A 2017 reissue. $25. Okay? Prong, I don't think I've shown that one yet, Jim Berg. I think it's coming up soon, unless that's one of those I've already shown. There's about 3 other Prong albums I've got to get to first, okay? Next, Demu Bigor. Also, British Lines. Steve Harris from Iron Maiden. 2 LP red vinyl, $34.99. Saxon has a new bid for $27. Also, another Demu Bigor. Storm Blast, that is $33.99. And Chris Cornell, which is the essentially, quote, greatest hits, $49.99. So let's take a look at that. Chris Cornell. And I can scratch, that's an old waiting list. Let me scratch that one off. And then the other one, of course, Chris Cornell. The other person was, oh my gosh, horrible spreadsheet. Anthony Clark. Anthony Clark, okay? Thank you, Anthony Clark. I've got 1, 2 left if anybody else wants a Chris Cornell. Michael Salazar on SH. I think you mean Steve Harris, British Lines, right? That's so to Michael Salazar, okay? Now, Van Halen is at $376. This is a real 1991 U.S. club copy of For Unlawful Carnal Knowledge. That is at $376. Alonzo is back in on Saxon at $35. The Heavy Metal soundtrack is OG. It has a punch hole on the cover. It's VG++ EX. John LaRocca just bid $60 on that. Okay, now we have no other claims. Also, we have Bruce Dickinson, Accident of Birth, 2 LP, $49.99, limited edition, 25th anniversary, red and yellow splatter. Danny Thomason on British Lines, that's now sold. Bruce Dickinson's $49.99, 2 LP. I've never seen that in stock. What I did is I looked up Iron Maiden, and I was like, I need to look up all the solo artists. And then I started seeing all these other albums in stock, and I was like, And then I back-ordered a bunch, like Balls to Picasso and all that other stuff by Bruce Dickinson and Steve Harris and British Lines. So I'm always looking up groups, and then I think that's why I ordered all those Robert Plants this week. I was like, wait a minute. Robert Plant has a huge solo career, and Jimmy Page might have some stuff in print. So that's how I found some of that stuff. I forget to look up individual artists as well. That was the only Bruce Dickinson in stock. That was the only Bruce Dickinson. This is it, and it's sold to Michael Salazar. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know. And let me go ahead and show Anthrax for $33.99 and another Demu Bigor, and that is Eonian, I think, $38.99. All auctions have new bids, and I have filled up another crate, so let me do a little switcheroony. Let me do a little switcheroony right quick. There's that. And we're about to fill up another one. No more tears, tears, tears. No more tears, tears. Van Halen's at $400. Saxon's at $44. Heavy Metal, the last bid was John LaRocca at $60. Are we done? I think we are. Okay, volume 1. Brooks, if you don't mind to go ahead and comment on the post, that way I can get you in order. If I take down your name right now, there's a chance you might get further down the list. So if you go comment on the post, that's your better chance of getting in order faster. Okay, and volume 4s might be here tomorrow. There's a good chance those will be here tomorrow. The rest of them, the rest of those Sabbath remasters, it's going to be Monday. I got them a lot cheaper through another place, but they take about a day to do that. So, and I don't know if y'all have noticed, but I've actually marked these cheaper than I normally do. So usually some of these are 33 and 34 Blizzard, and that I've actually selling these about $5 cheaper than I normally do, just so everybody knows that. I think I've sold a lot more doing that, not making nearly as much on them, but like I said, glad to have all that back in stock. The celebration of John, Michael, Ozzy Osbourne, second Thursday night in a row, for sure, especially with some of this other stuff I still got the tag. Heavy metals at $66, and Saxon over here is at $44. Dwayne's out, and they're still bidding on Van Halen. Travis has it for $400. Tim Graham's out. We're about to sell it. Big auction. First thing is the Batman. This is the LP graphic novel Mondo box set. Very cool. Has like a comic book with it. You get the soundtrack, the Batman '89 movie, $79.99 on that. Stone Temple Pilots, a 4 LP vinyl. You get studio, demos, and live. So you get the album remastered, 2 LPs, demos, and live. 99, and it's from the Run Out Groove. They do a great job on their stuff there. 2 really cool box sets there, Batman and Stone Temple Pilots. Several from Demu Begier, if I can say this correctly, it'll be a miracle. Green vinyl, $38.99. I also have Storm Blast. That one's $33. This one's here called Abra Hadabra. I just summoned demons. Chris Cornell, $49.99. Anthrax is $33 for All Kings. And another Demu Bor Gear, and that is Eonian, and that's $38.99. All right, there's a new bid on Van Halen for $405. However, heavy metal is officially sold. No, wait a minute, there's new bids, okay? New bids, but we can go ahead and sell Saxon. Saxon is sold to Alonzo for $44. The newest bids that came in on heavy metal, Kevin Voitosh, 66. Jackie Beatty, you're out. And La Roca, you're out. Just so y'all know, okay? And La Roca just came back in at 70. Wow. And that's pretty much the first crate of brand new vinyl there that I almost didn't empty. Was there another one? Yeah, okay, there was the prong stuff over here too. Yeah, let me try to keep all this in order. Plus, I need as many empty crates tonight as possible. So let me move some stuff around right quick. And it's time for new auctions. Man, we have obliterated new vinyl so far tonight. And there's still a lot more to get to. I might do one more crate before, I don't know. I kind of like going through all this stuff. I've kind of ordered it for tonight. I don't know how y'all feel. I've got some vintage crates over here, but I want to kind of keep this stuff coming while we still have everybody on and watching, and there's more pre-orders to do too. Okay, let's put up another auction. We have a tremendous amount of stuff to auction tonight, and the next thing I'm going to put up right now is going to be, let's go ahead and do, oh my gosh, look at all this stuff. Let's do Tangier, 4 wins. Tangier with hop sticker is an 89 US specialty OG. No white label promo or promo label of this exists. EX Plus condition. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. Okay. Heavy metal. The condition notes on heavy metal. The vinyl's VG++ EX. It does have the inner sleeves. The cover has a punch hole. John LaRocca has it right now at $70. Van Halen's at $415. Okay. Had to do a little crate condensing there to free up some space. Make sure I have plenty of empty crates. Probably going to go ahead and knock out more Ozzy's here while I introduce and update these auctions. So I've got Ozzy, more Ozzy, the new Billy Strings, and more Ozzy. probably go ahead and do those now sooner than later. That way everybody knows who got what, and we can do waiting list. Some of these will be in stock tonight, just saying, okay? I have not done Shocker soundtrack. Nope. We've got probably 100 auctions still to run. Here is Black Rain. 180 gram, 150 gram, 2 LP with the #1 rock single, I Don't Want to Stop. Ozzy Osbourne. Ozzy Osbourne, okay? Here's who was left on the original post. Black Rain, I still need a total of 13 copies, okay? Still need 13 copies. Ozzy, $36.99. Amanda Davis, see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All right, and these go to Amanda Davis, David Polkey, Jan Gunther, Martin Pryor, Scott Smith, Kevin Voitosh, D. Patterson, 42 Foxes, Terry Gearhart, D. Kong 52, Kelly Gabney, Paul Brothers, and Philip Holt. That was everybody through the spreadsheet last night. All these Aussies are sold. And now we also have the list from last night. And I'm going to read you those right now. I'm going to read you last night's claims. David Eberly, Janet Gray, Dawn Nicole, Nashville Tiger, Alicia S., Todd Saw, and Brandon Jones. I've got 2 extra copies right now. That's what I have left. Those are available unless there's been a claim since I hadn't scrolled up. 2 Ozzy Black Rains, $36.99. Shannon Lee said Soundgarden box set. Did you mean Stone Temple Pilots, Shannon? You put Soundgarden. Did you mean Chris Cornell, the 2 LP Chris Cornell, or did you mean the 4 LP Stone Temple Pilots box, Shannon? Van Halen, 415. Tangier, 35. Out on Heavy Metal. And then Tangier 40, Tangier 50, Tangier 42. And then these 2 Aussies are sold to John Oliver and Brian Thurman. Okay? This is sold to John Oliver and Brian Thurman. John Oliver and Brian Thurman. So thank you, John, Brian. Now we'll do a waiting list. If anybody else wants an Ozzy Ordinary Man, let me know. So I think we're done on Heavy Metal. Heavy Metal, the last bid on Heavy Metal was John LaRocca, and he gets it for $70. Tangier's at $60. Van Halen was between 2 people, Corey Ross and Travis Woods. Travis Woods has it for $415. Corey Ross, you're out. Travis has this for $415. Corey Ross, you're out. Corey Ross, you're out. Tangier's at $60 with Michael Baker. If anybody else wants an Ozzy, let me know right now. Let me know right now, okay? That will be a waiting list for next week. Let's do another one. Let's do another one. And we still got, after this crate, there's still 2, 4, 6, 7. Oh my gosh. Those are new vinyl crates there, right? Oh my gosh, yeah. So let's go ahead and knock these out. And so after this one, there's going to be 7 more crates of new vinyl. Okay. I was on a pre-order. Okay. Now, could you already got one yesterday. Okay. You already got one yesterday. Todd Kilgore. That was, you've missed the other shipment. This is the 3rd time we've shown these. This is the 3rd time we've shown these. So you probably think you didn't get one, but you did. Yep, I see your name. You got one yesterday. Let's introduce another auction. The next auction is going to go up right now. Let's do something from the $50 and ups tab. Shotgun Messiah. Oh, wow. Here we go. Folks, this is one of those words, like, I don't want to get into a whole deal here with you on this, but be careful saying words like this in public. Okay, just be careful. This is one of those words, if you say this, just be prepared for the repercussions. If you say Shotgun Messiah, just be careful. I'm warning you, okay? I have to deal with it every night. If I accidentally slip up and say this, and I don't have something available for sale, it's almost like shut down the entire state, okay? Interstates get backed up. I mean, it's It's a problem. So make sure before you say the word Shotgun Messiah, you can back it up, okay? If you can't back it up, then you're probably going to be in some trouble. This is a 1989 U.S. Specialty OG. It's been out of print ever since this initial pressing in the United States. It is a top copy, near mint minus, pristine and shrink wrap with an unpunched stencil. That is the highly coveted and rare unpunched stencil. It has a crisp, flat inner sleeve. This is Shotgun Messiah. Go ahead and get on the phone with your banker, okay? $95 start, near mint, shrink wrap, inner sleeve, and unpunched stencil. Go ahead and be calling Cash Express. Shotgun Messiah, a $95 start. That's now up for bid. The hammer's up on Tangier. Danny Tardif went out. Tangier, Michael Baker's had it for 3 minutes at $60. We're about to sell it. Van Halen is at $425 with Travis Woods. We are about to sell it to Travis Woods. Corey says he's done. Next, Blizzard is sold out. We have a waiting list. Here is Ozzy, Diary of a Madman, $29.99. I have 5 more to sell, $29.99. We got one sold to Ed Riviera, Scott Dwallow, D. Patterson, Brent Alverson, and Tony Clem. There are 5 more sold, okay? Now, the waiting list from last night. John Durden, Richard Allen, Don Nicole, Jim Sedal, The Record Guy, and Jim Berg. I have that many extra to sell live right now. Flying High again. Oh no. Here we go now. Wow, one of my favorites. Okay, Shotgun Messiah. 100, 125, 95, 100, 110, 145, 150, 150, 175. Bill Durgan gets a diary. Chris Bocci on a diary. Shotgun Messiah, 200. Troy Audit on Ozzy. Jake Perganson on Ozzy. Shotgun Messiah, 180. Janet Gray on diary. Scott Corcoran on diary. Sandy Villa was next. Now, some people already got one yesterday, okay? Yesterday, we already tagged 25 people. So if you're like, wait a minute, I was on that post. I already tagged 25 people yesterday, okay? So Sandy Villa, first on the waiting list. Sandy, it'll be next week. And Chris Bryant, you'll be second, okay? It's time. Yes, I need to pull Shannon Stone Temple Pilots. Stone Temple Pilots is sold to Shannon Lee. I'm glad you said something. This is sold to Shannon Lee. These other 2 auctions are sold. No more bids. Van Halen is sold for $425. That is sold $425 to Travis Woods. $425, Travis Woods. Let's start a waiting list for Diary. We got 2 people. It's black vinyl. Black vinyl on Diary. We have Tangier. Tangier is sold for $60. Tangier is sold for $60. And this was sold over here to Michael Baker for $60. Shotgun Messiah is at $210. Sean says he's out. This is a ultimate near mint minus and pristine copy. Shrink wrap. Vinyl is mint minus. And it has the inner sleeve and an unpunched stencil. It's a top copy alert. $210 is the final call. Next auction is going to go up right now. That is going to be Y&T Open Fire. This one is sealed with hype sticker. A 1985 USOG sealed. A $30 start for Y&T Open Fire. Next auction is going to go up right now. That next auction is going to be this right here. The Shocker soundtrack. Shocker Wes Craven Shocker, The Music, No More Mr. Nice Guy, a 1989 USOG with the lyric insert, VG Plus condition, a $50 start. Scott Markheim also on diary waiting list. Next is another pre-order, a big release from a big artist. Billy Strings and Brian Sutton live at the American Legion Post 82. Very cool. This is on red, white, and blue vinyl. Billy Strings is $49.99. This is a new release, Billy Strings. Before I start tagging those, I'm assuming we're done on Shotgun Messiah. $210 of MT matte. We have Scott Markheim on Ozzy, YT30, and Shocker already has a bunch of bids. First, if you know for sure you wasn't on Billy Strings and you want a copy, I would comment right now. Blaine Zapnick wants on diary waiting list. You got it. Okay? First on Billy Strings is Mary Miles. Thank you, Mary. And then Scott Smith. There's the first two. These are on colored vinyl, $49.99. Michael Fairchild gets one, and now my crate is really full. So let me swap these out right quick. Shotgun Messiah has a new bid for $211. We're not done on Shotgun Messiah. There is a new bid for $211. We're not done. MT Matt, you've been outbid. YT has bids. Also, the Shocker has lots of bids. And you know something else I promised early tonight, and I hadn't got to it? Was all these Iron Maiden CDs. I'm surprised the person who asked me about them hadn't said more about it, but I do have quite the Iron Maiden CD collection back here. I don't know when I can start slipping them in. It's going to get pretty confusing if I do, okay? So I apologize. I knew we was going to have a busy night. I didn't think already at, before 8 o'clock we'd have over 400 people watching. So I'm not surprised, though. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Billy Strings pre-order. We got Matt Lawson, Robert Tomick. I'll start working them in very soon, though. If not, a little bit later tonight, if you can watch, it might even be better when there's less people watching. But I have a feeling some people's going to stay up late tonight. Brent Robley got 2 Billy Strings. We're going to sell one to Grog and Clifford Umstead. Grog and Clifford Umstead. Also, Sarah Zerbel, Steve Davis, and Jamie McCord. So that's what I have left for the Billy Strings, okay? The pre-order for that was the following. We had Mary Miles, Scott Smith, Michael Fairchild, Matt Lawson, Robert Tomick. Brent got 2, Grog, Clifford Umstead, Sarah Zerbel, Steve Davis, and Jamie McCord. Billy Strings are in. I've got 5 extra copies. Let's go over here first with Y&T got a bid. It's a sealed copy with hop sticker. Sealed copy with hop sticker on Y&T. Sealed with hop sticker. Scott Corcoran bid 30. Shocker got bids for 60, 50, 60, 50. Blaine Zapnick on Ozzy, Diary of a Madman waiting list. Shocker 75, 51, 75, 50. Y&T 35 of John McPatriot. Shocker 95. Shotgun Messiah 211. Y&T another 35. Ryan Kelly wants on Ozzy, Diary of a Madman waiting list. Shocker 100, Shocker 100, Shocker 100. Anthony Clark gets a Billy Strings. Anthony Clark gets a Billy Strings. Shocker 105. Shocker 129. MT Matt's out on Shotgun Messiah. Y&T 40. Shocker 130. And Shocker 135. James Davidson wants a Billy Strings. Buddy Cordova wants a Billy Strings. There's 2 Billy Strings left. Final call, Trent Peasley. Your bid of $211 on Shotgun Messiah is probably going to win it. It's a final call to you for $211. Y&T has a high bid with Paul Jackson for $40. I'm showing Shocker with Troy Audit at $135. And there's 2 Billy Strings albums left. There's 2 Billy Strings albums left, okay? Next thing over here is this. Ozzy autographs and Motley Crue starts in T-minus 11 minutes. Guess what? More Ozzy. You can go on a wait list for Blizzard right now. No problem. Ozzy, Ordinary Man, $29.99. Ozzy, Ordinary Man. Here's everybody else that still needed an Ordinary Man. 18 people. Wow. Let me make sure I even have 18 in here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I don't have enough. I've already got more ordered, though. So these are sold. And let me count out the first 15 names then. The first 15 names on these was the following: Clifford Umstead, Randy Siebert, Sherry Darnell, Chris Smith, Marco Martinez, Amanda Davis, Jan Gunther, Martin Pryor, Kevin Voitosh, D. Patterson, John Smetzer, Cody Edwards, 42 Foxes, Terry Gearhart, and Kelly Gabney. If anybody else wants an Ozzy, it will be up for a waiting list next week. I think it's going to be next week before even more of those show up. And we have people from last night, too. Don Nicole and Janet Gray. So still on the post is Paul Brothers, Michael Snared, and Philip Holt. That's who's still on my spreadsheet. Plus Don Nicole and Janet Gray. So right now, 5 people. And then anybody else that comments here live. You'll be next after those 5 people. We'll take down your name right now. First thing we have is Shocker out. And then, thank you, I very much need that. Water delivery from Laura. I was about to pass out. Gerald Whitworth on Ordinary Man. And then Romulus C. Okay, so it's time to sell these auctions. This is sold Y&T to Paul Jackson for $40. Trent Peasley, you get Shotgun Messiah for $211. Thank you, Trent. That's sold to you. A unbelievable top copy, okay? And now the Shocker. I just want to make sure everybody knows. Shocker, last bid was Troy Audit at $135. We're about to sell it. Gerald, Romulus C, Scott Corcoran, all on a wait list for Ozzy Ordinary Man. There's one more Ozzy to do. We'll do it in just a second, and that's going to be Bark. So don't go anywhere. I'm going to find that crate wherever it is next. But first, let's introduce another auction. And that next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Speed Kills. Speed Kills, the very best in speed metal. The hype sticker says MFN 54, as in Music for Nations. Features previously unreleased tracks by Slayer, Venom, and Exciter. An 85 UKOG, a speed thrash metal compilation featuring Metallica, Slayer, Celtic Frost, Venom, and many more. It has the original on her sleeve with pictures of those bands. Megadeth's on here, Destruction's on here, Voivod, $35 start. There's the back cover. Awesome. Shocker is sold to Troy Audit. Shocker, sold to Troy Audit. That is gone. $135. OG copy. Speed Kills, now up for bid. Let's put another auction up for bid. Bob Reiger says he's in. The next auction is gonna be Overkill, Feel the Fire. Overkill, Feel the Fire is an 85 USOG. It's on translucent brown vinyl when you hold it to strong light. I'm holding it up to our light bulb right now on the ceiling. It's turning translucent blue. It's in shrink. It has the original on her sleeve. It has the Believe in Music Metal hype sticker. Wow, nice copy. Not always easy to get. EX condition, a $50 start on Overkill. Original on her sleeve. Good luck to everybody that had their eye on that. The only thing left in here is Billy Strings and Brian Sutton live at the Legion. New for Friday. Red, white, and blue vinyl. $49.99. I've got 2 left. And I'm going to put those right over here. All right. And let me find Bark at the Moon. I'm going to go ahead and try to knock those out. And that way, if anybody asks about Ozzy, we can take waiting lists for the rest of the night. And, wow, there's still a ton of new vinyl over here. I see one Bark at the Moon. Did more come in? I think they split a shipment. That's why we didn't get... I bet more will be here tomorrow. Nope, there's some of them. Okay, good. Should be 25 here. Let me count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 maybe. Let me count them again. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22. Yeah, there's 24 here. All right. And that way we can say, if anybody asks about Ozzy, we know where we're at. And we'll know, I can pretty confidently tell everybody who got one. Feel the Fire is pretty much out of print, yeah. It's available, but I've never got a shipment. Like, you can order it, but I don't think I've ever got a shipment of them. Overkill's at $76. Feel the Fire, Speed Kills is at $53 with Bob Riger. Michael Hamburger bid $55. So $55 on Speed Kills. $55 is the bid on Speed Kills. Michael Hamburger. Overkill's at $76. Our next auction is going to be Motley Crue, Girls, Girls, Girls. And this is an OG specialty retail copy, original, nice EX, original inner sleeve, a $30 start, okay? Pretty much, well, I'm about to tell you right now how many of these are left. Okay, there's 24 in there. The list has 19, and then whatever's on my sticky note over here. And 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I'm going to have one extra copy tonight. So these first 19 copies are sold, and they're sold to Chris Smith, Marco Martinez, Stacy Metternich, Brian Thurman, Jan Gunther, Gerald Whitworth, Ben Diger, Matt Scheiker, Stacy Brown, Terry Gearhart, Scott Dwallow, Todd Kilgore. Manny Ray got 3 copies. Dee Patterson, Brent Alverson, Aaron Civic, and Tony Clem. And this is on blue vinyl, a 40th anniversary blue vinyl. So we need 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 19. So these are all sold. And then we're going to sell one, I think, to the first commenter and then take a waiting list. Right? And then that leaves Don Nicole, Janet Gray, Todd Saw, Brandon Jones, and Stanley Richmond. I think I miscounted. That was everybody. There was 0 left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 24. There's 19, 20, 21, 23. See, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Yeah, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I can count. There was 0 left. 0 left. So anybody that claims one tonight will be a waiting list. Wow, that's amazing. The second delivery that I basically have none for sale again. That's a good thing you have the waiting list, though. I text Tanner, said, please watch last night's sale, at least through the Ozzy's. Otherwise, it's going to be confusing when I'm trying to tag and we don't know who was on a waiting list. So they went ahead and watched that part of the show and knocked that out. Okay? So if you commented, unless you say no waiting list, then I'm going to put your name down. The rest of those should be back in by Monday. Okay? The rest of those should be back in by Monday. So first thing we have, and that's on blue vinyl. That's a blue vinyl with poster. Oh boy. So I remember saying Overkill was at $76. Okay. And then we have Speed Kills at 40. Speed Kills at 40. Overkill got a new bid for 95. Speed Kills 56. Motley Crue 30. Motley Crue 35. Gerald Whitworth on Bark at the Moon. But Gerald, I think you already got one. You did. So I don't think Gerald needs another one. No waiting list for Scott Arnold, but we will put first on the waiting list Scott Corcoran, Troy Audit, Speed Kills 57, Overkill 110, Scott Markheim on Bark at the Moon, Janet Gray on Bark at the Moon, Speed Kills 58, Trent Peasley on Bark at the Moon, Michael Fairchild on Bark at the Moon, no Gerald, he already got one, Motley Crue another 30, Paul Brothers on Bark at the Moon, Speed Kills at 60, Speed Kills another 60. Corey Damgard also on Bark at the Moon. And Corey, if you're a first-time buyer, say yes, first-time buyer, and I'll give you some instructions, okay? And then Janet said she doesn't need a waiting list. She already got one. Michael Fairchild said no waiting list. Give Eric Baker a Bark at the Moon. If y'all are first-time buyers, let me know. Motley Crue 35. Speed Kills 65. Information on Overkill. What pressing's Overkill? How's the cover on Overkill? Motley Crue 40, Motley Crue 40. Speed Kills is at 66. Trent does not want on the Bark at Moon waiting list. All right, let me reintroduce the auctions, but first, Rush, Roll the Bones. Rush is remastered, $39.99. Rush, remastered, Roll the Bones, okay? So let's start over here with Speed Kills. The very best in speed metal. This has the original inner sleeve. It's a speed thrash metal compilation from the UK. Big names on here. It's a nice copy. Michael Hamburger, 66, and then a bid just came in. A bid just came in for $68 of Jim Berg. In the middle is Overkill. This is nice. Overkill. Overkill has the original inner sleeve. The specs are the following. A 1985 USOG. It's on the translucent brown vinyl. I do not have a pressing plant for you. No pressing plant given. In shrink with the original inner sleeve. EX vinyl, a nice copy, in shrink with the inner sleeve. Translucent brown vinyl. The most recent bid on Overkill that came in, the most recent bid was 110 with John Mincemoyer. Motley Crue, Girls, Girls, Girls. Original inner sleeve, an 87 specialty OG with the original inner sleeve. This is OG specialty, OG original inner sleeve as well. Okay, and the most recent bid on Motley Crue was $40, then $41. Corey is a first-time buyer. Corey Demgard. Corey, welcome. If you're new and you make a purchase on Facebook, go to CollectCo, this page right here. We need your email address, your mailing address, especially your zip code. Send that in a Facebook message. $8 in limited shipping. So tonight is Thursday. I'll be here till at least 2 a.m. Central Time. $8 in limited shipping. That order can continue tomorrow and Saturday. Please make sure you message us immediately, okay? Gregory is vouching for Corey. That's good if you got Gregory behind you. That means I know you're legit. Okay? Motley Crue 45, Speed Kill 68. Matthew Sherrick on Rush. Matthew Sherrick on Rush. Next is Motley Crue 45, Motley Crue 46, Motley Crue 50, Speed Kill 69, Overkill 115, Overkill 130, Overkill 155, Motley Crue 47, Motley Crue 47, Motley Crue 48, Paul Jackson on Rush, Motley Crue 50, Overkill 160, Motley Crue 45. Overkill has a barcode on the back. Overkill is a 1985 USOG, translucent brown vinyl in shrink wrap. 185 of John Mincemoyer. Motley Crue 51, Motley Crue 52. Speed Kills is at 75. Okay? Motley Crue's at 54. Specialty is the name of the pressing plant. Yes. We have a waiting list for Rush. Rush is $33.99. First person on the waiting list is Jackie Beatty. Jackie Beatty. Waiting list. Jeffrey Hawley, if you want on there, let me know. Next is Pantera, Cowboys from Hell. Pantera is on white and whiskey brown marble vinyl. I've got 2 copies of Cowboys from Hell. Audio Slave, Chris Cornell, Tom Morello, Gatefold 2LP, $33.99, and a half-speed master, all analog, David Bowie, Ziggy Stardust, $33.99. There we have it. The last bid on Speed Kills that came in was Jim Berg at $75. Michael Hamburger's out. Michael Baker wants Pantera. Another Jeffrey Hawley on the wait list for Rush Roll the Bones. Motley Crue's at 60. The last bid on Overkill that came in is John Mincemoyer at $185. Okay? How much is Pantera? $33.99. What is Audio Slave? It's self-titled, new and sealed, $34.99. Dylan Stewart wants an Audio Slave. Motley Crue's at 57. Motley Crue is at 61. We have a final call on Overkill, and we have a final call on Speed Kills. Not much left in that crate again. Motley Crue is going to be the next auction as soon as this Motley Crue sells. As soon as this Motley Crue sells, the other one's going up. Overkill has a new bid of $195. Brian Campbell wants Pantera. Still getting bids on Overkill. John Missmorier, you're out. Speed Kills. Hammers up. We're about to sell Speed Kills to Jim Berg at $75. I think it was one person left, Ken Crooker. John's out on Overkill. We're about to sell it to John Kaiser for $195. John Missmorier's out. There's one Audio Slave left. There's two David Bowies left. Ziggy played guitar. I'm an alligator. I'm a mama poppin' talking to you. Overkill has a new bid, $196. Motley Crue is still getting bids. He's out. We can confidently sell Speed Kills now. I'm about to go through our first vintage discount bin of the night. And it's going to probably be check condition, sticker price, vintage OG records. Jim Berg, you get Speed Kills for $75. Wow. Okay, I promised at 8 o'clock 2 auctions. I can't put up Motley Crue because this Motley Crue is still getting bids. Sorry for the glare. That's unusual. It's like that. But it's Girls, Girls, Girls OG. Carly Southers has that for $69. They're still battling Overkill. So let's go ahead and put up the first of these that I will sell or offer for sale. And it's going to take just a minute to explain what we have here. And I was able to acquire some autographed Ozzy albums. Got these from a customer. The first one I'm going to say is for sale is this one right here. This is No More Tears, a 2021 pressing. Already JSA authenticated, full letter. They're guaranteeing it. I'm guaranteeing it. This was signed at a private signing on October 19th, 2024. 9 months ago, before his Rock and Roll Hall of Fame introduction ceremony. I can tell you the exact day this was signed. October 19th, 2024. It was a Saturday before his Rock and Roll Hall of Fame introduction ceremony. Signed by Ozzy, No More Tears. Full letter from JSA. A beautiful signature. Second thing I'm going to tell you is when I got these, my initial thought was I'm not going to sell these. My second thought is I might sell a couple. One, I'm still waiting for a letter. It's already been authenticated, and one still has to be authenticated. So there's one definitely tonight I'm not going to sell because it hadn't went through the whole process, and that is the self-titled album. The second one I'm waiting for a letter is Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. I can still sell it tonight, but I'm going to wait and maybe get the letter in the mail first. But of course, y'all know I've had to do that before, and I've mailed the letter later. So Ozzy, No More Tears, $1,500 starting bid, full letter from JSA. Amazing. I really like this album jacket autographed. It's actually got a picture of Ozzy on it. I think that's pretty remarkable. This would look epic framed where you can see the label. You know how you can frame these? Amazing. $1,500 start. Ozzy, No More Tears. Signed by the Prince of Darkness himself. I'm going to put that right up there if anybody wants it, okay? Now, Motley Crue, let's move this to a final call because we got to put up the other Motley Crue. The next Motley Crue is, or this Motley Crue is with Carly Southers at $69. And this is a 87 US OG. It is EX and it's at $69. $69. Okay? Right here in the middle, is Overkill, Feel the Fire. Overkill, Feel the Fire. The high bid on Overkill right now is Trent Peasley at $205. John Minsmore, just so you know, you're outbid. Just so you know, you're outbid. This is at $205 with Trent Peasley. Okay? Ozzy, the actual album and everything is near mint. The vinyl's near mint. The cover's near mint. It's a 2000. Of course, y'all know this album was long out of stock or out of print until they remastered and reissued it in 2021. It was long out of stock and long out of print. So it's basically the guy I got these from. He had OG copies, but he basically couldn't get them there in time. And I really like having brand new jackets signed. Let's take it out of the sleeve. I mean, it's perfect. There's no wear. I think the signature lays on there better. I mean, I think if I was going to meet, let's say I was going to meet Jimmy Page, I wouldn't probably hesitate to bring brand new album jackets almost. So rather than an OG jacket, I just like the brand new one signed better. I don't know. Of course, some people like the OG seal, but that, of course, exponentially makes it more difficult because that's a tough record to find an OG of. So, all right, Corey's in at $1,500. That will sell. It does have a bid for $1,500. We'll see how this one goes, and then I'm going to make a decision on if I'm going to sell the other ones tonight, okay? That does have a bid for $1,500. That is a beautiful item there. Amazing. Okay, Overkill is sold to Trent Peasley. Overkill is sold to Trent for $205. And now Motley Crue's done. And now I'm going to take a moment to introduce the Leather Records Motley Crue. But let's take this off. Let's take this off right here. And this is Motley Crue Girls, Girls, Girls. An OG copy sold to Carly for $69. Okay? And then Ozzy does have a bid with Corey. I'm going to leave that up for a couple minutes. And whoever wins these, I will share you all that information on getting these on us. I mean, we can write it down for you, but I can tell you the day these were signed, Saturday, October 19th, 2024, before his Rock and Roll Hall of Fame introduction in New York. I think it was New York. Or no. I think the signing was in New York. No, where was that? I guess it had been at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Okay, now let's find Motley Crue here. Here we go. Man, I made a post just about this record. I wanted to post about Ozzy's earlier in the week, but the reason I didn't post about them early in the week because I knew a lot of people would be asking, you know, when they're going to go up for sale, and I wasn't for sure which ones I wanted to do or if I was going to do them tonight or try to do a big autograph night. I figured this would be well for Thursday with everybody watching, so that one will sell. It has a bid for $1,500. Okay. Now, this record here, oh goodness. I think I've had one other copy before, but it's been years, and I don't really think I have, honestly. Some of y'all might know better than me at this point. Hundreds of thousands of records bought and sold. I've never even had, I believe, this pressing, the second press. This is a 1981 U.S. Motley Crue Leather Records. You know it's going to be a big auction when Laura has to write a book on the back. So let me show you the disc first. It's very nice. VG++ EX. Motley Crue originally came out on Leather Records. This is, I'll read you exactly what Laura has. All the details match up with this being the second Leather Records pressing. If you look these up on Discogs, it gets kind of confusing. They made 4,000 of these worldwide. It has the lyric insert, and the original inner sleeve was not issued with generic white inner, but that's still in the jacket. So the original inner sleeve was issued just a white generic, and we still have that one. Motley Crue has a starting bid of $495. Now, the original, this is in black and white. Those are extremely rare. I think members of Motley Crue themselves have went on record and said there was only 400 of those made. That is a super big record. This is the second repress. They only made 4,000 of these. So it does have the insert, We already have a bid for 500. This is technically the second pressing. The first pressing is uber rare. The first pressing is uber rare. I mean, like, they don't even hardly come up for sale too often. This has bids already for 500, 500, and 600. This should get to $1,000. If not, I'm going to be disappointed. And Ozzy has a new bid for $1,501. Corey, you've been outbid. It's at $1,501. You've been bumped, Corey, just so you know, on Ozzy. There are the two of the highlighted records of the night. Sit back and enjoy the show. While we're working on those, I think I'm going to go ahead and do a check condition crate. And there's also two different inner sleeves. One has knee extensive arms extended, the other one has knee extensive arms crossed. Interesting. He's got his arm extended there with the devil horns. Motley Crue's at 1,000. Ozzy's at 1,510. Whew, big auctions, rare stuff. Oh my gosh, I've been waiting for one of these to pop up in a collection for a while. Let me try to adjust the camera. Let me see what the glare, where's that glare coming from, Jake? Jake's not even here anymore. That's too dark. Let me tilt it this way. I don't know if it's the camera angle or I've jacked a lot up somewhere. We had this perfect with no glare. Okay, but there it is. I think it might be the camera. Tony, the audio slave's a gatefold. Yes. All right, let's go through another crate. Those might be up for a while. Ozzy, maybe. Motley Crue might be up for a while. Rare record. Oh, my gosh. I get questions about that all the time. Chad, is that on leather records? And I'm like, no, I've never had one. Now we can say it's on leather records. It's the second pressing. Think about that, though. $4,000 for a record like that for World Supply. How many are trashed or broken in half or were thrown in a dumpster? Probably a lot of them. Just people had no idea what they had at the time. And that first one is, like I said, extremely rare. That would be like a $2,000 starting bid. Let's mix it up quickly for one crate. I'm going to go through some vintage OG stuff. There's classic rock. I see Beatles and Steve Miller Band and Gary Newman and stuff like Foreigner and Zeppelins are in here and Little Feat. We're going to do a little bit of classic rock check condition and take a quick pause from the huge delivery of new vinyl we got tonight. I'm going to go ahead and put up another auction. I'm going to go ahead and take up another auction. Because we still got a lot to sell. But I did promise these at 8 o'clock. Okay? And like I said, I could possibly put up another Ozzy tonight. So, Volume 4 won't be here until tomorrow. Okay? And then those other Black Sabbaths will be here probably Monday. I hadn't even looked at bids in the last 2 minutes. I'm working on getting another crate. I'm about to take a drink of water so I can get refocused here and start calling out these bids, okay? Here we go. Oh, you're talking about the autograph one? The autograph one might sell tonight. Yeah, right now we're doing No More Tears. It's up for bid right now. The signed No More Tears is up for bid right now. And Too Fast for Love. Too Fast for Love is the other auction, okay? Analog Production stuff will be tomorrow. Yeah, Close to the Edge is on its way, Mike. Close to the Edge, it will be here tomorrow. I'm glad you mentioned that. It will be here tomorrow. Okay, let me get back up to where we left off. All right, right here is where I left off. And let's get back to normal mode here. So Ozzy, 1,500. Ozzy, 1,501. Motley Crue, 500. Motley Crue, 600. Motley Crue, 500. Motley Crue, 550. Motley Crue, 750. Ozzy, 1,510. Motley Crue 850, Motley Crue 1000, Motley Crue 1050, Motley Crue 585. Tony McDaniel wanted Audio Slave from the last bin. Okay, I'm working my way through some claims. This is sold to Tony McDaniel. Next, over here, we're at the bottom. Ozzy, No More Tears. Melanie Clausen, do you want to bid again? I want to make sure. You got outbid. It's at $1,510 with Corey Ross. Melanie's out. We're about to hammer Ozzy for $1,510. Motley Crue's at $1,100. It's between Deckelman and John Kaiser right now. It's between those two. Here we go. We have John Lennon, VG Plus, $24.99. VG Plus, $24.99. VG Plus, $24.99. Okay? That is John Lennon, Plastic Ono Band. Elephant's Memory, VG Plus, $24.99 for Elephant's Memory. And Klaatu. Klaatu is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Klaatu, VG Plus, $14.99. Let's go ahead and get another auction going. And the next auction is going to be this right here. We have Rat. And Rat is on the Time Coast label, the 1984 US OG original label. It does have the company inner sleeve. Time Coast was the Atlantic subsidiary. There is a name written on the cover. It is EX condition, a $35 start. $35 start. Rat, $35 start on that. There's that, okay? Motley Crue is at $1,100 of John Kaiser. I think it's up to Deckelman, right? Deckelman, it's up to you. Over here, we have Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding. Bob Dylan is VG condition, $14.99. And Zappa, Ship Arriving Too Late to Save a Drowning Witch. Frank Zappa's VG $12.99. And Bruce Springsteen, The Wild, The Innocent, and the E Street Shuffle. VG condition, $9.99. And Humble Pie, the best of Humble Pie, VG condition, $9.99. Rat is $35. Rat is at $40, okay? Rat's at $35. Rat's at $40. Next thing over here is Trent Peasley, one of the Van Halen. Yes, make a note. Actually, I can see one right here. I was about to say I'm going to have to go dig, and luckily that's a big record, and it stands out right over here. I'm going to go ahead and sell this right here, and let's sell this to Trent Peasley, okay? There's that. Scully Mac, the best of Humble Pie, was VG condition, $9.99. Ozzy has a new bid, $1,511. Corey Ross, you've been outbid. I was taking a breath, maybe to reach for it and reintroduce it and make sure everybody was done. It's got to anyway because there's a new bid. $1,511. Greg Lee on the Bruce Springsteen. Bill Durgan. You're going to get Humble Pie as long as Scully Mac passes. And then Rat's already at $41 of Mac Crumb. Another record that's pretty rare, never been reissued on the first Time Coast label. Ashley has it at 45, okay? Ashley has it at 45, Rat's at 50, okay? I've temporarily muted Reverly on YouTube. Reverly, I went over this before. If you want to watch, you can watch and buy records. If not, you can not watch, okay? So, just saying. We have Eagles on the Border. VG Plus $24.99. Last couple nights, we've had some high-end records that freaks people out. They freak out. They're like, what the heck's going on? And I'm like, if you got some Ozzy albums you want to sell for less, if you think they're worth a lot less, just send me a message and I'll buy them from you. Okay? So, if you have signed, authenticated Ozzy Osbourne albums that you want to sell for a lot less, then send me a message. I will gladly buy them, okay? If you have a signed No More Tears that you're willing to sell for a lot less than what this high bid is, then just let me know, okay? Eagles is sold to Bill Durgan. Same thing for a Motley Crue Leather Records. Same situation on that. I think we're done, though. Deckelman went out. John Kaiser, it's yours. John Kaiser has this at $1,100. We're about to sell it. Over here is Bob Dylan, and this is John Wesley Harding. VG condition, $14.99. Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding, VG, $14.99. Scully Mack, I think, passed on Humble Pie, so that is so to Bill Durgan. Rats now at $80 with Troy Audit. Over here, the Monkees is VG, $9.99. Does have a sticker on the back. And the Bob Dylan was VG, Tony. It is on the first label, but it is VG. Ozzy's at $1,520. Corey Ross, you're out, okay? Over here, we have the Monkees again, sorry, and then James Taylor JT, EX, $12.99 on that. And then John Cougar, this is VG, $9.99. Toto is VG condition, $9.99. Rick Springfield, hard to hold, VG Plus, $9.99. I think it's pretty amazing. I can tell you the exact day the Ozzy was signed, and I'll get more information. But like I said, I think they were pretty much done. I think if you look up that date, can somebody look up Saturday, October 19th? That might have been the day of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame introduction, like the night that was live and broadcast. And that should have been the night he signed these albums. Rats at $96. Now, all that's just provenance, but it's also like I can't guarantee that, but it's like just, we know the signature's authentic. It's JSA, but you just got to take my word for that part, okay? Ozzy's at one, you can't really get a certificate saying the day he signed it or anything like that. They don't do anything like that, but you can take my word for it. Over here, we have Blaine put Ella Mem, L-E-M Mem, L-E-N Mem. I'm not for sure what that was for, but let me know. And then we have Mahavishnu Orchestra, John McLaughlin, Inner Worlds, VG Plus, $12.99. The Monkees over here, VG $9.99 is in stereo. It is in stereo, VG $9.99. If you don't want that topographic, John McPatriot does. And Huey Lewis is VG Plus, $14.99. All right, so congratulations, a grail here. We're going to sell this to John Kaiser, if I can grab a hold of it. Thank you, John Kaiser. This is so to you, folks. It's time to bring out the very loud air horn. If you're new here at Collectco, we blow an air horn as a thank you and a celebration for any time we sell something for more than $1,000 or for more than $500. In this case, more than $1,000. So a big thank you to John Kaiser. Motley Crue is sold for $1,100. I'm actually going to go lay this over here in the operation room on a table, and I've got to find my headgear because this air horn's about to be really loud. Warning to Laura in the back and warning to everybody else. This is, I don't know, it could be another 5 years before we get another one. It could be next week. I know this, as Collectco has grown, we keep getting more high-end and better records. People reach out to us all over the country. They're like, hey, I've got a record collection for sale, but it's serious money. I'm not going to sell it for less than ... And Paul's like, no worries. We want to take a look at it. We want to come see them. And I think as y'all continue to watch, we'll be selling more and more high-end records here. Hard stuff to get. Thank you, John Kaiser. Here comes the air horn. Hope everybody's ready. All right, I'm going to go take that over here in the operations room so it doesn't get put in a crate and nothing happens to it. Now, one of the Ozzy signed albums are up for bid right now, and it's getting lots of bids. It's taken some strides. We're getting there. And don't forget about all the other crazy stuff we still have tonight, too, as well. So, that was a true rarity. I just don't see stuff like that too often. Okay? Don't see stuff like that too often. And y'all know we run ads perpetually advertising we buy high-end record collections. So, the Monkees is sold to John McPatriot. The last bid on Rat was 101 with Trent Peasley. Blaine Zapnick on John Lennon, Plastic Ono Band. And then, Blaine, you were third on the Monkees. And Skid Row B-sides I'll work on very soon. Okay? There it is. Now, who has the high bid on Ozzy? It was between Deckelman and Corey Ross. The last bid was Deckelman at $1,560. Corey Ross, just so you know, you've been outbid. I haven't heard back from you. Rat is a true OG first label with the company in your sleeve, Time Coast. And the last bid on Rat that came in is now a final call. There's a bunch of comments between there and then. Trent Peasley, $101. We're about to sell it to him, okay? Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that other auction is going to go up right now. Let's run this right here. Oh. Metallica is a 1984 U.S. specialty repress. It's on the second label. It's in shrink, and it's a nice copy. VG++ just because of a couple of faint scuff marks. $225 start. I have already played this copy. I lost another 2% of my hearing listening to this. I had it blasting up front. I think, this is the one I left on your desk, right? In the shrink wrap, I think it was. I think it's the one I listened to the other night. It looks just like it. I mean, it had died unless we have an identical copy. I lost another 2% of my hearing blasting this through the clip speakers up front. Stuff was rattling on the walls. When Creeping Death kicked in, oh my gosh, I was having a concert in here. That is the one. $225 start. Wow. Wait till you hear Creeping Death blasted through your speakers with that. Unbelievable. $225 start. Ozzy is at $1,600 of Corey Ross. $1,600 of Corey Ross. Over here, Eddie Money, Where's the Party? Eddie Money's in VG Plus condition, $9.99. Let's finish up this check condition crate. Man, we got a lot of new vinyl to go through. But first, here's Eddie Money. I'm going to go through some of these on a speed run, okay? If I can get Eddie back in its inner sleeve. Deckelman, you're out on that. Deckelman, you're out on Ozzy. Next is Eddie Money back-to-back. This one's called Playing for Keeps, EX $12.99. VG Plus $9.99. I'm still mad at Gregory for buying the Mega Force. Yeah, that wasn't supposed to be sold. That wasn't supposed to be sold. We have Travis Woods. Let me know which of the two Eddie Moneys you have. We have Mahavishnu, VG Plus $14.99. We got a lot of new metal to go through. Little Feet is VG Plus $18.99. He wants both Eddie Moneys. Those are sold and sold. New vintage stuff here. Led Zeppelin, song remains the same. OG Specialty Press, $44.99. Deckelman, do you want back in on Ozzy? It's at $1,600. Rad is sold to Trent Peasley. Rad is sold to Trent Peasley for $101. Trent, that's sold to you for $101. Over here, Metallica, I'm looking for a $225 start. Ride the Lightning. The next auction is going to go up right now. Skid Row B-sides. Skid Row is a limited edition gray vinyl. It's an EP of covers albums. That is on silver vinyl, just a $15 start. Also over here, we have Foreigner Head Games. This is VG Plus $14.99. Troy Audit on Rick Springfield. Troy Audit on Rick Springfield. Hard to hold. You got it. We got Jimmy Handyman Jones. Good timing. VG Plus $24.99. Also, Jimmy Buffett Volcano, Jimmy Buffett VG $9.99. Deckelman's out on Ozzy. Corey has Ozzy for $1,600. Going once, going twice. We got to sell Ozzy too. A lot more stuff to get to. Going once, going twice. $1,600 on Ozzy. Going once, going twice. Over here, we have Jethro Tull. VG $9.99. Ride the Lightning has a bid for $225. Skid Row 20, Skid Row 20. The Buckinghams, kind of a drag. VG Plus condition, $14.99. The Buckinghams, kind of a drag. The Pleasure Principle, Gary Newman. VG condition, $16.99. And Steve Miller Band, number 5. VG Plus, $16.99. Skid Row's at $25. Ozzy hammers up, signed No More Tears, and here is what possibly could be on deck. Signed Self-Titled, signed Volume 4, signed Paranoid, signed Sabbath Bloody Sabbath, and then just another copy of Paranoid, not signed. I've got several more Black Sabbaths, but there's 4 more potential Ozzy autographs that could go up for bid. I can tell you right now, the debut album I can't sell you because I don't have a letter. It hadn't really been gone through the system yet. Sabbath is authenticated, but I'm waiting for him to mail me the letter. Okay, I've got to get the letter mailed to me. It could be a while. I can go ahead and sell it and mail you the letter later, okay? And mail you the letter later. So Sabbath, Paranoid, and Volume 4 is possibly up for grabs, okay? Just so you know. Give me 1 second. One second, please. Lord just delivered a crate. All right. First thing we're going to do is Phil Toretto wants Gary Newman. Michael Thrower asked first, how much is Gary Newman? VG $16.99. If you don't want it, whoops, sorry. If you don't want it, then, oh my gosh. I don't know what's wrong with my bearings here lately. I can't stand, I usually stand in a perfect spot where I never bump the camera. I've been out of sorts lately. All right, Skid Row. Skid Row is a 2017 silver vinyl. Gary Newman is pending to Michael Thrower. Skid Row's at 31, and Metallica's a final call for $225 with Jim Stafford. That is the second label. Nice copy though. I've test played it. VG++. It's about to sell for $225. Gary Newman is sold. Gary Newman is sold to Phil Toretto. That is sold Too Much Monster. That's probably true. And now, thank you, Corey Ross. He gets Ozzy. He gets Ozzy $1,600. Another air horn is on its way. $1,600. $1,600. This is gone. Let's blow the air horn. Here we go. That was a triple air horn. 5,000, 15, then 16. 5 increments of 500. That's a triple plus 100 air horn. Thank you, Corey. What an amazing record there. No More Tears. All right. There's that. And then I'm going to go ahead and put this in the operation room. By the way, Laura just dropped off a pre-owned crate. Mostly probably reissues, but some maybe OG stuff. I'm going to put that right there. Okay. Those are sold and sold. Amazing. We keep a special crate to put stuff like that in over here with pads all around it so nothing happens to them. What an amazing record. Rest in peace to the Prince of Darkness. Incredible. Let's go ahead and sell Metallica to Stafford. Jim Stafford, right? $225. I hate to let another one of these go. This makes me sad. I'm basically sad right now. $225, that's sold. Okay. And then Skid Row, the last bid, Corey has this at $35. Next auction. Vixen. I'll do another signed Ozzy here soon, okay? Vixen. Sealed 88 USOG with hop sticker, an original sealed copy, $25 start. Sorry, there's a few new people. I'm making sure everything's good to go, okay? All right, sorry. All right, Chad Turbo Mode is about to engage. First thing we have is Skid Row was at 35, which was a final call. Now there was a bid for 36. And then over here we have Vixen 35, Skid Row 37, Vixen 40, Vixen 45, Vixen 55, another 55, 65. Over here, the John Lennon Collection, EX Condition, $22.99. John Anderson, Wild and Blue. John Anderson, VG Plus, $19.99. Big Brother and the Holding Company, VG Condition, $14.99. Eagles Hotel California, VG, $14.99. Beatles Hey Jude, VG Plus, $29.99. Ray Charles's EX, $16.99. Skid Row. Info, a 2017 reissue on silver vinyl. The last bid was $40 with Corey. $40 with Corey. Vixen's at 71 of MT Matt. Brogan Scones first on the Eagles. Brian Call was second. Culture Club is EX $22.99. Led Zeppelin VG Plus $32.99. Eric Clapton VG $14.99. Loverboy Self-Titled VG Plus $12.99. Frigid Pink VG Plus $39.99. Frigid Pink VG Plus $39.99. Vixen's at $75 with Sean, an original sealed copy. VG $9.99 on Jimmy Gilmer. Next auction is going to go up right now. Next auction is Smash Gladys Social Intercourse, an 88 U.S. Specialty OG company inner sleeve in shrink VG. A small press defect on side B, just a $20 start. These are new arrival sticker price. Loverboys, so to Brian Call. Also, Grand Funky Pluberous Funk, original Winchester press, VG $34.99. Duran Duran's VG $12.99. Also, Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, VG $14.99. Jackson Brown Hold Out, VG Plus $14.99. Frank Zappa, Chunga's Revenge, VG $24.99. Rare Earth, Dreams Answers. Wow, you don't see that one from Rare Earth too often. VG Plus $29.99. The Go-Go's Beauty and the Beat. We got the beat. VG Plus $14.99. Saturday night. VG $19.99. Brian Call first on Dylan. Sold. How much was John Anderson? VG Plus $19.99. Vixen has a new bid for $90. Corey got Skid Row. Corey Damgard for $40. Vixen's at $90. Smash Gladys does not have a bid. Looking for a $20 start. Final call. Going once, going twice. Now we have SG for $30. Smash Gladys has a bid for $30. Christina Curtis on Duran Duran. So to Christina Curtis. We have Grand Funk VG Plus $14.99. And we have Ian Hunter EX $16.99. The Best of Wilson Pickett VG Plus $19.99. And Foreigner Head Games. Foreigners in VG condition $9.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that is going to be the following, okay? And that is going to be Iron Maiden's Live After Death. Here comes Iron Maiden, an 85 USOG Jacksonville. It is a VG Plus copy, a $30 start. Maybe VG, strong VG, maybe VG Plus. It has some scuff marks on it. We'll call it a strong VG. It has one inner sleeve and a book. One inner sleeve and a book. Missing an inner sleeve. It's going to go up for a $30 start. John McPatriot on Foreigner, sold. That's sold to John McPatriot. I've never seen Saturday Night Fever. No, I haven't. Next is Joe Sontag on Eric Clapton. That is sold to Joe Sontag. That was Hello, Old Friend. That was right here. No Reason to Cry. Over here, Harold Ackerman says he'll take John Anderson. Sold. John Anderson. Sold. Sold. John Anderson. Sold to Harold Ackerman. Which Grand Funk? That's right here. Grand Funk is Good Singing, Good Playing, produced by Frank Zappa. VG Plus $14.99. Brian Call, second on Foreigner. Smash Gladys, 35. Smash Gladys, 33. Smash Gladys already has a bid for 40, though. Over here, we have Iron Maiden, 35. Iron Maiden, 30. Iron Maiden, 35. Vixen. A final call on Vixen. Sean Holford has it for 90. We're about to sell it. Over here, we have Robbie Woods on Grand Funk. Sold. Iron Maiden's at 50. What is Ian Hunter? What is the Beatles? What is the Culture Club? What is Jimmy Buffett? What is the Jackson Browne? And what is Frank Zappa? How about us go through the whole crate again? Elephant's Memory, VG Plus, $24.99. Klaatu, VG Plus, $14.99. Zappa, Ship Arriving Too Late to Save a Drowning Witch, VG $12.99. Bob Dylan's VG $14.99. James Taylor JT, that's EX $12.99. John Cougar's VG $9.99. Vixen is sold to Sean Holford for $90. Smash Gladys has a new bid for $41 with Brian Thurman. Iron Maiden has a new bid for $52. Over here, we got Toto, self-titled, Hold the Line, VG $9.99. Mahavishnu, VG Plus $12.99. Huey Lewis is VG Plus $14.99. Jackson Browne's VG Plus $9.99. Dylan is sold to Brian Call. Dylan is sold. Mahavishnu again, VG Plus $14.99. Little Feat's VG Plus $18.99. Led Zeppelin, VG Plus $44.99. Over here, we got Doro, Rare Diamonds. Doro Warlock, Rare Diamonds, a 91 Euro OG compilation. Does have some cover wear. Vinyl's nice, EX, a $25 start. Klaatu, I'll take it if it's $10. It's not. It's $14.99. Iron Maiden has a new bid for $60. Vixen's already sold. Foreigners, VG Plus $14.99. Jimmy Handyman Jones, Good Timing, VG Plus $24.99. Jimmy Buffett Volcano, VG $9.99. Jethro Tull was VG $9.99. War Child, The Buckinghams, Kind of a Drag, VG Plus $14.99. Huey Lewis is sold to Alex Selo. Iron Maiden has a new bid for $60. Doro's no up for bid. Smash Gladys is a final call. Brian Thurman has it for $41. Steve Miller Band, VG Plus $16.99. The John Lennon Collection, EX $22.99. Big Brothers, VG $14.99. And then The Beatles is VG Plus $29.99. That's The Beatles again, commonly known as Hey Jude. Chad, I have Elephant's Memory. How about you have it right now? Brian Call on Jimmy Buffett, Volcano, sold. Doro has a bid for $25. Wayne Davis over here on John Cougar. And by the way, there's another copy of Foreigner Head Games. I think that's the second one in the crate. Over here, so Alice got CeeLo. How much did Ozzy go for? $1,600. Over here, Doro is at $25. Wayne Davis said he'll take John Cougar. John Cougar, John Cougar, John Cougar, John Cougar. This one right here. And then there's a thing that says B9. I don't know what B9 is. Killer Drawers is not sold. Is Iron Maiden OG? Yes. I think I had Foreigner. Let me see if I've already pulled out another copy of Foreigner Head Games. I did. That's the second copy in the crate. You've already bought one. That's the second copy. Doro's at $28. Spoiled Husband Life wants the Beatles Hey Jude. That's right here. Sold to Spoiled Husband Life on YouTube. Next, Doro 30. War is at $27. Miller at $12. Now, if y'all making offers, they're going to be overlooked. These are sticker price, first come, first serve. Take them or leave them. Over here, Smash Gladys got a new bid for $44. Doro has a new bid for $30. Iron Maiden, the last bid on Iron Maiden was a final call. OG, $60 of Michael Hamburger. We're about to sell it. Brian Call, how about I go ahead and give you a Foreigner Head Games? Smash is at $44. We got Ray Charles, EX $16.99. Culture Club is EX $22.99. Led Zeppelin, VG Plus $32.99. Frigid Pink, VG Plus $39.99. Jimmy Gilmer is VG $9.99. Grand Funk, E Pluberous Funk with the original die cut coin-shaped cover, a Winchester original, VG $34.99. Jackson Brown's VG Plus $14.99. Frank Zappa's VG $24.99. Rare Earth is VG Plus $29.99. Doros at $35. We have Iron Maiden at $65. Smash Gladys at $45. The Go-Go's VG Plus $14.99. We got the beat. Saturday Night Fever just $9.99. It's in VG condition. Ray Charles and Soda Kenneth Jank. That's Soda Kenneth Jank. Over here we got the best of Wilson Pickett VG Plus $19.99. Here's what's left. Wilson Pickett, Ian Hunter, Saturday Night Fever, Go-Go's, Rare Earth, Frank Zappa, Jackson Brown, Grand Funk, Jimmy Gilmer, Frigid Pink, Led Zeppelin, Culture Club, Steve Miller, Big Brother, John Lennon, Buckingham's, Jethro Tull, Jimmy Handyman Jones, Klaatu, Led Zeppelin, Little Feat, Mahavishnu, Jackson Brown, Mahavishnu, Toto, James Taylor, and Zappa. Next is how much is Led Zeppelin going for? There's two in here. There is a copy of Led Zeppelin, House is the Holy. VG Plus condition, original under sleeve. It is a 4-digit OG pressing. It is mastered by Bob Ludwig, $32.99. What is over here? Song remains the same. Another OG copy, VG Plus $44.99. Now Doro has a bid for $40. Now another bid for $40. Now another bid for $36. Iron Maiden has a bid for $72. Michael Hamburger wants the other Jimmy Buffett. The other Jimmy Buffett that's in here. The other Jimmy Buffett that's in here. There are 0 Jimmy Buffett records left in here, Stanley. Doro's at $42. What's Led Zeppelin? What's Led Zeppelin? We got Brian Call says he'll take House the Holy. Dennis Cole wants Ian Hunter. Those are sold. What about Smash Gladys? Smash Gladys over here, that was a final call to Brian Thurman for $45. It's up to MT Matt. MT Matt, let me know if you want back in. Houses is sold to Brian Call. Iron Maiden is at final call as well to Michael Hamburger for $72. And now Doro is at $46. Now Doro's at $46. All right, let's go through another crate. And the reason I did a speed run through that, because guess what? Counting the lower crate, there's 4 other crates like that to go through. And there's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more crates of new vinyl over here. Holy moly. That's why I'm in a speed run. Hopefully you've walked your cats and fed your dogs and everybody's had their coffee and Monsters. You're locked in, you got headphones on, you're wearing gloves, and you got your helmet on, and you're ready to buy a lot of records. This is a super fast-paced show for the next 3 hours. You've got to get really locked in with me. I need your eyes open. Hopefully you've already cracked your knuckles. Hopefully everybody's ready. I'm cracking my neck right now. Here we go. Doro's at $50. Iron Maiden $75. It's up to MT Matt on Smash Gladys. I've got to sell it to him very quickly though. Or I got to sell it to Brian if he doesn't bid, okay? Here we have it over here. First thing we're going to do is I'm going to pull up another prong pre-order. I have another pre-order to do. This is a new limited edition from Music on Vinyl, and this is $39.99. Prong, Beg to Differ. This comes out technically this Friday. I think it got pushed back 1 week. If you need on this pre-order, let me know. It's a limited edition yellow vinyl, $39.99. One sold to John Howard, one sold to Kelly Gabney, one sold to Scott Smith, one sold to Joshua Cross, one sold to Chuck Taylor, one sold to Darren Johnson, one sold to Justin Deckelman, one sold to Ken Cohen. So thank you, Justin Deckelman. Thank you, Ken Cohen. Also, we have one sold to Darren Johnson. So the last was Daryl, this time Darren. That's sold. And then over here, the other one is sold to Tony Jackson. There's 2 more sold. Also, Autumn Betts and Fred Cardinal. Thank you, Autumn Betts. Thank you, Fred Cardinal. Over here, we got Scott Beebe and we got Jen Cast. Thank you, Scott Beebe. Thank you, Jen Cast. We got one for Terry Lee Watts, Tim Floyd, and Kenneth Russell. We are officially sold out. If you claim one live, then it will be a waiting list for next week. Make sure you're in Whole Lot of Records. That was technically a pre-order. I just sold how many copies? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That was 17 copies. And that was John Howard, Kelly Gabney, Scott Smith, Joshua Cross, Chuck Taylor, Daryl Johnson, Justin Deckelman, Ken Cohen, Darren Johnson, Tony Jackson, Autumn Betts, Fred Carnell, Scott Beebe, Jim Cass, Terry Lee Watts, Tim Floyd, Kenneth Russell. That's 17. 3 5s and a 2 is 17. Anybody else that gets one right now will be a waiting list. Make sure you're in on pre-order so I know how many to order whenever new releases come out. Did MT Matt say out on Smash Gladys? I don't know if he did or not. I never did see anything. He did say out. Good. Then that means I can confidently sell this to Brian Thurman. And this is sold to Brian Thurman for $45. That is sold. Over here, Iron Maiden. The last time I looked, it was still getting bids. Michael Hamburger, $82. OG copy. Strong VG. Missing one inner sleeve. It does have the book. It's an 82 Jacksonville OG. $82 on that one, okay? Over here, Doro. The last bit on Doro that came in. Doro. Paul Brothers at $50. Mark Trahan, you're out. We got Solarplex on a waiting list for Prong, Jim Berg on a waiting list for Prong, Thrasher on a waiting list for Prong, Ivan R on a waiting list for Prong, Danny Thomas on a waiting list for Prong, Paul Brothers on a waiting list for Prong. Next is Gorgira Magma. There's actually a waiting list for this. One copy is sold. I'm going to tell you right now who got it. Gorgira. The waiting list for Gorgira is a Magma, and that's Autumn Betts. Autumn, you get a Gorgira. I've got 2 extra copies if anybody else wants one. Right in front of that is a restock of Cinderella Still Climbing. Music on vinyl, $38.99 for Cinderella Still Climbing. $38.99. $38.99. All right, the next album. Now this one, like I said, I can get a it's authenticated. I'm waiting for the letter to come in. So you can confidently buy this. It's JSA authenticated. This was signed by Ozzy Osbourne. This was signed by Ozzy Osbourne October 19th, 2024, the night he was inducted to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. It is up for bid, a Black Sabbath. One I don't see signed too often, Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. Very cool. Also, a $1,500 start. We just sold No More Tears for $1,600. This is going to go up. Ozzy, Sabbath Bloody Sabbath, autographed. Whenever I get the letter, I'll mail it to you. It's 100% JSA authenticated. I'm authenticating it. It's a $1,500 start. That's now up for bid. Iron Maiden is sold, and this is sold to Michael Hamburger for $82. That is sold. Doro, I think Doro is done, and Doro is officially sold to Paul Brothers for $50. Black Sabbath, autographed by Ozzy Osbourne, $1,500. Mark, your bid on Doro just came in very late. I've already sold it to Paul. Next auction is Killer Dwarfs. Big deal. I apologize, but I think between your bid and his bid, it's been 5 minutes actually between those bids. I've already sold it to him. Next is Killer Dwarfs. Big deal. Killer Dwarfs is an 88 U.S. Carrollton OG. It is super clean with the original under sleeve. A $55 start on Killer Dwarfs. Killer Dwarfs, $55 start. That's now up for bid. Also, did anybody else want Cinderella? What did we have claim over here? We had a Gorgira Magma. That's sold to James Davidson. And then we have Lamb of God, Ashes of the Wake, a deluxe 20th anniversary with 5 bonus tracks, a 2 LP, $44.99. Killer Dwarfs is now up for bid. And look, it's more Prong. Now, this one's called Prove You Wrong, okay? Prong, Prove You Wrong. And let me look up this pre-order, another Prong. And thanks for everybody that went on a waiting list for the last one. This Prong here, P-R-O-N-G, Prong, and this is $39.99. There was only a handful of pre-orders on these. Ken Cohen, Justin Deckelman, Bob Riger, and Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. Sold to Ken Cohen, Justin Deckelman, Bob Riger, and Alonzo Breezy. So this Prong was only 4 pre-orders. I've got 2 extras. Okay? And then over here, we have What is Killer Dwarfs, and then Killer Dwarfs US or Canada, Dylan Stewart on Lamb of God, and Anthony Clark wants a Lamb of God. And there is 2 Prongs left. Ozzy's a $1,500 start. Killer Dwarfs is one more time, it's an 88 U.S. Carrollton OG near mint with the original sleeve, $55 start. Solarplex wants a Prong. There's 1 Prong left in stock. Next thing is going to go up for bid right now. Motley Crue, the Saints of Los Angeles. Big night for Motley Crue Records, and this is a true OG copy from 2008. A 2008 USOG sealed. It does have 1 small tear in the shrink down here. Other than that, it's a sealed original pressing, and that's going to go up for a $55 start. Last Prong is sold to Scott Smith. Thank you, Scott. Still got Cinderella, and I still got 1 Gojira. Also, the other Cinderella, Long Cold Winter. We sold out of Night Songs earlier. There's a waiting list. Long Cold Winter is $38.99. I want to remind everybody, we have an autographed Ozzy Sabbath Bloody Sabbath up for auction. JSA authenticated. $1,500 starting bid. Signed the night he was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I can tell you the exact date and location. Also, Star Wars, the themes. John Griffin, are you watching? I think we need to give one of these to John Griffin. He was on a waiting list. This is called Star Wars, the themes. Music from episodes 1 through 6. It's on limited edition colored vinyl. It's essentially the theme songs, like the Star Wars main theme, Darth Vader's theme, the Imperial March, dun 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 You know what I'm talking about. Also over here, Tesla, 5-Man London Jam. Pretty much the only Tesla album that's in print. All their classic stuff is not being manufactured. The day they start announcing those reissues, that will be a big deal. But right now, this is my best-selling Tesla because it's the only thing I can get. 5-Man London Jam. The waiting list was Scott Dwallow. There's 2 extra copies. They're $39.99. It is a double LP if anybody wants one. And over here is Rat now playing. Just $24.99. Rat is essentially a greatest hits compilation. Round and Round, Wanted Man, Lay It Down. That's Rat, $24.99. Motley Crue's at $75. Killer Dwarfs. The last bid was Adam Garvey at $65. Sieg and everybody else is out. That's at $65. Motley Crue is at $75 with Jeff Brindley. Over here, Frankie Stein and his Ghouls. Very cool reissue of a pretty tough to get 60s record. Monster Sounds and Dance Music. That's $33.99. And Gojira the Link. Autumn Betts was also on a waiting list. Gojira the Link. And Gojira is sold to Autumn Betts, and I've got 2 extra copies of Gojira the Link. Motley Crue still getting bids. Robin Glenn says, give me a Rat. And I hate to do it, but if somebody wants to buy it, I'm willing to let it go. Ozzy can be bought for $1,500 if anybody wants an autographed Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. It can be bought for $1,500. I'm going to put it right back over here. If anybody wants it, it's available for sale, okay? It is available for sale. Thank you on that. Over here is Michael Fairchild on Frank. Thank you. That would look killer framed. What a great album. Sabbath Bloody Sabbath is on there. Fantastic. Killer Dwarfs and Motley Crue. I think we're done on Killer Dwarfs. Motley Crue over here is at $85 with Jeff Brindley. And then we have Gojira, 1 copy left. And then Frankie Stein. Let's run through this crate again. Corey Ross, Ozzy, $1,600. You know, earlier I thought about putting that one up for $1,575 because the last one sold. Corey, if you want Ozzy, I'll sell it to you for $1,500 instead of $1,600. I was honestly waiting for you or Deckelman to bid because I had a feeling you probably wanted more than one, and I had a feeling Deckelman might bid too. So that's kind of why I gave it 4 or 5 final calls. If you want Ozzy, it's yours for $1,500. It's going to hurt another piece of my soul, but it's there. And then I still got a couple more that I might sell tonight. I was hoping I was going to see the interest in the signed Black Sabbath first. Corey may want that one for $15. We'll confirm that with him first. If so, we got another air horn. And let's go ahead and put up a third auction. And this is Wasp. Take a look at this one. This is Wasp Live in the Raw. Wasp Live in the Raw. This is in shrink with hop sticker. The hop sticker mentions the theme from Ghoulies 2. It's an 87 OG. It's in shrink with hop, and it's nice. EX Plus, a $35 start. There's Wasp. It has the original on her sleeve, $35 start. There we have it. Guess what? Corey says he'll take the autographed Sabbath Bloody Sabbath as well. This is sold to Corey Ross. I'm going to sell it to him for less than what he was about to bid. He was about to bid $1,600 again. We're going to sell it to him for $1,500. Thank you, Corey. This is sold to you. It's time for the third air horn of the night. Another big Corey racking up on the odds. He's going to have a whole wall of these framed. Thank you, Corey. This is sold to you for $1,500. Let's get this thing sold. Thank you, Corey. What's the start on Paranoid? I had a feeling you was going to ask. Or somebody was going to ask. Let's go ahead and take this in here. So right now, here's the 3 I still have left. I have an autographed Paranoid. It's authenticated and ready to go. I have a authenticated Volume 4, which I personally like. I think I had made a decision. If I was going to keep one, it'd be one of those 2. But also, last night, I was trying to, I've been talking to people that I know have autographed stuff. I'm trying to track down somebody I think that has possibly another Paranoid before I let this one go. But I'm in talks, and then I just I don't know. I do have another signed Black Sabbath album over here, but it's got to get authenticated. It's going to be about another 3 months. So I'm going to show it tonight, but it's going to be months before we sell it. It's got to get authenticated. We got to wait for the letter to come back. But I do have 3 tonight that I can sell. The other one, this one has not been through the system yet. So it's authentic. It's from the same batch. It hadn't went through the system yet. So it's going to be, this one, I can't, unless y'all are willing for me to hold it until we can get it authenticated. So, I mean, I don't mind maybe selling it tonight. You've got to pay for it, but it could be months before we mail it to you. So if you want to go ahead and lock it in, we'll take good care of it, but it could be 2-4 months before you get it in the mail. It might be the end of the year. By the time it gets authenticated, we get the letter, and we mail it to you. So this one has not went through the JSA system yet. It's all from the same batch. It's going to pass. I guarantee it. And you're going to have to wait for the letter anyway. And then I still got Paranoid and Volume 4. Those are going to be the highest starting bids of the night, as they should be. Let's wait about another 10 minutes and I'll put another one up, okay? Here's what's left in here. We have Gorgira Magma, $33.99. Cinderella Still Climbing, $38.99. Cinderella Long Cold Winter, $38.99. Star Wars The Themes is $29.99. Tesla 5-Man London Jam, $39. I still got 2 copies. Rat Now Playing's $24. Frankie Stein, $33. And Gorgira is $39. So the Black Sabbath, they're all new remasters. So Paranoid is a 2000, Volume 4 is a 2015 UK. That's why it's got the really cool vertigo symbol. I honestly think that is pretty amazing. They're all amazing, but this one's, oh my, I mean, Paranoid, autographed. Golly, I mean, what a relic of rock and roll memorabilia. So let's go back up to the top and figure out where we're at on all 3 auctions, okay? So Killer Dwarfs was at 65 with Sig, okay? Motley Crue was at 100. Wasp opened at 35, 35, 40, 35, 35, 40, 45, 50, 43, 60, 55, 60, 35, Killer Dwarfs 70. And then Trent Peasley wants Long Cold Winter. Cinderella sold to Trent Peasley. And now we have Steve Mason on Tesla. Okay? Steve Mason got Tesla. Now, the only thing left in here before I swap is Gorgira, Frankie Stein, Rat, Tesla, Star Wars, Cinderella, and Gorgira again. If anybody decides you want anything in there, just let me know. They're going to be right here behind me all night long. Feel free to purchase at any time. Let me give the details on all 3 auctions, and then we have another crate to go through. Let me give the details on all 3 auctions, and we have another crate to go through. First thing I have is Killer Dwarfs Big Deal. Killer Dwarfs is an 88 U.S. Carrollton OG copy, original inner sleeve, and it's near mint. Their catalog is not in print. They're one of those bands where they virtually have nothing in print. Sig has it for $70. That's a final call. This is an OG sealed copy of Motley Crue from 2008, Saints of Los Angeles. There is a tear in the shrink. It is sealed. And the last bid on Motley Crue that came in, was a final call to Jeff Brinley at $100. Wasp is OG, shrink hype, and nice vinyl. EX Plus or better. Buddy Cordova has it for $60. He tied Danzig. Danzig 35 has it for $60. Danzig 35, can you remind me who you are again over on Twitch? Danzig 35, remind me who you are again, okay? Final calls on all 3 auctions, but we have a tie on Tesla. Or excuse me, on Wasp. We have a final call over there. Now, next thing. Daniel Buzide. That's who we thought. Well, I think last week we were trying to figure out who you are. Let's grab another crate. Everybody still with me? Anybody new out there watching for the first time willing to say, Chad, I'm new and I'm watching for the first time and this is the greatest thing I've ever witnessed in my life. I would be like, welcome to Collectco, $8 in limited shipping. We're about to go through one more crate of new and then we're going to go through this Laura crate, which could get pretty insane. We're going to go through this Laura crate, which is pretty insane, okay? Here we go. Motley Crue has a new bid for 105. Did they make new copies of that Wasp? Yes and no. I think it's technically in print. I hadn't had new copies come in a while. I think they're right now working on half-speed masters of everything. Wasp is currently working on half-speed masters. So, all right, let me swap out crates. Killer Dwarf still getting bids. Motley Crue still getting bids. And I think we're done on Wasp because that's tied. Chad, how much was Star Wars themes? $29.99. I'm glad you're watching, John Griffin. I knew you was wanting one of those. I thought I had them back ordered. I got lucky. They were just in stock and they wasn't back. They weren't like in my cart. So if I hadn't have been paying attention, if I hadn't have searched Star Wars, every once in a while I'll just search all the big movies. I'll think of Star Trek, Star Wars, Back to the Future. You know, I'm just kind of seeing what kind of toys and vinyl and whatever they have in stock. Star Wars is always one of my big searches. Motley Crue's at 106. Motley Crue's at 106. Motley Crue's at 106. Wasp is at 60 with Buddy Cordova, or he was tied with Daniel Bouzidin. He said he can have it. This is sold to Daniel Bouzidin for $60. I thought it was $24. Well, there's a good chance I got it from somewhere different than I got it from the first time. And if that happens, there's a chance that it sold for more, or I have to pay more for it. That's probably why it was not in stock with a different place. But if you don't want it, I understand. But it probably cost me more because I had to get it from somewhere else. Here we go. Sieg, you're outbid on Killer Dwarfs. MT Matt has bid +5. Sieg had it for $70. Now it's at $75. Now Motley Crue's at $110. Let's go ahead and put this up for auction. And this is going to be... let's do one more LP, then I'm going to do another Ozzy. Let's do Striper, To Hell with the Devil. Striper is To Hell with the Devil, a 86 USOG sealed copy, unopened. It's either going to be an Allied or an SRC pressing. It does have the hype sticker, a $55 start. Motley Crue is a sealed 2008 original. A sealed 2008 original, Saints of Los Angeles. And then Killer Dwarfs, the last bid. I'm going to make sure Sieg's done. He's out. Final call. And, John, you know why? I think that's 29. The last time you bought it, it was in an on-sale bin. So that's why it was 24. I think it's because I had a couple copies left that didn't sell. That's probably why you thought it was 24. The original retail price on that's 29. Let's go ahead and show this right here. We have Opeth. Opeth is $54.99, Ghost Reveries. And we did have a waiting list for Opeth. And Opeth is $54.99, Ghost Reveries. And let's pull this up right here. Opeth is a waiting list or either a special request for somebody. It was William Thornton. William Thornton on Ghost Reveries. This is a 2LP music on vinyl press, $54.99. Okay, $54.99. Opeth Ghost Reveries. That's sold to William Thornton. Also, we have Godsmack for $39.99. Godsmack is a 2LP, $39.99. Godsmack. Also, Sepultura Roots, $54.99. This is an import only. That it has a bonus LP, Sepultura, $54.99. Over here, Killer Dwarfs is sold to MT Matt for $75. Motley Crue is sold. Motley Crue is sold to Jeff Brindley for $110. Stripers at $66, an OG sealed copy. John Griffin says he needs to pass on that then. Let me go get it out of the crate. First thing we have over here is Iron Maiden Power Slave. Iron Maiden is an 84 USOG textured cover. Iron Maiden is OG, near mint with the original inner sleeve. This is going to go up for a $75 start. The disc is spectacular. It has the original inner sleeve. Disc is spectacular. So is the jacket. That is a beautiful copy. Love that artwork. Love that artwork. Okay. Our next auction. I don't know which one to do next. Let's try Paranoid. Signed by Ozzy Osbourne. 1,000. I'll still start this one at, let's do this one for $1,600 start. Let's still do this. The last two have sold for $16 and $15. I almost said $1,750. This was signed, like I said, October 19th, 2024 at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction. This is going to go up. It's going to be sold tonight. Right now, starting bid, $1,600. The actual record is a 2016 copy. Let's take it out of the sleeve. I mean, it looks amazing. You might not want a OG sign because of the ring. Y'all know the infamous ring wear on these Paranoids. That's beautiful. I had a feeling Paul's bid would come in pretty soon. I almost said $1,750. That's now up for bid. Ozzy is up for bid, okay? Striper is an OG sealed copy. Iron Maiden is a beautiful top copy OG. Has anything sold out of here? We still got Opeth, we still got Godsmack, and we still got Sepultura. Riot is Archives Volume 3, 1987-1988. Riot is $36.99. I've got two of them. Anthrax, The Sound of White Noise, $69.99, limited edition, transparent, violet and white and black splatter. Anthrax is $69.99. We're talking War Pigs, Planet Caravan, Fairies Wear Boots, You've Got to Believe Me. Signed by the man himself. That's now up for bid. Mudvayne, LD50, limited edition 3000 on yellow and black marble vinyl, $54.99 on Mudvayne, and Alice in Chains Facelift, $38.99. It's a 2LP remaster, Alice in Chains Facelift, $38.99. Iron Man 2, $54.99. That's the soundtrack, essentially an AC/DC greatest hits. So did I actually say who had the high bid on Striper? Matthew Sherrick is at $70. Once again, this is a sealed copy, an 86 US OG limited edition cover because they later kind of banned it, reissued it. It is at $70 of Matthew Sherrick. I want to make sure I did say that correctly. And then Iron Maiden Power Slave is at $100 with David Saunders. There's a lot of people outbid. No one said out yet. Striper has another bid for $70 with Kenny Stanley, but Matthew Sherrick's was in first. Facelift is sold to Darren Johnson. And we have a final call on Ozzy. The high bid is $1,600 for an autographed copy of Paranoid. $1,600. Black Sabbath Paranoid. $1,600. $1,600. We're about to sell it. Corey's thinking about bidding. There might be some other people. Their hand might be shaking. They're like, oh my gosh, should I place this bid? Jeremy Rourke, you got an Anthrax. Yes. The Anthrax I put in the bin went to Jeremy Rourke. Striper still getting bids, and so is Iron Maiden. Chad's got to have a drink of water before he has a panic attack. And now, during my water break, there was two new bids on Ozzy. A tie, and now a new high bid. $1,600 and now $1,605. Next in this crate, Mushroom Head. Call the Devil, red vinyl, Mushroom Head, $34.99. Dio, Angry Machines, $33.99. Two copies of Dio. Dangerous Toys, Vitamins and Crash Helmets live, $38.99. Ozzy is $16.25. Striper's at $80. Iron Maiden's at $110 with D-Kong 52. Batman, $29.99. Halloween, Keeper of the Seven Keys Part 2, $44.99. Also, we've got another copy. Make that 3. And Demue Bigore, we've censored it. She's nude underneath there, wrapped in barbed wire. Pertanical Euphoric Manthranpopia. That's $54.99. We have James Davidson on Mushroom Head. Mushroom Head sold. Clay Moore on Dangerous Toys sold. Scott Smith on Dangerous Toys sold. How much is Iron Man? $54.99. Take a look at this track listing. Shoot to Thrill, Rock and Roll Damnation, Guns for Hire, Cold Hearted Man, Back in Black, Thunderstruck. If you want blood, you've got it. Evil Walks, TNT. Hell ain't a bad place to be. Have a Drink on Me, The Razor's Edge, Let There Be Rock, War Machine, and I'm on a highway to Nick Galletti gets Halloween Part 2. Solarplex on Dio. Are we done on Striper? Janet Gray, do you want to bid again on Ozzy? Corey Ross, do you want to bid again on Ozzy? And then we have Solarplex, got Dio. Solarplex on DT. And that was for Dio, right? And then what was Steel and DT? What happened on Striper? We got so much more stuff to sell. Matthew Sherrick, you're out. It's at $80. Craig wants an AC/DC. Craig Honeycutt, that is. And then Iron Maiden. D-Kong had it for $110. It was up to David Saunders. We're about to sell it, though. And we've stalled out on Paranoid again. There was 2 bumps. Some people trying to bid. I don't know if they're done, but we've got to have a decision quickly. We got to have a decision quickly on that. All right. Next thing over here, Solarplex says he'll take an AC/DC. All right, so I got you for Dio and AC/DC. Next thing is this. Opeth, Ghost Reveries, 4,000 silver and black marble vinyl, $54.99. Godsmack, a 2LP, $39.99. Sepultura Roots, $54.99. Riot is $36.99. Anthrax, Sound of White Noise, Transparent Violent with white and black splatter, $69.99. Mudvayne's, $54.99. Alice in Chains, $38. 1 Dio left for $33. Did I pull 2 then? We just sold 1. Okay, yeah, so we sold 1 just a Solarplex. We have Batman for $29. Halloween's $44. And Halloween's $44. And Demue is $54. All right, and then Striper. He's out. Okay, Striper, sold. Sealed copy. Kenny Stanley, $80. Wow, I thought that would bring well over $100. Iron Maiden, sold. $110. D-Kong, $52. And now, here's what's left. Ozzy just got a new bid for $1,630. Now Ozzy got a new bid for $1,650. It is a autographed copy of Paranoid, signed on October 19th, 2024 at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame introduction. That was at a private signing. It was conducted. There was a private signing done that night. I can, like I said, whenever I get the full details, maybe to some of the winning bidders, I think pretty much somebody had worked with Ozzy's camp that night and coordinated a private signing. And the guy I got these from was in on that deal and was able to get some of these items signed that night at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. That is a particularly, the particular pressing is a 2016. 2016. Beautiful jacket. I love this because there's no ring wear on it. You can actually see the true intended the artwork on it. So there's that. Okay, and that's at $1,650. Alex, first, James Vasquez on that last Dio. Alex CeeLo on an Opeth. And then over here, John Howard says, bring the noise. Is that for Anthrax, John Howard? If so, let me know. It's $69.99. Jeremy Mark had me order one of those. It is an import only, so it's a pricey record, okay? It's a pricey record. It's an import only. Only thing left in there is Anthrax, Demue, Halloween, Batman, Alice in Chains, Mudvayne, Riot, Sepultura, and Godsmack, okay? Next thing I have over here is this. We're going to put up right now, this next auction is going to be Queensryche, Rage for Order. It's an 86 US OG cover variant with the blue ring, EX++, near mint minus, a $65 start. $65 start. Too Fast for Love sold for $1,100. $1,100. Ozzy is up to 1 person. It's up to 0 people. Right now, we're in that window frame where if you're thinking about bidding, you've got to do it probably very, very soon. The only other challenger is out. It's up to Paul Brothers $16.50. He has it for $16.50. Brogan wants a Godsmack. Oso had asked about it. We're going to make sure he doesn't want to bid. And then we're going to drop the hammer. Okay? More auctions coming. We're about to do a lure crate. The lure crate's inbound. Here's where we're at right now, everybody. Hopefully everybody can stay late with us tonight, because listen to what we still have to do. We still have four crates of new vinyl. A lure crate, 3 John crates. I have not touched cassettes. I have not touched VHS. So 2 things. We're going to go till the end of the buzzer tonight. And there's going to be more stuff tomorrow. And I have a feeling Laura, when she sends me hot pictures, it's going to be some great auctions. We might even have to have a Metal Night 2.0 tomorrow, like we did last week. We've gotten so many metal collections in, and then hardcore and punk stuff. We might have a Metal Night 2.0. Let's see what's going on here in this crate. Laura, is there anything in here that's not sealed? Because we're going to do the lure crate different. We're going to do it even different this time. You know what we're going to do this time? I'm actually going to hide it inside of a jacket. I'm doing it right now. And I'm not going to tell anybody who got the lure sticker until the end of the crate. And after we weed through the crate, if no one's bought it yet, then I'm going to say the lure crate sticker is still in there. And then, who knows? It might not even get bought. Black Sabbath is sold to Paul Brothers for $1,650. No more bids. No more bids. Sold to Paul Brothers, $1,650. Paul, a Hall of Fame customer here at Collecco, just like so many more watching. We have so many great customers here. Paul's been with us from the beginning. Thank you, Paul Brothers. He has bought some incredible autographs, right, Paul? I've sold him, probably one of the greatest things was that signed Bruce Springsteen guitar Paul bought from us. Amazing. Thank you, Paul Brothers. I've got a problem. I don't know where I've laid my ear protection. I've laid them down in a crate or something. Thank you, Paul. Thanks to all of Collecco Nation. These Thursday nights they just seem like they keep getting more insane. I don't know what I've done with my headgear, though. I've lost my ear protection. I can't blow this air horn. I'm going to have a blistering headache if I do. Oh, good, I found them. I'm so sporadic tonight. I'm laying stuff down I don't even know. So, thank you, Paul. An amazing piece. And I'm going to reach out to a customer that I got some of these from, and the guy I got these from, I meant to message him back and or ask him, a big thank you for him, because I was able to acquire these, and when I realized that we'd done a deal, I was like, wow, this is one of the greatest autograph acquisitions I've got for something like this. Just amazing. And we have one more to sell tonight. And then we can possibly sell that other one, but I'll tell you the details on how we can do that later, okay? But right now, thank you, Paul Brothers. $16.50 for the Paranoid. So far, the most expensive one we've sold tonight. All right. I know where I'm going to put my headphones. I'm going to put them down in my auction bin. Let me go lay this in here with the others. We definitely don't want to drop this thing or get crushed or something happen to it. So we put them in very safe spots right over here. All right. Wow, 4 big records. Motley Crue, signed to Ozzy, signed to Ozzy, signed to Ozzy. And a lot of other stuff, too. We sold the Van Halen. I mean, I've lost track already. Golly, we've sold some metal, big stuff tonight. Okay? So, Chad, here's my report. Last night with the Queen. Had no idea it was Queen's. You're my best friend, Bohemian Rhapsody. The other one bites. Fat Bottom Girls. There we go. It was everything I purchased. There we go. So I can do Queen. So last night, I convinced Donna to buy a Queen record. She had never listened to Queen before. And I was like, wow. I convinced her to buy a Queen Bohemian Rhapsody a night at the opera. And she did. And she's reporting back. And she's saying she's now a Queen fan. And I was like, you got to listen to Queen, Donna. Oh, my gosh. It was a bundle deal, and that record was holding her back. I was like, listen, you got to buy it. Okay, let's get right to it. Let's put up some new auctions. Here we go. So first thing, let me get to a certain point in case I didn't miss anything. Chad is evil. Queens Rock, $87. Is that for hiding the sticker? Queens Rock, $90. Queens Rock, $91. And Queens Rock, $95. Queens Rock, $96. All right, let's take a look at Queens Rock. Queens Rock, $96. Rage of Order. An 86 US Specialty OG. Blue cover. Near mint minus, EX++ with the original on her sleeve. Queens Rock is at $100 with David Saunders. $100. We sold an OG FUCK album earlier. A Laura Crate sticker is a work of art. It's a sticky note that our very own Laura Bryant has made a piece of art on. It's really cool tonight. It's been randomly placed on one of these records. I'm not even going to say a word unless it doesn't get bought. If it does get bought at the end of the crate, I might reveal who got it. We might not even say anything till it ships. It depends on my mood, okay? I'm in a pretty good mood right now, though. Especially, let me go wolf down a cosmic brownie right quick. Next auction is Dio, Sacred Heart. Dio is an 85. I'll do another signed Ozzy in about 10 minutes, okay? And we've got 2 more. One I definitely could sell. The other one, there's an asterisk next to it. An 85 US Specialty OG. This is a 85 OG Specialty higher grade record of Dio, a $30 start. All right, so there's that. There's Dio. And now another auction. Anybody ever heard of this band? Their name is Striper. And guess what? We have another sealed copy of Striper. An 88 US OG sealed. The saw cut is right up here. It's one of those really thin saw marks. It's either going to be an Allied or a specialty pressing. Unless you can call up Superman and he can do X-ray vision, you don't know what pressing it is, but it is OG. I can definitely tell you it's an OG. Their catalog is not in print. $40 start. Here we go. These are pre-owned records that Laura has marked. These are pre-owned, but a lot of these are sealed, okay? They are pre-owned. They came from a collection, but a lot of them are sealed. Slayer, Repentless, $29.99. Slayer, Repentless. A transparent red and solid and black orange splatter. Slayer, $29.99. Wasp, Inside the Electric Circus. On hot pink colored vinyl, $22.99. $22.99. Wasp, Inside the Electric Circus. Soul Invictus by Faith No More. That is sealed for $24.99. And one more, Jake E. Lee, Running with the Devil, sealed on purple vinyl for $19.99. Okay, so first thing we have is Queens Rock 107, Queens Rock 108. Striper has a bid for $40. Garrett Cypher first on Slayer. James Young second on Slayer. Scott Corcoran first on Wasp. Mark Steele second on Wasp. Trent Peasley third on Wasp. Jake E. Lee info. Running with the Devil, purple vinyl, 400 made with poster, sealed, $19.99. Striper, 45. John McPatriot, second on Jake E. Lee if Justin passes. And we got Bob Riger, third. Alan Smith on Faith No More. Craig, fourth on Jake E. Lee. Kenny, fifth. Queensryche, 110. Solarplex, sixth. Faith No More is already sold. Nobody's bid on Dio. Final call to lock in a bid on Dio for $30. There's no bid. No bid on Dio. Final call for $30. Also, we have Iron Maiden, Virtual 11. Iron Maiden is sealed, $34.99. It's a 2 LP, $34.99. Metallica, the 598 EP, Garage Days Revisited, sealed Metallica, $19.99. LA Guns, covered in guns. LA Guns, sealed, $24.99. Nikki Sixx, How I Became Nikki Sixx, sealed, $24.99. Update, Queensryche, 110. Dio did get a bid for $30 with James Vasquez. Stripers at $50. Dio has another bid for $30. Queensryche has a new bid for $111. Brogan Sconce on M. M for Metallica, sold to Brogan Sconce. David Saunders on Iron Maiden, sold to David Saunders. Next is Trent Peasley on Iron Maiden. Kenny Stanley next to Metallica. Stephen Tuttle next to Metallica. Josh Brown next to Metallica. Queensryche, 115. Deckelman passes on Jake E. Lee. Jake E. Lee is now sold to the next person in line, and that was sold to John McPatriot. Sold. I remember when those were in print. I used to get those in print. They're all gone now. Okay. Now, Solarplex next on Metallica. Aaron Civic first on LA Guns. Queensryche, 115. Christina next on LA Guns. Craig Rue third on LA Guns. Kenneth Jank next to Metallica. Christina Curtis first on Nikki Sixx. Danny next on Nikki Sixx. Stripers at $52. Craig third on Nikki Sixx. All three auctions are still getting bids. It's up to Scott Arnold on the Dio and Solarplex. We still got a three-way tie. James, Scott, and Solar are all tied. James has it. Next is Hatebreed, Weight of the False Self. Hatebreed is sealed, limited to 1,000, $19.99. Motorhead, Motor Tape, Live and Malmo. And that is a 2022 Record Store Day, sealed, $39.99. Striper 52, Queensryche 117. Dio with a new bid, $32. Also, Fate's Warning, Perfect Symmetry, whoa, sealed for $24.99. Darren Chrisman on Hatebreed. X-Wing was second. Dio has a new bid for $35. Queensryche's at $117 with John Bobing. Stripers at $52 with Michael Fairchild. Whoever was the previous bidder, just FYI, you've been outbid. Next on Hatebreed was David Smith. He was fourth. Now Garrett Cypher first on Fate's Warning. Solarplex was next on Hatebreed. Scott Corcoran next on Fate's Warning. Stuck next on Fate's Warning. Rat, Rarities, red vinyl, 400, were manufactured, $24.99. Pantera, just $29.99. That is Reinventing the Steel, White, and Southern Flames marbled vinyl. Hammer is up on Striper. That means I'm about to sell it. Michael Fairchild has that for $52. Dio, the last bid on Dio was James Vasquez, tied Solarplex. His bid came in first at $35. New bid on Queensryche for $120 with Jackie Long. Lots of Hatebreeds, lots of Fates. And then Garrett Cypher first on Pantera. Trent Peasley first on Rat. The only thing left so far is Motorhead. Over here, Def Leppard, Live, 2023, sealed. Def Leppard, $39.99. And Whitesnake's Greatest Hits, sealed, just $29.99. Wow, great price on that. Striper has a new bid for $60. Another $120 bid on Queensryche. That means Jackie has been tied. It's already at $120. Now Striper has a new bid for $55. However, Melissa already bid $60. Now Queensryche has a new bid for $125, and we're still tied on Dio. Scott Arnold's out, though. It's up to two people. Solar and James Vasquez. James Vasquez, you tied Solar. His bid came in first. Travis Woods is sold on the Whitesnake. Chad, you can give Slayer to Repentless to James Young. So Garrett already has a copy of Slayer. The next person in line on Slayer was James Young. James Young, that Slayer is going to go to you now, okay? Hope you're okay with that. Next over here is Nita Strauss, The Call of the Void. Nita Strauss is $32.99. Buddy Cordova on Def Leppard. Now Stripers at $70. Now Stripers at $70. Why is there a glare? That is a good question. Why is there a glare tonight all of a sudden? I mean, nothing has changed here in this store. I don't know if like a light has been bumped, but I mean, even if I move, that helped a little, but I mean, there's not, we have literally adjusted this, maybe that, does that make the table any darker? Does that I mean, do y'all need that? If not, I'll just turn it off. Because I don't know why until they can maybe figure out if the camera's been bumped or something. So I'll just turn that off. How does that look? Okay. There we go. That's turned off. Do we need this one too? That made it pretty dark. I'll leave that one on. Let me angle it down like that. There we go. Ah, that's a... Turn those lights off! Turn them off! Turn off the lights! Turn off the lights! Some of y'all may know what I'm talking about. Over here, we have, we sold White Snake. We have Striper at $62. Striper's at $70. We have Queen's Rock out. Craig Ruth on Nita Strauss. That is sold to Craig Ruth. Rick Hall was second. Mark Steele was third. Queen's Rock, $127. Over here, we have this. Striper at $75. Queen's Rock, $129. And then Striper's at $72. Okay, so the first thing I've got to do is Dio Holy Diver Black Water Swirl Vinyl, a Walmart exclusive. I've never seen that before. Black Water Swirl, $34.99. $34.99. Okay, so down here on the end is Queen's Rock. It just got a new bid for $130. It is an OG. It is an OG copy of Rage of Order. Okay, OG copy. Blue Ring, $130. In the middle's Dio. And Dio, the last bid on Dio that came in, man, I think it was a tie. I was making sure James Vasquez was out. It was tied at $35 forever. I've got to sell it to Solarplex if no one else has bid. And then Striper is now at $80, okay? Chris Frazier on Dio. That's sold to Chris Frazier. Jeff Halsworth was second. And then over here we have Alcatraz, Born Innocent. Alcatraz is a 2021 Record Store Day exclusive, $17.99. Whoops, wrong camera. Alcatraz, $17.99. Born Innocent. Whoops, wrong camera. I was on the wrong camera there. Okay, and now we have Eccentrics for Whose Advantage. Eccentrics is on blue vinyl for Music on Vinyl, $24.99. I was not out. I bid $35 on Dio. You tied Solarplex. Y'all have been tied. His bid came in first. So you've been out this whole time. I was asking if you want, you tied him at $35. That's what I was saying. It was way up here. Y'all both tied at $35 about 5 minutes ago. I've been waiting for you to bid again. He bid $35, you bid $35. Y'all tied. His bid was in first, okay? His bid was in first. Queen's Rock's at $135. Striper's at $80. We're in a new arrivals band. We still got Motorhead. We got Alcatraz. We got Eccentrics. We've got Slayer, Rain in Blood, a 2022. Slayer's $29.99. Also over here is, I can't even read it, Werewolves. Werewolves is a black metal, death metal album on red colored vinyl, $19.99. Jaded Heart, Stand Your Ground. Jaded Heart is sealed, a power metal album, $14.99. Declement on W. Declement on W for Werewolves. There's that, Ivan R. Solarplex, you get Dio for $35. Dio is sold for $35. That is sold. Now what do we have? 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 We had Ivan second on Werewolves, Stuck on Jaded Heart. Ken Crooker was second. Darren Johnson on Slayer, Rain in Blood. Solarplex was second. Edwin third on Jaded Heart. And he's out on Striper. We're about this. Michael's out. Sold to Melissa Bailey for $80. Okay? Sold to Melissa Bailey for $80. So here's my offering for one of the next premium big auctions of the night. Okay? This is, I've got 2 signed Ozzy albums left for tonight. This one is good to go. It's authenticated. I have the letter on hand. It's a 2015 UK Vertigo signed Black Sabbath. This is an amazing item. One of my favorite, I mean, that's amazing. Ozzy on the cover. it's going to take a little bit more for this one to leave my possession, just saying. Now, this one here, I've polled a lot of people here at the store. I asked Steve the other day, I asked Tanner, I asked Seth, and you know what most people came back and voted? They liked this one, the debut. That was pretty killer. However, this one has not been ran through the JSA system. It's from the same lot. What I can do is if we do sell this one tonight, it will be the next auction, but I can't ship it to you for months, okay? We're going to have to get it authenticated. We're going to have to get the letter back from a notary. It's a whole process we got to go through. That's why I usually don't show a lot until we have the letter on hand. It's authentic, but if we sell it, so if you're wanting an Ozzy album tonight, this is the last chance, a signed one. I can sell this one tonight. You've got to have to pay for it, but we're going to have to hold it until that letter comes back, okay? Because we've got to have it here to get it authenticated. So just let you know, we can sell that one tonight, the self-titled album, but it's going to be a while, okay? It's going to be a while. So the first thing I'm going to do right now is I'm going to put this up for bid, $1,750. We've sold Paranoid, we've sold No More Tears, and we've sold Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. For me to let go of this one, $1,750 starting bid. Okay? Otherwise, I don't mind holding on to this one for a little bit longer. I think my personal favorite is, I like this one, okay? $1,750 starting bid. Now, I've done some, Volume 4, for some reason, I just don't see that one come up a lot, you know? And Janet's already bid. We have a bid, $1,750. Hey, I've already decided I'm going to hang on to one expensive autograph already. I know that I'm the owner and proprietor here, but I've already took home a $10,000 Metallica record this week, okay? Listen, if you own a record store, especially like Collectibles, if I started getting too emotionally attached to this stuff, we wouldn't be having live streams and I would be bankrupt. I would also have a killer record collection, but I have to break up with stuff, okay? I'm good at breaking up with people. It's over. Get out of my life. I don't want to see you again. Okay, you got to shut the door and forget about them. But also know that they're going to go to somebody a lot better than me. Black Sabbath has bids. Over here, we got Queen's Rock and Black Sabbath. Okay, so first thing was we sold Jaded, we sold Slayer, and then we have Queen's Rock at 138, Queen's Rock at 140. Black Sabbath has a bid for 1,750. Eccentric is sold to Aaron Civic. Black Sabbath has a bid for 1,777. There was over $1 billion in cocaine snorted to make that album. Ken Crooker wants Motorhead. And the only thing not sold so far is Alcatraz, okay? I have, what is this? Demigod, Shadow Mechanics. Demigod is sealed $19.99 on Violent Splatter, okay? MT Matt and Janet Gray are officially at war. We have Orange Goblin, A Eulogy for the Damned. Orange Goblin is stoner metal, a 2021 Record Store Day, sealed $19.99. Deckelman on Demigod. That is sold to Deckelman. Over here, we have Claymore wants Halloween from the last crate here. I know some people needed part 2. That's why I ordered these. I've been selling a lot of part 1s. Here's part 2. I got one left. $44.99. Orange Goblin sold to Ken Crooker. Eric Van Leuven second. Alcatraz is a 2021 Record Store Day. Born Innocent, $17.99. MT Matt, it's up to you on the, no, it's up to Janet on the Black Sabbath. Janet, it's up to you. Queen's Rock. Let's not forget about this. Goodness gracious. Queen's Rock, Mark Steele, 140. Mark Steele, 140. Queensryche, 140. Rage of Order. Ed Riviera on this. And hold on a second. I was saying stuff, but I wasn't really focusing. I don't even know what I just said. Mark Steele has Queensryche. It's up to John Bobing. That's also what I need to find. John Bobing, okay? John Bobing. Black Sabbath is at 1,780. He's out. Okay, we're about to sell that. Wow, this lower crate's going to get obliterated. By the way, I did hide the lower crate sticker on one of these records, inside of one of them. You may or may not have seen it. You did not see it. You may or may not have bought it and didn't even realize it. Epica, Omega. Epica is sealed, blue and green swirled, $24.99. Epica, $24.99. Sepultura Quadra. Sepultura Quadra is sealed, $24.99. Black Sabbath is at $1,805. Queensryche is sold. Folks, it's time for more auctions. Queensryche. My eyes are blind, but I can see. That's sold to Mark Steele for $140. Next is Megadeth. Peace sells, but who's buying? An 86 U.S. Carrollton OG. This is an OG club, mint, super clean, $125 start. Megadeth. Megadeth. Peace sales, but who's buying? $125 start. OG Club. Do you have a copy of Volume 4? They'll be here tomorrow. Brand new, remastered. $29.99. I do not have any kind of vintage copy tonight. That sounded like a wounded goat. Thank you. That was my best. That was my best impersonation of. What was that? Wheels of Confusion. Man, look at this. Unbelievable. Ozzy was like, yeah, that's me, folks. That's me. What was that? That was Supernaut. Yeah, that was Supernaut I just did. What a riff by Iommi. Wow. Gotta be careful of that. Don't want to touch it with oily hands. It is hot back here. So the actual record itself is a 2015, and I like it because it has the Vertigo swirl on it too. So it's definitely a UK version. Let me look on the back of the cover. The back of the cover is, yeah, it's a Euro edition. That's why it's got the Vertigo symbol. So it's a 2015 UK. Everything's near mint. So, yeah, and I was telling y'all, like, trust me, I follow autographs. You don't see a lot of Volume 4 signs. I mean, if you, in the last 5 years, if you got an opportunity to meet Ozzy or get something signed, people were going to submit Blizzard or they're going to submit Paranoid. I mean, if you can afford to have I mean, he used to charge, you could mail stuff in and stuff, but I mean, that's one I just don't see as much, and I personally like it, and I think the price right now is reflecting that. Empty Mat's done, though. I've only got one other, but it's not authenticated. Like I said, if you buy it, you got to pay for it now, but we got to hold on to it for a few months, and that is the self-titled album, okay? Don't forget about Megadeth over here. It's a $125 start, and Black Sabbath... Empty Mat's out, and that's after Janet bid $1,810. $1,810. $1,810. Volume 4. $1,810. $1,810. Peace sales, but who's buying? $125. It's at $1,810. Megadeth is a beautiful original club copy, lower graded at super nice. Okay? Now, let's put up another auction. Somebody just asked about Power Mad. Power Mad Absolute Power is an 89 USOG gold stamp promo. No white label promo this record, so there is no promo label. It has the original sleeve. It's in VG Plus condition. And it's a $25 start. And Laura has a note. The first track, Slaughterhouse, is a certified banger. Power Mad's a $25 start. There's a new bid on Black Sabbath for $1,820. Megadeth has a bid too. Okay, there was no claims for Epica or Sepultura, right? Let's finish up this lore crate. My goodness. Whiplash, Power and Pain, a music on vinyl pressing, numbered to 2000, unopened on silver vinyl, $29.99. We have Tarja? Yeah, Tarja, Tarja, in the Raw. This is sealed for $24.99. So, Janet, you've been outbid on Volume 4. Mr. Rob Fordham's in the mix. Janet's right back in at $18.25. $18.25. Megadeth's at $130. Power Mad's at $30 with Scott Arnold, the one and only bidder. Kenny Stanley on Whiplash. So did Kenny Stanley. Thank you on that. Also, Lamb of God, live in Richmond. Lamb of God is sealed, $19.99. And Tales of Terror by Hallows Eve. That's on gray marble vinyl, $29.99. And over here, we have Ergs Begin, and the album is Lebos. It's black metal, gothic metal, $19.99. Black Sabbath, $18.25. Megadeth, $130. Megadeth, $135. Garrett Cypert on Lamb of God. Ivan R. on HE. Ivan R. on HE, that's Hallows Eve. Power Mad got a new bid for $35, another bid for $35. He's out on Megadeth, and Black Sabbath at $18.50. And also, I think it's pretty cool, the provenance, like, this was signed the day he got inducted to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame as a solo artist. I think Black Sabbath had been inducted for 20 years, but Ozzy was inducted on October 19th, and that's when he signed that album. It's at $18.50 of Rob Fordham. Over here we have, this is Let There Be Nothing by Judicator. It is sealed on red and black swirl. That's another power metal, $19.99. We have Therion, Leviathan. It's symphonic metal for $14.99. And Slayer is a 2013 Slayer, $29.99. And Wasp, The Headless Children. Wasp, The Headless Children. This is on clear vinyl, $22.99. Janet, you're out on Black Sabbath. It does have a bid for $1,850. There are people commenting right now on our ad saying, how can I buy the Ozzy albums? Somebody just said, how much are these going to cost? They're commenting on the ad. They have no idea we're live right now selling them. That happens a lot. Power Mad 37, Power Mad 39. Ken Crooker on Therion. Laura's working on another crate, and we have 4 more crates of new stuff, mostly metal to read through. Stevens Lewis Jr. You were second on Slayer right before Ivan R. And then Trent Peasley was third. And then Henson on Wasp. And then Trent Peasley second, Danny third, Scott fourth, Kenny fifth, Buddy Cordova sixth, and Eden Riviera on Tarja. Eden Riviera on Tarja. All right, now we have filled up another copy. So Janet's out on Black Sabbath. The high bid is with Rob Fordham at $1,850. $1,850. Power Mad's at $40 with John Kaiser. And then Megadeth, when I come back, I am selling it to Josh Jones for $135. Power Mad's at $45. John, you've been outbid anyways now. Let me swap out crates. I'm going to read you what's left. There's only a few left in the lower crate. We have plenty of crazy auctions still to run. Just holy moly. I mean, yeah. Okay. Let me grab a new empty crate. I just swapped out crates, and let's do this. And Rob Fordham, it's looking good for you on the Sabbath. $1,850. If anybody is wanting to bid, The hammer's up. The air horn is warming up. We're about to sell it. Judicator is sold to Ken Crooker. Josh Jones, you do get Megadeth. Megadeth is sold to Josh Jones. An OG club copy, super clean, $135. Let me read through these one more time. Who knows? It still might be on one of these 3 records. Who knows? We have this. Epica Omega. Sealed on blue and green swirl, $24.99. Sepultura. It's also sealed, 2020, $24.99. And this here is, thank you, Laura. Eisgren, Eisregen, Eisregen, Libellos. It's a black metal album, Gothic metal, $19.99. We're not done on Black Sabbath. Stephen Tuttle is in at $1,900. We're not done on Volume 4. Stephen Tuttle, $1,900. Thank you, Stephen. We're not done. Epica on to Craig Ruth. Ken Crooker on the Eisgren. I just need somebody to buy Sepultura. Somebody please buy that, and we can blow the air horn as a total crate clean out. Sepultura sealed for $24.99. Takes one record, and we can celebrate. Okay? The first thing is our next auction. Let's put up an Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. Somebody's been asking for this. I'm sorry for the delay. I was going to kind of wait till that sold, but they're putting Black Sabbath as their indicator. So here we go. Bark at the Moon is an 83 US Carrollton OG. It is VG minus. It looks super rough, but played through without skipping. Played through without skipping. VG minus, a $20 start. We can blow the air horn. Sepultura is sold to Solarplex. Great job, everybody. A complete clean out. Time for the air horn and the Laura Crate sticker reveal. It's time for the air horn and the Laura Crate sticker reveal. A sellout. A sellout. We've got a long ways to go if you want to rock and roll. Let me go grab it. It was claimed after I'd already swapped out crates. Let me go find it. And I think I remember who bought it. And we got to show them because they're work of arts, right? We can't just hide these things and not show them anymore. And it was right here on this record. Let me put a tab so I know where to put it back at. It was on this record. It was Slayer, Rain in Blood. I think it sold to Darren Johnson. And there it is. Laura Crate. Very nice. Snoopy playing his Flying V guitar based on a specialty Kurt Hammett Flying V for Woodstock. And I think that went to Darren Johnson. Darren, congratulations. Everybody's like, oh, I'm going to leave that tab there so they know in case I need to find it or if we need to. I guess it'll be safe inside of the jacket. All right. Search in, seek and destroy. Da 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 da. In the city tonight, that's for sure. Running. You and me hiding. All right. Holy moly. I got a lot to find over here. I think there's more metal in this crate. Yeah. Well, there's rock and classic rock and a little bit of punk too, but that's okay. We got to knock them out anyway between now and when I say goodnight. I'm going to be still showing new vinyl at 11 o'clock. All right. Black Sabbath has hit $2,000. We're at $2,000 on the Autograph Volume 4. What an incredible auction going on here. Let's go to the top cam. And we got a beautiful, let me put it over here, a beautiful Black Sabbath Volume 4 signed. It just got a new bid for $2,000. We're down to Rob Fordham and Stephen Tuttle. What an amazing look that is. That's going to look awesome framed where you can see the label. It's got a full letter from JSA. It was signed on October 19th, 2024. Amazing. Amazing. Okay. We have a new bid already again for $2,050. Right here in the middle is an Ozzy Bark at the Moon. And this is an OG. Unfortunately, it is VG minus, but it is OG. It will play through. It's at $35. $35. Bark at the Moon. Do I have another one? Let's see. Do I have another one? That is the only Bark at the Moon I have up here tonight. Let me flip through the other crate. That will be the only Bark at the Moon offered tonight, unless there's one over here in these other two bonus crates. But honestly, I doubt we even have time for me even to look at those. Now, the other question is Power Mad. And Power Mad was another OG Gold Stamp promo, original on her sleeve. And Power Mad, let me find the last bid that came in on Power Mad. Dennis just bid $50. I knew they were still bidding on that too. Power Mad is still getting bids. Okay. And then there was no other claims, right? We took care of the sticker and we're good to go. All right. So everything in here is brand new sealed vinyl we just got in from distribution. Let's go through it and see what's in here. Okay. And then Michael Fairchild wants on the waiting list for the new Bark at the Moon. Sure thing. Sure thing. Okay. We still, give me 1 second. I'll read everything we still have for auction. Has everybody made sure you subscribe to our YouTube? We're very close to 20,000 subscribers. We hit 35,000 followers, I think, yesterday on Facebook. That's a milestone. And, of course, we're also streaming on Twitch and X. So thanks, everybody. Thanks, everybody. Amazing. Let's keep going. First, I've got Clash. We'll be here for another 4 hours probably, so don't go anywhere. Hopefully you've already took tomorrow off. I haven't had this in stock for a while. It's a new remastered Sandinista, and I saw a lot of bidding activity lately on Clash albums. I hadn't stocked that. I hadn't ordered that in almost 2 years from that distributor. So it's been a long time since I've ordered a copy of Sandinista. $49. I may have from another distributor, but it's been almost 2 years. $49.99. Bark at the Moon's at $40. Power Mad's at $50, and Ozzy's at $2,150. It is JSA authenticated. JSA authenticated. Marilyn Manson, Born Villain. Marilyn Manson's a 2LP, $49.99. That is Marilyn Manson, $49.99. One Clash, one Marilyn Manson. The Cranberries, Stars, the best of the Cranberries, 1992-2002, with Dreams and Linger and Zombie. It's a double LP gatefold. The Cranberries, $44.99. Also, we have Rush, Fly By Night, Goodbye My Dear, $36.99, 180-gram remaster. John Kaiser's at $52 on Power Mad. That means you are out. He did bid $52. It's my bad. Dennis Cole, you've been outbid again. Dennis Cole, you've been outbid again. Hammers up on Ozzy. It's up to MT Matt. It's up to MT Matt on the Ozzy. Steven has it for $21.50. $21.50. Elizabeth Stewart on the Cranberries. Elizabeth, have you bought from us before? This is a $44.99. That's the Cranberries. And then over here, we have U2. Haven't had this before. It's a live unofficial U2 Out of Control in New York. Live at the Ritz, 1982. Early U2 there. Look at them. They're just some punks from Ireland. They're just some punks from Ireland right there. $29.99. There's that. And Van Halen, Running with the Devil. Self-titled album. Man, I used to listen to this on a cassette tape when I was trying to learn how to play the guitar. Bad thing to do is you're wanting to learn how to play the guitar and you're listening to Van Halen 1, but also how inspiring, right? First time I heard Eddie Van Halen, it was like, I was like, good gosh, is that a guitar? What is this guy doing here? Van Halen, $33.99. I have 2 remastered copies, and then NWA, straight out of Compton, $36.99. Okay, now over here, we have Power Mad at 52, Bark at the Moon. Bark at the Moon is an 83 U.S. Carrollton OG. Is it a Bob Ludwig press? Yes, it's mastered by Bob Ludwig. It's VG minus RL in the dead wax. It is a final call, again, for $40 to Spoiled Husband Life. Elizabeth Stewart, Cranberries. We've already done that. ST got the Clash, Sandinista. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. He's out on Black Sabbath. Carla Brecky got a Van Halen. Elizabeth Stewart's a new buyer. Elizabeth, welcome to Collecco. Send us a message. I need your email address and your mailing address. Okay, email address and mailing address. Send that to Collecco in the form of a message. $8 in limited shipping. That's if you buy 1 record, or between now and Saturday night, you buy 100 records. Okay? Black Sabbath, Stephen Tuttle, it's about to be yours. $2,150. Okay? Hammers up. Empty mat's done. I'm going to offer that other one next, and it's got a disclaimer with it, but it's going to be up for bid, okay? And then Power Mad, Dennis Cole has not said out. I'm about to sell that to Dennis Cole. He did say out. We're about to have a clean sweep. Motley Crue sold for $1,100. $1,100. Next is 9 Inch Nails with Teeth. A 2 LP, 9 Inch Nails, $44.99. Welcome all first-time viewers. More Van Halen. Fair Warning, $33.99. Prince, Live, 1990. Tokyo, Unofficial, $29.99. And Beastie Boys, never had this, Switzerland, 98, or at least in this format. I may have had that show before. Switzerland, Swiss cheese, I think they call that Swiss cheese. $24.99 for Beastie Boys. All right. Ozzy is sold for $40, and Ozzy is sold for $40 to Spoiled Husband Life over on YouTube. Power Mad is sold to John Kaiser for $52, and thank you to longtime buyer, Mr. Stephen Tuttle, on the Black Sabbath Volume 1, $21.50. No more bids. It's sold. It's gone. $2,150. Stephen also has some other signed autographs that probably are hanging on his wall right now that I wish I had back. I'm glad I know Stephen's getting it. Maybe one day he'll let loose of that other signed Neil Young, Harvest. Amazing. It's gone. Here we go. Gone. And Stephen just popped a bottle of champagne with his cheese and crackers. I have to go lock these up in the safe tonight. We got to go put these in a thermonuclear protected vault tonight. All right, let's introduce new auctions. And while everybody's possibly on that's bidding on Ozzy's, we'll go ahead and introduce that other one. But it's kind of got a disclaimer with it. All right. Here we go. First thing we have is Kept the Harvest. No, Guy Shard bought. I had 2 at one time. Guy Shard bought the other one a couple weeks ago. Everybody's starting to buy up off my technically for sale, but I don't want to sell it stuff. Chris Gardner got not a Beach Boys. Chris Gardner got a Beastie Boys. And we got Dylan on GG. Is that supposed to be BB for Beastie Boys? And then if not, Joseph Ellis gets one. Okay, and now also, what else happened? Oh, Elizabeth Stewart. Do we need to bill you or do we need to bill Dylan? Do we need to keep it under Dylan's name? Is Dylan going to pay for your records? We do have husbands and wives but sometimes they're like, no, I'm not paying for her records. And there's like, yeah, he is paying for my records. And then next thing I know, there's, the police getting called for a domestic. We have Warrant Cherry Pie going up for bid. This is a 1990 U.S. Carrollton OG with the original on her sleeve, an EX condition, $85 start. Wow, OG Cherry Pie. Wow, OG Cherry Pie. A 1990 U.S. Carrollton with the original on her sleeve. Whoa, OG Cherry Pie. Parental advisory sticker, $85 start. He is paying. Okay, thank you. Like I said, I don't want to calls like, I don't want to have here in about 2 hours the police is at your house because a domestic, next thing is this striper. We've got another one over here. Striper. Oh boy, here we go. We have Striper, Soldiers Under Command. Soldiers Under Command, sealed. Holy moly. Another sealed Striper, a $35 start. It is OG sealed with hop sticker. Cherry Pie has a bid. Striper's just a $35 start. And guess what? Here's the last signed Ozzy album I have. This one, I can't ship to you. If you buy it, you got to go ahead and pay for it. You'll have it by, I'm going to say, the end of the year, okay? It's pretty time-consuming getting letters for these things. This one, I've got to get a letter for, okay? It's still got to come. The Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, the letters are in the way. The whole process has to be initiated. So if you buy this tonight, I need you to pay for it promptly, but we got to hold it until the letter gets here, okay? So if it doesn't sell tonight, I'm probably just going to put it away until I have the letter on hand. Unless somebody says, Chad, I've thought about it, go ahead and give it to me and ship it whenever you get the letter. The Sabbath that Corey bought, I'm going to go ahead and ship that to him and then just mail him the letter. I've got to keep this one on hand until, for a while. Actually, I might can ship it to you sooner than that and then ship it the letter to you later. But I've got what I'm trying to say is I can't ship this to you immediately, okay? It could be 30 or 60 days. It might be 90 or 120 days. I think this is also up there with Volume 4 as far as just rarity on the signature and how cool it is. Black Sabbath's debut album, okay? Black Sabbath's debut album. The specs on this one, once again, it's a new reissued copy. I'm guaranteeing it. Obviously, it's going to be authentic. And I'm going to try this one right now. Same price as Volume 4, $1,750, okay? I'm going to offer tonight, but just a disclaimer, we're going to have to hold on to it for a little bit longer. $1,750 start. And this is my last one, okay? That's my last one. $1,750 start. That's now up for bid. Striper's at $55 and Warrant is at $95 right now, okay? Warrant's at $95. Striper's at $55. Did I sell anything else? What color striper? It is, I'm assuming black vinyl. So it's sealed. I'm assuming that would be on the hop sticker. Okay? If it was white. I know they did make a white vinyl. Does anybody know if it says on the hop sticker? Okay, back to this crate. We got a lot of stuff to show. Laura's also working on more new stuff. Got vintage, got plenty of new. How about more Marilyn Manson live, an unofficial concert from Holland, 1998, excuse me. $29.99 on that. Pantera, vulgar display of power. A New Level, Vulgar Display of Power, 2 LP, Rhino Remaster. That's the 2 LP edition, $49.99. Black Sabbath is $1,750. Striper is at $60. $60. $60. $60. $65. It's an 85 US. Warrant is an OG 1990. Warrant OG 1990. There it is. 1990 Carrollton with the original inner sleeve, EX on the vinyl. Yes, Motley Crue Saints of Los Angeles is gone. That is gone. Over here we have Marilyn Manson, so did Jeremy Bryant. I have Run DMC live at the Apollo 1986, $29.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan live at the Reading Festival, a double LP, $34.99. Johnny Cash, this is an official press, live in Prague. Never seen this before. Live behind the Iron Curtain. I didn't know they even made this, but it's an official, real Johnny Cash, $34.99. Striper's now at $70. Striper's now at $70. And then we have The Cure, I Hear No Sound, live, 1979. That is $29.99, a live Cure unofficial. And then Vladarchek on Johnny Cash. I have more of those. Also, we have Killswitch Engage, live at the Palladium, $29.99 for Killswitch Engage. I've got 4 of those. Live at the Palladium, $29.99 for Killswitch Engage. So Stripers at $73.75. Warrant, the hammer's up. We got a new buyer over on YouTube, Shahrukh Omer. And I hope I'm saying your handle or your name right. He has Warrant at $95. And that's Shahrukh. $95. Going once, going twice on that. Let me verify that this is a long-standing account and that you're good to bid, okay? And welcome to Collectco. You've had a long-standing YouTube account for 12 years. You should be good to go. There is a new bid, though, on Warrant. A bid just came in for $100. And it looks like you've watched our channel before. So thank you and welcome. 1 second over here. One second. Okay, sorry. Warren Hunter, Striper 75, and Black Sabbath 1200, get it going. Cannot do that. No, sirree. No. I'm not taking any less than $17.50 tonight. I was about to say it's a final warning if anybody's locking it in. $17.50. Not going to be any less than that tonight. I mean, we'd have to get really close to that number. $17.50. It's going to come with a $125 authentication after it's all said and done. I think a letter for an Ozzy signature is $125. Just so y'all know. And JSA is one of the 3 companies that I would only recommend. JSA, PSA, or Beckett for these signatures. Otherwise, you might as well not have authenticity with it. If it's not PSA, JSA, or Beckett, then it's no good. Unless it's there's 2 couple specialized people, Frank Ciazzo for Beatles, and but that's it. That's the only, I don't buy my personally, or I don't sell unless it's those 3. Okay, we got a lot more to get to. I had a couple important messages pop up on my phone. So our new buyer over on YouTube, are you done on the Warrant? You did get outbid. Scott Williams has it for $100. And now Striper is a sealed original pressing. And everybody's telling me that this is probably black vinyl. It would have a sticker saying it's white vinyl. But that's probably true. You might open it and get surprised. But right now, this is Matthew Sherrick's. It's with Stuck 73 at $80. We've got like 5 people within $5 of each other. Stuck has it for 80. Carla bid 75. Matthew bid 75. And Solar bid 73. Stuck has it for 80. Sharuk, let me know on the Warrant Cherry Pie, okay? He says he's done. Welcome and thanks for tuning in tonight, though. Hopefully you make your first purchase soon. Let's run through this crate one more time quickly, okay? We got to do it quickly. We have a lot of new vinyl tonight. Marilyn Manson, $49.99. Born Villain. The Best of the Cranberries, $44. Rush was $36. U2 was $29. Van Halen, $33. NWA, $36. Nine Inch Nails, $44. Also, Van Halen, $33. Did I pull out a Van Halen earlier? I pulled out an NWA earlier instead of a Van Halen. Yep. All right, there's that. All right, Glitter wants Marilyn Manson sold. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Van Halen, also Prince. Also Marilyn Manson again, 29. Prince was live, 29. Pantera was 49. Run DMC, 29. We have Stevie Ray Vaughan, 34. We have Johnny Cash, an official live in Prague, 34. The Cure live in Amsterdam, 29. And then Killswitch Engage is live at the Palladium, a 2LP, $29.99. $29.99. The Cranberries is called Stars. It's the Best of the Cranberries, an amazing compilation. The Best of, $44.99. Okay, if anybody wants Black Sabbath, it can be bought $1,750. We've already sold. No More Tears for $1,600. We sold Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath for $1,500. We sold Paranoid for, I forgot. And we just sold Volume 4 for $2,150. I think that's a great price. Probably I bet somebody wants to buy it, but I've got to hold on to it for about 30, maybe 90 days, okay? So no guarantees on when I can ship it. But if you do buy it, otherwise, it's going to a new home later on when I have a letter of authenticity with it. Never mind, it's sold right now to MT Matt. $1,750. That is gone. $1,750. Sold. MT Matt, $1,750. That is sold. Gone. See you later. They're all sold. It's done. Let me find my headphones. It's sold. Gone. Let me find my headphones. I've lost them again. There should be a time-lapse, a camera on me during one of these Metal Night sales. It would be hilarious to post a time-lapse video of me pacing the floors and walking in circles during these sales. I've lost my headphones again. I think I said I'm going to put them down in an auction crate. Okay, I put them back over here where I always put them, underneath the cart. All right, there's that. Thank you. Striper is sealed, yes. MT Matt, great pickup, sir. Now, like I said, I'll keep you updated. I'll keep you updated, okay? I'll keep you updated. We'll get this going as soon as possible. And I'll explain why I have to hold it and what we do here with autographs, okay? So, thank you. This is gone. All 5 Ozzy albums are sold. That completely pegs my mic. My sound meter for my mic, that air horn, it like all red, like warning with that air horn. All right. Okay. That's sold. And I've got to get back into a groove here to get through the rest of these crates. Let's put that one right in here. Everybody tomorrow is, I'm going to have to leave them a note and say, hey, be careful of these. And let's make a note, and Jake or Tanner, let's go put it on Ed's desk. Let's mark that record. Invoice but hold. Invoice but hold, okay? And I'll explain to y'all what we do. I'll explain to y'all what we do with some of that stuff. But first, I want to show y'all something. I think since we got a lot of Black Sabbath and Ozzy fans on, this thing has really got to be, like, it's really going to be a while before this comes up for sale. It's good. We know it's good, but I can't sell this anytime soon. But I think y'all will greatly enjoy seeing it. I don't know if I've actually shown it live during a sale. So let me find it. And y'all can be saving up for this one, okay? Y'all can be saving up for this one. It will truly be a while before this comes up for sale. But take a look at this. And this is why anytime you're buying CDs, you need to check the artwork, okay? Always check the booklets for this right here. Look at that. Signed by Ozzy Osbourne, Geezer Butler, Tony Iommi, and Bill Ward. It needs to be framed properly, but that is pretty amazing to have something signed by all four of them on one item. So, and once again, I bought this from a customer. So I always take this opportunity to let everybody know if you got something out there like this for sale. We've had 2 people reach out to me. I've had 2 people reach out just this week with some incredible signed items. Yeah, Steve Riley. Thank you, Steve. And Steve knows how long I've had this. I still haven't had it authenticated yet. So if you have something out there you want to sell, be sure to let us know. Okay? I've had some people reach out to me with Metallica autographs, Pantera autographs, Ozzy autographs, and, you know, some people's like, I don't want to sell it. What do you think it's worth? Or some people like, hey, Chad, I want to sell this. It's been hanging on my wall. I'd rather use that money to buy more vinyl. Or I'd rather buy an autograph from somebody else, this or that. And just talk to me and we'll cut a deal, okay? Okay, let me get refocused. I got to get refocused. Striper, sealed. The new high bid is Carl Schreck at $101. Carl Schreck at $101. It don't have to be authenticated, no. And I've had a lot of people send me stuff, and I've told them it's fake, and they're like, you've got to be kidding me. And I'm like, I'm not kidding you. I wouldn't tell you if it's fake, because if it's real, I want to buy it. This is Warrant Cherry Pie. Striper is sealed, okay? Warrant, excuse me, my bad. Yeah, Warrant is at 101 with Carl Schreck. Warrant is at 101 with Carl Schreck. 101 with Carl Schreck on Warrant Cherry Pie. Okay? Striper, the last bid that came on this was Matthew Sherrick. That's what confused me. We got Schreck and Sherrick. Sherrick has this for $90. It's a sealed OG copy. I hope everybody understands where we're at on those. The other bidder on Warrant, before all that, was somebody for $100. And hopefully they're still watching, because that was a long, long time ago. 11 minutes ago was Scott Williams. Scott, you got outbid, okay? 11 minutes ago. But no, you can send me stuff or send it to CollectCo. People send me stuff, and I don't get to get on my personal messenger, especially if you're not friends, and it goes into that request folder. I think I've got 700 request pending messages. I'll never be able to get to them all. So you got to message CollectCo where Paul can handle it, Ed can handle it, and if it needs to work its way up to me, I can handle it. Warrants otherwise you can't hardly get a hold of me. I have never had a Randy Rhoads autograph. No, never had a Randy Rhoads autograph. I know, I've seen them. They're rare, very desirable, nearly impossible to get on an album jacket. You can get checks signed by people. You can get index cards signed by people. If you want a signed album jacket, that's a different level, everybody, okay? An album jacket signed, that is a different level. That goes into a higher stratosphere of price. Just like a signed Randy Rhoads guitar, I don't know if that even exists, okay? I don't know if even a signed Randy Rhoads guitar exists. I'm sure there's one out there or something, but a signed album jacket gets into a little bit different stratosphere. But it's just like Dwayne Allman, right? Somebody who died a long time ago at a young age. There's almost very little known Dwayne Allman album jackets signed. There's almost very little known. There is no really Jim Morrison signed album jackets. Janis Joplin, Jimi Hendrix. I mean, you're talking about something that very little exists. We do have that Cliff Burton. That's why I've already been offered $10,000 for it. I mean, it's just super rare, an album jacket, okay? An album jacket is a upper stratosphere of collectible. You can buy cuts, you can buy photos and this and that you can get stuff a lot cheaper. I've had to settle for stuff like that. But, you know, album jackets are tough, especially beautiful signatures that are not personalized. That's why those Ozzies just demanded money like they did. They weren't personalized. They're beautiful signatures, and they're on beautiful album jackets. Finding all that and getting it all linked up on the right thing for the right album you want, it's just like Elton John. You know, you can buy some other album he signed, but a Yellow Brick Road is 3,000 times more. You know, it's like $3,000 more, I mean. It's so much more. Okay. Back to the auction. Striper, $92. Warren, $103. We're about to sell these. Scott Williams, $103. Matthew Sherrick has Striper for $92. Solarplex, you're out. We've got to sell the rest of these auctions. So I'm not going to talk about anything else anymore except records that we are selling right now, including this auction right here. And this is INC, Indestructible Noise Command. Indestructible Noise Command. This is an 87 USOG thrash metal with insert, steel and shrink, VG condition, a $20 start. This is an 87 USOG. Indestructible Noise Command. Razorback is the name of the album, and that is a $20 start. Warren has a new bid for $105, now $110. I have sold a shrink-wrapped near mint warrant before for over $500. A shrink-wrapped near mint. We sold one night for over $500. Scott Williams, it was like 4 years ago, but we did. Scott has this for $110. Striper is sealed, and it's up to just a couple people. It's up to a couple people, and it's up to Matthew Sherrick and Solarplex. Solarplex is out. This is sold to Matthew Sherrick for $92. Now, cherry pies between Carl Schreck and Scott Williams. INC has a $20 bid. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Ozzy, Speak of the Devil. Ozzy is a 1982. This album's never been reissued, not even the Ozzy box set. Speak of the Devil is an 82 OG Carrollton with the original inner sleeves, VG++ and VG+. $55 start. Ozzy, Speak of the Devil. Ozzy, Speak of the Devil. First thing I have over here is this. We have Roger Waters. This is $29.99. This is Roger Waters live, Chaos FM, 1987, $29.99. Tears for Fears. Tears for Fears is Songs from the Big Chair. That is $36.99. Also, Green Day Dookie, 30th anniversary on blue vinyl. Green Day's $33.99. Ozzy, $55 start. INC's at $20. Carl Schreck, it's all up to you on warrant. Scott Williams has it for $110. We're about to sell it to him. It's all up to you. Vinyl Me Please, John Michael Montgomery. First ever time on vinyl from 1995. It's on red vinyl. A Vinyl Me Please exclusive, $34.99. Warrant's at $115. Ozzy's at $55. We're about to sell the INC for $20 to David Smith. He's the only bidder right now. Only bidder right now. Also, Van Halen remastered, $33.99. Also, I think somebody claimed a Van Halen from the last crate. I forgot to pull it, didn't I? I think a Van Halen was claimed from the last crate, and I forgot to pull it. Yes, Solarplex. And Grog, I never did pull his Johnny Cash, did I? I think I didn't pull some stuff out of that last crate. Did I? I don't think I did. No, Grog got a Johnny Cash. And thank you, Grog. And then Solarplex. Solarplex, earlier, there was two Van Halens. There was Fair Warning and Self-Titled. Which of the two did you want? Okay, there was 2 Van Halens, and I never did pull one for you. There was Self-Titled, and there was Fair Warning, and these are 33. And then there is 1984. So those are available if anybody wants them, okay? Now, we have Ozzy at 55. INC got a new bid for 25, now 26, now Warren 117, now Warren 120, now Warren 125, now Ozzy 60, now Ozzy 60, now INC's at 28. There's another Van Halen. Pink Floyd, the Division Bell, $49.99. Also, Leonard Skinner's Street Survivors. Leonard Skinner is $33.99. That is a gatefold jacket, single LP. I've got 5 of them. Iron Maiden, Dynamo Open Air 2000. I've only got one. And I thought, man, I wish I could get about 20 of these because that's an Iron Maiden concert I have not had. Dynamo Open Air, $29.99. So I'm sure that one's going to sell, and then we can start a waiting list like we do with all those other Iron Maidens, okay? Cherry Pies at $125. That means, Scott, you're out, and Carl Schreck. INC's at $27. And then Ozzy is tied at 60. Joseph Ellis has it. Buddy Cordova, you're out. Chris Gardner on Iron Maiden. Danny Thomason, you're second. Also over here, we got Thin Lizzy. The Boys Are Back in Town, $29.99. Live in Chicago, 1976. Pearl Jam, Unplugged, red vinyl, $38.99. Matthew Sherrick gets Leonard Skinner. So do Matthew Sherrick. I've got more copies if anybody else wants one. Also, the Ramones, Gabba Gabba Good Day, live in Australia, 1980. 9 Inch Nails, $44.99. The Downward Spiral, Dolly, Vinyl Me Please, Coat of Many Colors, Dolly Parton, $34.99. Solarplex, which of the 2 Van Halens did you want earlier? Which of the 2 Van Halens do you want earlier? Also, nobody else has been on Warren. I have not heard back from 2 people, Scott or Carl Schreck. I'm about to sell it. Ozzy has a new bid for $65. Too Fast for Love, already sold, $1,100. It's already sold, $1,100. INC is at $27. Now Warrant has a new bid for $130. Eric Van Leuven on Dolly, Vinyl Me Please, that's sold. Also Pink, Misunderstood, $33.99. Pearl Jam, that's on clear vinyl versus I Seem to Recognize Your Face. Pantera, Far Beyond Driven, $44.99, double LP Rhino. And Tears for Fears Live, Familiar Faces, 1985. That is an unofficial, of course. Live Tears for Fears, $29.99. Next thing over here, we have Ozzy at $65. Warrants at $130. That means haven't heard back from Carl Schreck. Haven't heard back from John Kaiser. Can I see the Ozzy cover? Speak of the Devil's not bad, actually. I'm still going to call it a VG+, but this is known for having a lot of wear. This one's not bad. Just a little bit of a corner bump down here. Not bad whatsoever. Also over here, can I see the Leonard Skinner cover again? Leonard Skinner Street Survivors, new and sealed, $33.99. Also over here, says I wasn't sure how to put it online. Solarplex Studios. I'm waiting to figure out which of the 2 Van Halens you wanted. Fair Warning or Self-Titled. Over here, Warrant's at $135. Ozzy has a new bid for $70. The INC, the Indestructible Noise Command Razorback, has a final call for $27 with David Smith. $27 with David Smith, okay? There's this. Let's read through this crate one more time. Laura's en route with another new vinyl crate. I think we can go ahead and knock out this one. Then we can do the Laura crate, and I think that will still leave 2 more crates of new vinyl. Oh, my gosh. Plus, I had a few new puzzles come in. Goodness gracious. All right, here we go. INC has a new bid for $28. Now he's back in on Warren at $135. And now Scott Williams is out. Thank you for letting me know. Henson has INC for $29. Henson has INC at $129. I guess I'll take them both. Great. So Van Halen sold, Van Halen sold. Now I don't know what I've done with them. Did I put them back in the crate? They might have been put back in this crate. I'll figure out what I've done with them in 1 second. I won't forget about you, though. Believe me. Roger Waters Live, 1987, $29.99. Tears for Fears, that's the actual album, $36.99. Green Day's on blue vinyl for $33. John Michael Montgomery, $34. Van Halen's $33. INC's at $29. Ozzy out, INC out, Warren out. I've lost Carl Schreck. I'm assuming he's done too. Pink Floyd's at $49. Leonard Skinner's $33. We have Thin Lizzy, $29. Pearl Jam Unplugged, $38. Ramones Live, $29. 9 Inch Nails, $44. Dolly, $34. Pink, $33. Pearl Jam, $34. Pantera, $44. And Tears for Fears, $29. Boy, the video in the morning is going to be crazy. The video in the morning is going to be about 15 minutes long, and there's going to be like 38 comments, 58 comments, all this new vinyl that's being claimed in the mornings because it's late. and we're going through all this new stuff, and it's so late to be showing all this stuff already, and we still got all these auctions to run too. So I hope everybody's done, and Thin Lizzy is sold. That's the boys are back in town live. Let's go ahead and put this right here. And do you accept PayPal as a remnant payment method? We invoice through Square. When you get an invoice on Monday through Square, you can pay with a debit card, a credit card, or any kind of bank or checking account. I think there's a way you can pay with PayPal, but I don't really know how or a way to give you a good explanation. That would be a question for customer service manager Edward Beck. We call him Hatchet Ed. Just reach out to him. He can take care of you, okay? Over here on this, over here, this is sold for $135, the John Kaiser. INC is still getting bids. Henson's out. Let's go ahead and roll that then to Alonzo for $30. It was really between those two anyway. That's sold to Alonzo for $30. And now Ozzy is sold. And, well, let me make sure. Hold that thought. Charlie 70 out, sold. $70 to Charlie Marks, Head Nut over on Twitch. All right, let's get new stuff going, new crate going. Here we go, here we go. First thing I have over here, Head Nut, Pearl Jam. I'm assuming you want this right here, Versus. And then over here, and we sold Thin Lizzy to Jay Nutra. I don't know if I said that. Jack got Thin Lizzy. That was the only one, right? Yep. Or was there two? No, there was just Jay Nutra, Pearl Jam, and we're good, okay? And then Ross Way on 9 Inch Nails. Ross, are you a first-time buyer? If you are, just say yes, first-time buyer, okay? Yes, first-time buyer. And that's Ross Way. Let me pull up YouTube over here and verify your account. Excellent timing. Lord just dropped off a new crate of new vinyl. Ross, let me make sure your account's good to go. And you are good. And 9 Inch Nails. This is so to you. Downward Spiral. Thank you and welcome back, Ross. Thank you and welcome back, Ross, okay? There's that. Here we go. And Stephen Reeves wants a Leonard Skinner. There we go. Thank you, Stephen Reeves. Classic album. All right, we're ready for a new crate. Let's go ahead and knock out one more crate of new vinyl. It will be a speed run, and then we'll have to focus on the lower crate. And here are those Van Halens for Solarplex. He got a self-titled and Fair Warning. I also got 1984 if you need it too. And I have one more Fair Warning. One more Fair Warning if anybody wants that one, okay? All righty. Amazing. Let's go grab that one more crate. It won't be long, and then the lower crate will probably be a sellout, another obliterated. Looks like it's mostly metal and stuff like that. Amazing. Let me see what else I have over here. Oh, no, I'm having a squat. Oh, man, there went my legs, my back, my ankles, my feet, my wrist, my fingers, my brain, it's just all over. Chad's falling apart. All right, here we go. Here we go. Bum 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 ba dun 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 dun. All right, here's an update. Here's what I have left to auction. Are y'all ready? Black Sabbath Paranoid, Black Sabbath Master of Reality, Ozzy Blizzard of Oz, Great White Shot in the Dark, Black Sabbath Mob Rules, Dawkins Back for the Attack, Judas Priest Sin After Sin, Dawkins Tooth and Nail, Striper, Pearl Jam, OG copy of Versus, the one we just sold. Also over here in this other crate. Also we have Racer X. We have Commander of Chaos. Wow, that's Wendy O. Williams. Let's put that up right now. Wow. And then Wasp, Debut. We have Symphonies of Steel, Poison, Hex, Dawkins, Anvil. I don't know who this is. Suicidal Tendencies. Another Wow. Crocus, XEX, The Plague, and Bullet, No Mercy. And I think I have a whole nother crate back here behind me that I haven't even really, talked about or said anything about. Okay. Here we go, everybody. All right, so it sounds like we need to put up Racer X and Wow. So let's do it. Leonard Skinner, half off buy, no best offer. Not tonight. You're 24 hours away from that. We have a request from Great White, Racer X, Poison, Racer X, and maybe, I don't know if we have time for surprise auctions, maybe late. Commander of Chaos, Wow, which is Windy O. And this is an 86 USOG, out of print. And yeah, I was going to say, this one's never really been reissued. Wow, what a beautiful disc. A beautiful copy with a solicitation insert, an 86 OG Wow, $35 start. And then over here, we have Racer X, an 87 USOG EX condition, second heat. It's on Shrapnel Records, an 87 USOG, a $30 start on Racer X. That is now forbidden. No, the stripers aren't sealed. Well, no, I don't think so. Here we go. No, here's another one. This is Striper, the yellow and black attack. This is an 84 US original, or excuse me, 84 US second black vinyl press where they fixed the crop and cover art issue. Huh. I've never heard of that. VG Plus, $20 start. Striper, yellow and black attack. Not in print, not in print, not in print. Never reissued. I don't think it's ever been reissued. Never been reissued. Those are now up for bid. Use the bathroom. I do not use the bathroom during the sales. No, never. Maybe twice in 5 years. Ramones, Too Tough to Die. This is $34.99. Ramones, Too Tough to Die, $34.99. That is a Vinyl Me Please 40th anniversary, all analog. Ramones, $34.99. Marilyn Manson, The Pale Emperor, $64.99. Never had this before. A 2 LP white vinyl. White vinyl. Marilyn Manson with 3 bonus acoustic tracks and a 12-inch art print. $64.99. That was one of the more expensive signed album jackets we've sold. Marilyn Manson. I've had 2. We sold one for, I think, $1,275 and one for what, $8? No, I've had 3. I know I sold one for over $1,000 though. Marilyn Manson. Jeremy Bryant on Manson Stripers at $35, and over here we have Ghost Ghost up. I can't say it right now. Plus I got the hiccups. Opus Eponymous. Ghost is $38.99. Opus Eponymous. Rush is $33.99. Joy Division. Dance to the Radio. Live 1980. $33.99. Joy Division. Fred Carnell was on a waiting list. That sold to Fred Carnell. Ken Crooker on Ghost. That's their first album. And now, let's go back to the top. We had Wendy O. Williams, $35. Also, we got a request for Hex. Striper, $33. Striper, $25. Racer X has a bid for $30. We sold Manson. Striper, $35. Striper, $40. Ken Crooker next on Ghost. Solar next on Ghost. Striper's at $40. Racer X is at $35. Scott Williams also getting a Ghost. Chris Kirkley on the Live Joy Division. Also in here, we have Red Hot Chili Peppers Greatest Hits. That's a 2 LP, $44.99. Red Hot Chili Peppers Greatest Hits, $44.99. I can hold it here for like 10 hours, no problem. But man, during the middle of the night, it comes back to haunt me. Or actually in the middle of the day when I'm trying to sleep. I feel like I get up about every hour. Plus, I just don't really sleep well. I'm always thinking, man, what's going on Facebook? What's going on at the store? Who's messaging the page to sell a collection? I wonder what's going on with these pre-orders. I wonder if that scheduled post went through. And then I can't sleep. And then I'm up all day. And then I'm up all night. And then I'm here with no sleep. And then I go crazy. Red Hot Chili Peppers is $44.99. And then T-Rex, Vinyl Me Please. T-Rex is an all-analog lacquer cut by Ron Smith. And that is on Jewel of Frost colored vinyl. $34.99 for T-Rex. And Leonard Skinner, pronounced Leonard Skinner, $36.99. I've woke up. There's 3 missed calls, 12 messages, 12 text messages, 36 emails. Chad, call me back. Chad, have you did this? And I'm like, sorry, I just got to go pee and go back to sleep. Stripers at $45. And we have Racer X, and that just had 1 bid, and now another bid. So it's at $36 of David Baber. Stripers at $45, and then Wendy O. Williams over here. Wow has a final call. with Ivan R. He was the only bidder, and we're going to go ahead and sell it to him for $35. Ivan, nice pickup. Racer X is at 36. Stripers at 47. Let's go ahead and do one of those other things somebody hinted at. Let's do Poison. Poison is a 2008 U.S. reissue. This is a sealed reissue. Red, green, and black vinyl sealed for a $20 start. Poison, open up and say ah. Stripers at 47. Stripers at 49. Poison's a reissue. Poison is a reissue. $20 start. Next over here is Pink Floyd Live at the Fillmore, Volume 2, Volume 2, Volume 2. Okay, I was waiting for more of these to come in. Excellent. So the other Pink Floyd Volume 2s came in. Excellent. Let me open up my handy-dandy laptop here. My old handy-dandy laptop here and see what's going on. Handy dandy laptop, and my waiting list for Pink Floyd was the following. Pink Floyd Fillmore Volume 2, and that was Chris Meisner, Jan Gunther, and Guy Shard. Chris Meisner, Jan Gunther, and Guy Shard. Those three are sold. Those are sold, okay? Final call to get a bid on final call to get a bid on Poison. I'm not going to leave that up there long. I didn't realize there was a reissue. So it's sealed, and it's about to be a $20 buy now unless somebody wants to go ahead and lock it in. Free CGC Comics, if I take that age reload, have screen burn from sitting there all week. Free CGC Comics? Well, I'll give you a free graded comic if you buy that. No, but I will give you a invisible high five. If you buy that for $49.99, give me fuel, give me fire. Fortune and fame, mirror vein, the memory remain. I will sing it and I will sell it to you. Poison has a bid for 20. Now another bid for 20. And now another bid for 20. And we have Joshua Tree, $44.99. Where the Streets Have No Name. I still haven't found what I'm looking for. With or Without You, Bullet the Blue Sky, Running to a Standstill, Red Hill Mining Town, In God's Country, Trip Through Your Wires, One Tree Hill Exit, and Mothers of the Disappeared. That's a 2LP remaster for $44.99. Racer X, the last bid, was Ross Way at $40. Everybody else is out. Stripers at $53. Stripers at $55 with Michael Fairchild. Poison's at $30 with David Saunders. Alan Jackson's Greatest Hits, 2LP, $34.99. Alan Jackson's Greatest Hits. Green Day, Strung Out on Confusion. Never had this one. Where's the Vlotter checks at? This is live in Montreal, 1994, $29.99. And David Bowie, The Prettiest Star, Bowie is $29.99. And this is live from the Sunday show, February 7th, February 8th, 1970, $29.99. All right. And then over here is Racer X, $43. Got it already. Dang it. I bought that just for y'all. And then Al and then Jeremy Bryant on Bowie and Leslie on Green Day. And now Poison's at 31. Striper is the Yellow and Black Attack, a 1984 U.S. And it has a high bid of $55. Stephen Tuttle, it goes back to you. And then Racer X is a final call to Stuck 73. That means that Ross is out and David Baber. David Baber and Ross, okay? And now Ross is back in at 45. Generator is plugged and churning. We got a lower crate on deck with nothing but pre-owned stuff. Vlotter check does want a Bowie, though. Excellent. I have one Green Day left. I rolled the dice ordering that Green Day. The last time I had a Green Day, we sold a bunch, and then we had some in the Hatchet Ed crate, and I never could for the life of me sell them. I finally had to put them up for a $1 start auction. I was like, please, hopefully these Green Days sell. I'm okay with having one, especially on the first read-through. That's okay. That's okay. But I did have the Vlotter checks in mind on that one. There's a couple people I know that are huge fans of certain bands. Like, we got some serious Van Halen people on. And I've been messaging people, looking, contacting the other people I know, like, do you have anything Van Halen? Any, like, posters, this or that, because there's so many people wanting Van Halen stuff right now. Man, I can't get good leads on anything. Paul's out buying in these collections. You know, I'm looking for posters and autographs and anything. And I'm just like, man, I can't find any Van Halen stuff. And Green Day's tough to get to because of their era. They're from an era where very little's made on vinyl. This is called Strung Out on Confusion. It's live in 1994. Wow, there's a lot of music on here. Look at all those tracks. $29.99 if you do want it, Justin Garrett. All right, let's read through these one more time. Green Day. How about the Ramones? An all-analog cut by Ryan Smith from Vinyl Me Please. $34.99. Stripers at $58. Michael Fairchild, you're out. Racer X is at $46. And Poison's at $35. Stephen Parton, it's up to you if you want back in. And Truth, I've got a cool Van Halen wall of Coleco. There you go. Yeah, I'm trying to get everything I can. Tim Graham, Tim Woods, whoever bought those other Black Sabbath albums tonight, Corey. I've got some guys, and I'm like, I know other people that are like kind of dealers and resellers, and they don't really have stores, but they collect really high end stuff, and they trade and stuff like that, and they watch our sales sometimes, and they'll be like, hey, I've got this, but man, Eddie Van Halen stuff's expensive, far as, signed. Here we go. Justin Garrett on Green Day. But I'm trying to track down some posters, like concert posters, stuff like that. But golly, rare, expensive, you just can't get on a website, distribution, wholesale, and say, yeah, order me 30 original Van Halen posters I can put up for auction. So, but I'll look everywhere I can. I have people send me stuff, Marketplace, other auctions, might find something at another auction I can buy and try to bring on here and sell, but it takes a lot of time. Like, just looking for something can take hours and hours. I think y'all know that. If you're a diehard collector for something, you can be online for hours digging through, trying to find something you're looking for. Marilyn Manson, $64.99. Rush, Hold Your Fire, $33. That's why we always advertise the big auctions here, so people can tune in and they know when to watch and when to buy them on that. So, okay, Poison. This is sold to David Saunders for $35. Stripers at $58. Michael Fairchild, do you want back in? And now Racer X is at $50. Let's do another auction. Joy Division Live, 1980-33. Red Hot Chili Peppers Greatest Hits, $44. T-Rex Vinyl Me Please, $34. Also, Leonard Skinner, $36. Pink Floyd Fillmore Volume 2, $44. Joshua Tree, $44, one of my favorites. And Alan Jackson's $34.99. Alan Jackson Greatest Hits. All right, he's out on Striper. This is sold then. Thank you on Striper. That's sold to Chris Kirkley for $58. He's out on Racer X. This is sold to Ross Way for $50. Time for all new auctions. Time for the lower crate. The next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Hex, H-E-X-X. Hex is called Under the Spell. It's a 1986 US. It's on Shrapnel, a very well-known thrash metal label. It is with insert. It does have the lyric insert. It's in VG condition, and it's a $20 start. Also, I claimed a Manson in that crate. Yes, I pulled you for a Manson. There's one Manson left. It's called the Pale Emperor. It includes Killing Strangers, Third Day of the 7-Day Binge, and Deep Six. That's the 3 advertised hype tracks. And then James Young does want an Alan Jackson, and Chris Bryant, Jeremy Bryant does want that last live Joy Division. Tony Bradford requested Hex. He's already in on it. I'm very curious on what version we have over here of, well, let's do this first. Let's do Great White, Shot in the Dark. Great White's an 86 US OG Telegraph Records with insert. It is a solid VG Plus copy, and this is a $35 start. And when we tagged this, the cheapest listed for sale was overseas for nearly $100 when we tagged this one, probably about a week ago, so that probably hasn't changed. Great White, that's not one easy to get, and that still has not seen a reissue. They are reissuing some Great White official recordings, but not this one. It still hasn't seen a reissue. $35 star, and Charlie Marks does want that last Marilyn Manson. Yeah, these were expensive, as you can see, but I looked him up on Discogs, and his stuff is just weird. Most of his original albums are not in print, and they're super expensive and never available on vinyl. So if I see Marilyn Manson, and when they are in stock, they're still expensive, but when you think about it, well, heck, if they ever go out of print, then you're going to be seeing me sell one in 2 years at auction for $200. Because it seems like when his stuff goes out of print, they lock it and throw away the key. It's like, it's over. We're not making anymore. So, I don't know, weird discography with his, but it seems like I have seen stuff of his go out of print. Like that one we did have an official pressing of, Mechanical Animals. They went out of print the day it came out. They said, this is canceled. They're gone. They actually were recalled. And now it's a $200 or $300 record. So if anybody wants on a waiting list for anything I sold out of, including Maryland, let me know. Here's what Chad's about to do. I'm about to go hide the Laura Crate sticker. Let's see what we got. And, oh, I have squatted down. I'm going to regret that in the morning. Whew, let me take a deep breath. Let me look at it. Ooh, killer Laura sticker. Killer Laura sticker. Perfect for Metal Night. And let me pick out a good record to hide it on. Hide it in, I should say. Wow, there is some cool stuff in here. Is this sealed? Yeah. All right, let's do it on this. Okay. All right, I'm going to hide it. So no one will know what record it's on, and no one's going to know who got it until pretty much this is over. All right. And I have stood up, and now I'm dizzy. Oh. Here we go. All right, let me go grab a bottle of water right quick. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in tonight. And appreciate it. It is almost pretty much a little past the top of the hour. And we are live here at Collectco. Let me introduce the next auction. Hex Great White. I hadn't called out a single bid. Let's go ahead and run another Black Sabbath. This is not OG, but it is a nicer copy for a reissue. Or the jacket is nice for any copy. The vinyl is a strong VG, Master of Reality. I'll show it closer in just a second. Strong VG, it's a 79 pressing, $20 start. So that album originally came out in 72. That's a 79 pressing, $20 start VG. Let me step up here and get another bottle of water. I am quite thirsty and honestly pretty hungry. But I'm going to hold off on eating, obviously. We had a record attendance. I looked up earlier. I was like, oh my gosh. It was like, I think when we were selling the Motley Crue and everything, it was a crazy amount of people watching. I'm going to knock out the rest of this brownie from Chick-fil-A. Knock out the rest of this brownie. I do literally, no joke tonight, I literally do have mom's spaghetti tonight. And I'm looking forward to it. Whew. Actually, let me go. Literally, that was a Chick-fil-A brownie, what was left of it. When I don't have much time to order food, Chick-fil-A can be delivered. DoorDash has it here in less than 15 minutes usually, which is amazing, I think. It's here when I get here. They leave it out front. And I'm like, wow, thank you. That's amazing. This crate here from Laura is probably about to be pretty epic. Now I need something kind of not sweet. Grab a Slim Jim or two. Gonna get my brain focused and rejuvenated here. I'm gonna drink a Monster here in a second. But first, we're gonna hydrate. No, that wasn't a toilet. That was our air conditioning. That was our air conditioning. Hey, we still got that Pantera record, too, to sell. We'll probably do that next Thursday. Okay, thank you. That was my 3-minute timeout. I got 7 more remaining. Time is money, though. Cobwebs are growing on the lower crate. That's right. Okay, so Hex is at 60. That just popped up. Hex is at 60. That just popped up. That's with Ed Riviera. And that's a 1986 USOG Thrash with insert VG condition. And then John Kaiser also just bid 60. Okay, Great White was also OG, an 86 USOG Telegraph Records with insert a solid VG plus. And Great White, the last bid was Stephen Lewis Jr. for 60. And then Black Sabbath is a 79 US reissue. It's a 79 US reissue. It does have the original on her sleeve, which is just this. That plastic Warner Brothers logo. All right now, won't you listen? Master of Reality, okay? And it is a strong VG, maybe VG plus. It's going to be played loud. And Josh Brown has it for $30. And I don't think anybody bid before him more than 30 or tied. So Josh has it for 30. The lower crate sticker is hidden here. Let's get going. Y'all are going to like this crate a lot. We've already almost filled up our 7th crate, and we still got 2 more crates of new vinyl to go through. Striper, To Hell with the Amps. Striper is sealed, unopened, $34.99 on Striper. Pantera, Far Beyond Driven. I'm Broken, sealed, $29.99. Shedding Skin, $29.99. That's on white and Stronger Than Blue marble vinyl. Dio, live in London at the Hammersmith Apollo in 1993. Ronnie James Dio, sealed, $34.99. Great White's at $62. Sabbath is at $40. And Hex is at $66 with Ed Riviera. John Kaiser's out. Tony's out. Edwin, that $66 bid may win it. That may win it. Pantera is sold to Josh Brown. Scott was second, then Elizabeth, and then Charlie Marks. Now, I can get this album in print, brand new, same version, for a few dollars more. Now, this is pre-owned sealed. That's why it's $29. If anybody wants one of these and wants to go on a waiting list, I actually think I have these in stock. But also, I have the Rhino 2LP edition as well. Just saying, okay? So anybody that was Pantera want to go on a waiting list for a few dollars more, let me know. What is the condition of Hex? It's in VG condition, 86 USOG with insert. Okay? Great White is still getting bids, and so is Black Sabbath. Matthew Sherrick has Sabbath at 40. Iron Maiden, Legacy of the Beast in Mexico, sealed, $34.99. $34.99. Scott says he'll take a Pantera if they're in stock. Okay, if they're in stock. So, well, I don't know. We'll find out. And if anybody else wants one regardless, let me know. Nice. AC/DC, gold vinyl. The River Plate concert. Great show. You got to watch some of this on YouTube. This is one of the greatest crowds ever. Sealed, $49.99. Iron Maiden is sold to Danny Thomason. Thank you, Danny. Over here, we got Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil. Wow, I've never seen the cover art on the front like that for the reissue. You know, it's not the pink. They put the cover, that artwork on the front. Red and black vinyl, $34.99. $34.99. Ed Riviera wants Striper. That's sold to Ed Riviera. And one more. And this is, oh no, it's the Nashville Cats. Pleased to Eat You. Great, their great effing new studio album. They have they have another album in print that I can order. It's called Eaten Alive. I was like, oh my gosh. There he is. He's eating some chicken there. Sealed for $24.99. Hex is sold. Hex is sold to Ed and Riviera for $66. $66. Thank you, Ed and Riviera. Now, that one's not in print anymore, just FYI. Okay, now what about Great White? John Kaiser, 67. Stephen Lewis Jr., let me know if you want back in. And then Black Sabbath, Josh Brown went out. I think that's going to be sold then for $40 to Matthew Sherrick. Let me make sure. But first, Danny on the Motley Crue. Ross Way was second. Charlie on the Nashville Cats. Thank you, Charlie. And my crate is full. My crate is full. Let me put this right over here. Is this an OG Paranoid? I think John marked. Yeah, he marked a OG Paranoid tonight. He left it out for me. Yeah, we're probably going to run that as soon as I sell this. New empty crate. 7 full crates tonight. Wow. So this is sold to Matthew Sherrick. Matthew Sherrick is getting this for $40. Okay. Somebody asked about a what cassette? Hold on one second. Some kind of cassette was requested. And this is 67. And I'm making sure Stephen Lewis is done. We're about to sell it. Okay, AC/DC is live at River Plate. Go Vinyl, $49.99. Triple LP. And then Dio's the only other thing left. Live in London, Apollo, $34.99. The Ramones, Loco Live, Record Store Day, sealed, $29.99. And then Spirit World, Death Western. I know they have, the last time we had some Spirit World records, they were super demand. $24.99 for Spirit World. Okay, our next auction, let's go ahead and run 2 over here from the higher end tab. Let me figure out what this is. No Mercy. Thank you, Lord. No Mercy is a 1987 U.S. original. Okay? It is Suicidal Tendencies vocalist Mike Muir and guitarist Mike Clark. So 2 of the Suicidal Tendencies members. It's on translucent brown vinyl. It's near mint minus with the original inner sleeve. Beautiful copy. $85 start. It has the original inner sleeve. And that's now up for bid. Speaking of Suicidal Tendencies, Suicidal Tendencies is an 87 USOG VG Plus with the original inner sleeve. That's a $50 start. Okay? And then Great White, the last bid on Great White is sold to John Kaiser for $67. Sold to John Kaiser for $67. Let's put that away. So 2 up for bid there. OG Records, pretty desirable, especially the No Mercy on the right. That looks like that demands pretty good money. The first claim was Charlie Marks on R for the Ramones. And then Danny Thomason on Spirit World. And Buddy Cordova does one AC/DC. Okay, so Suicidal's a $50 start. No Mercy, an $85 start. And then over here from the Flip Video crate, I've got Striper, another sealed one, Together as One. Striper is sealed. It's sealed. An 85 USOG, 12-inch single with hop sticker, a $15 start on Striper. Okay? More stuff from the Laura crate. Danzig Sings Elvis. Oh. There's no price on it. Laura must means that this is free. Is this free, Laura? I'll put it right over here. Next over here is Flotsam and Jetsam High. It's sealed, a 2024 Record Store Day, $24.99. Serathon Gold on gray black marble vinyl, Dark Parade, sealed for $29.99. and Ian Gillan and the Javelins. Deep purple, sealed, $14.99. Ian Gillan and the Javelins. Ian Gillan from Deep Purple. Okay, basically, Solarplex put Suicidal join the Army. Okay? He did not place a bid, though. Solar, are you bidding? And then I introduced New Mercy, and then we have a question on what it is, information, and condition. No one has bid on the sealed striper. I'm looking for a $15 start. Now there's a bid. Let's show No Mercy again. No Mercy, that is the name of the band. The name of the album is called No Mercy. No, it's called Widespread Bloodshed, Love Runs Red. Widespread Bloodshed, Love Runs Red. It's an 87 USOG. It is near mint. The jacket is also extremely nice. No signs of wear or anything like that. It is $85 start. Nick wants to know the price on Danzig, and then Danny Thomason. It's $27.99. Nick Bargeron, I am putting this in the crate unless you say otherwise. Then Danny's next. Solarplex Suicidal Tendencies is a $50 start. Sorry I had to pee, didn't want to miss out. I don't have Chad's bladder. It's a $50 start if you want to bid, okay? Now, No Mercy has bids for $85, $85, $95. Striper is got one bid for $15. It's sealed. Striper, When We Were Kings. Sealed, $24.99, black and yellow split. No Mercy is translucent brown vinyl. Yes. OG, beautiful copy. Megadeth, unplugged in Boston. Megadeth is on Coke bottle clear vinyl, $24.99. Solarplex is in on Suicidal Tendencies. Striper is sold to Nick Bargeron. AC/DC Black Ice on gold vinyl, a 50th anniversary edition, sealed for $34.99. Curtis next on Striper. Edwin next on Striper. No Mercy's at 100. Who got Great White? John Kaiser did. Noah Colwell, Megadeth. Did you whip through the Ozzies or no holdbacks? All the autographed Ozzies have been sold. AC/DC sold to Solarplex Studios. Danny needs to put back Iron Maiden, Mexico City. If anybody wants that, I would recommend commenting right now. It's right here. It's Iron Maiden, Legacy of the Beast, live in Mexico City. 3 LP, sealed for $34.99. Lamb of God, Ashes of the Wake, live in Richmond, Virginia, sealed for $29.99. I can't believe I'm selling a sealed striper anything for just $15. Sold for $15 to Michael Fairchild. No Mercy's at $111. Solarplex got Suicidal Tendencies for $55. Okay? Ross says, I'm mad. I think he means Iron Maiden, but we'll find out. Otherwise, I got to figure out why he's mad. Next auction is Wasp. Wasp is their self-titled album. A gold stamp promo. A 1984 Jacksonville. EX with the original on her sleeve. This is going to go up for a $35 start. Tom Sullivan has No Mercy for $111. Justin Deckelman, you've been outbid. There's Wasp, a $35 start. Our next auction is Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz. Crazy. That's just how it goes. An 81 USOG, Living in This World. A Terre Haute pressing. It is in VG Plus condition. It does have the original on her sleeve. with the lyrics. So you can say, Mr. Crowley, dun dun dun, what you won't do the dead, dun, dun 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 dun. Ozzy, $35 start. Wasp has a bid for $35. Ross Wade does want Iron Maiden Mexico City. Sold. Machine Head Unatoned. Machine Head, that's their newest album, $22.99. White Zombie, La Sexta Risto, a music on vinyl pressing, $27.99. Ozzy has bids for $35 and $35. Wasp has a bid. He's out on No Mercy, sold to Tom Sullivan for $111. No Mercy sold for $111. Thank you, Tom Sullivan. Machine Head sold to Scott Arnold. We have Black Label Society Scourge, a sealed copy on green vinyl for $24.99. Over here we have Joseph Ellis on Rob Zombie. Curtis Marachi second on Machine Head. Ozzy's at 40. Ozzy's at 50. Wasp is at 36. Cindy second on White Zombie. Edmund on Black Label Society. Charlie Marks was next. And Saxon Lionheart, $32.99 on gold vinyl. $32.99 on gold vinyl. Over here, I posted an entire tub full of cassettes. And somebody spotted one and they want me to run it for auction. And I still don't see it. I went over here earlier and peeked and I still don't see it. And no one's touched any of these. Evidently there was a White Zombie cassette posted in this gallery. I have no idea how you spotted that. I've went over here twice and tried to look, and now I'm really looking. I still don't see it. Of course, they're really hard to look at on the spines. I know that doesn't make sense, but y'all should go post a bunch of stuff and sell it, and then try to look at spines and try to find them. It's nearly impossible. Yeah, I still don't see it. Are you sure you seen a picture of a White Zombie? Are you talking about a VHS or a cassette? A VHS or a cassette? Now, there's no White Zombie cassette. You might be talking about VHS, and if so, I'll have to go find them. If there is, I'll go look again, but I still don't see that. Okay? We have Wasp at $40 with Ross. Buddy Cordova's out. So is Dean Tefford. Ozzy's a OG 81 Terre Haute VG Plus. And it has a high bid with Michael Hamburger for $50. Nobody on Saxon. Ex-Hoarder, Slaughter in the Vatican, $27. Rob Zombie. I still think I would have spotted that. I still don't see it, though. Rob Zombie. Okay, I'll go look again. Rob Zombie. I'm looking through every one of them right now. These have not been touched unless somebody got back here and dug through them today. What shouldn't have happened. If so, I'm going to have to reprimand somebody. Nope. No Rob Zombie. There's a bunch of Ozzies. A ton of Ozzies. Nope. Just look through them all again. Like I said, if it's a cassette, it's not in there anymore. I'll pull up the picture myself. So I'll have to maybe get a clue. Ramones, Rocket to Russia. Ramones is sealed, $24.99. When we post those pictures like cassettes, $6.99 each, nobody wants to tag that. I mean, you can look, can't find it. What did they want? They wanted Led Zeppelin. You'll look, still can't find it. Are you sure there's a Led Zeppelin? And then I'll look, and then finally somebody, I mean, that last time I posted a bunch of, me, Tanner, and Steve, it took all three of us a long time to find all that stuff. It's like, why is it so difficult to find when it's all like right here in order? It's a weird phenomenon. Steelheart. Steelheart is $29.99. And Nuclear Assault, Handle with Care. Wow. $24.99. Sealed Nuclear Assault. And Descendants, 9th and Walnut. Descendants is $24.99. Okay, Wasp is at 40, and then that was with Ross. Buddy Cordova come back in at 45. Rob Zombie Cassette by the Robert Plant and Robert Palmer. Top left, it's between Rick Springfield and Grits. Wasp 48. Charlie Marks on RA for the Ramones. Okay, it's between Robert Palmer and Rick Springfield. Looked at the picture, it's under Robert Palmer. Michael Freiberger on Nuclear Assault. Craig Ruth on Steelheart. Dean Tefford next on Nuclear Assault. Then MT Matt. Charlie Marks first on Descendants. Juanita next on Steelheart. Wow, Ozzy just got, or I don't know, he got more than one bid, but some people didn't say out. Michael Hamburger gets this for $50. Michael Hamburger gets that for $50. Thank you. I don't know. People look at me and say, "Is the end when it's the final day?" Dun, 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 dun. Slaughter is on silver vinyl from MOV, $27.99. Pantera, Cowboys from Hell, $29.99. Iron Maiden, Senjutsu, that is sealed, $39.99. Silver Black and Marble Vinyl, $39.99. Sweet and Lynch, Only to Rise, green vinyl, $29.99. Death Angel, The Bastard Tracks, clear with orange and green, brown and splatter, $19.99. Janet on Janet Gray on Iron Maiden. Wasp, the final call on Wasp was $48 with Ross Way. Buddy Cordova, you were outbid again. You were outbid again. I'm going to go ahead and be putting it away. We got more stuff to put up. We have over here Michael Hamburger on P for Pantera. Danny on DA for Death Angel. Sweet and Lynch to Nick. Scott next on Death Angel. Wasp is at 50. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it is this very metalish looking record, Symphonies of Steel by Explorer, EXX Explorer. Explorer is an 86 US reissue with alternative cover art and insert. No condition notes, a little bit of cover damage right there. Nice copy though, $25 start on that. $25 start on that. Wasp has a new bid for 50, another Death Angel, another Iron Maiden, and let's go over here and try to find this mystery cassette again. I'm going to go over here and try to find this mystery set again. I found it. See? Y'all just had to tell me where it is. I found it. We have a request to run this up for auction. Here we go. Rob Zombie, Hellbilly Deluxe, an original cassette tape, $7 start on Rob Zombie. He is now up for bid if he will stay there. There we go. Nope. How about that? Rob Zombie's a $7 start. All right. First thing I'm going to do is Wasp is at $55. This is a new bid. This auction here, I'm looking for a $25 start. Rob Zombie's a $7 start. Let's read through these one more time. Who got the lore sticker? I'm not going to say for a while. Dio, live in London, Hammersmith Apollo, 1993. It's a secret. We got to sell some more records. Dio is sealed for $34.99. Flotsam and Jetsam. This is called High. It's a 2025 Record Store Day exclusive. Sealed for $24.99. Michael says he does not need an Ozzy Blizzard of Oz waiting list anymore. Serathon Gold, Dark Parade, gray and black marble vinyl. Sealed for $29.99. Ian Gillan and the Javelins. Deep Purple related. Ian Gillan, of course. Sealed, $14.99. Flotsam and Jetsam, so did Danny. Carla Brecky was next. Lamb of God, Ashes of the Wake, live in Richmond, Virginia. Record Store Day, sealed for $29.99. Cindy, Charlie bid 10 on Rob Zombie. You bid 9, he bid 10. Also, Saxon, Lionheart. Saxon's on Gold Vinyl for $32.99. Now Rob Zombie 8, now Rob Zombie 12. Ex-Hoarder, Slaughter in the Vatican. That's on Silver Vinyl, $27.99. Wasp is sold over here to Ross Way for $55. We have Rob Zombie. We have Rob Zombies at $12. Ed Riviera on Ian Gillan. That's sold to Ed Riviera. Buddy Cordova, Lamb of God, sold to Buddy Cordova. Serathon Gold. That's exactly what I've been saying. Serathon Gold, sealed for $29.99. Rob Zombie's at $15. And over here, we have an 86 US reissue. And this is a buy it now for $25 if anybody wants it. Nobody bid on that. Over here is Black Sabbath Paranoid. It is a 1971 Terre Haute. It is in VG Plus condition. It's going to go up for a $35 start. This is a green label. This is a gatefold jacket. There it is. Black Sabbath. Does have some old sticker residue. The top seam is split. No writing. Green label Terre Haute. $35 start. Gatefold jacket. That's now up for bid. Black Sabbath Paranoid. $35 start. Janet's already bid. Michael Freiberger got Exhorter. And now that only leaves Serathon Gold, Saxon, and Dio. 3 Laura Crates records left. If we sell those, I might tell who got the Laura Crate sticker. If not, we might leave it a mystery till the shipment. We'll see what happens in the next 30 seconds. There's only 3 records left. Somebody might just go ahead and buy them to find out. Serathon Gold, Gray Black Marble, Saxon, and Dio. Wow, great titles too. Still got more new vinyl to go through. Paranoid already has a bid for $40, now $45. The Rob Zombie cassette is at $25. And then Saxon is sold over here to Jay Nutra. Never know, that might have been the Laura sticker right there. Who knows? Who knows? Ross Way was second on Saxon. That leaves Serathon Gold and Dio. David Baber's still trying to use Firefox to watch these streams. Told you last week you should have went and downloaded Chrome. If you're not watching on Google Chrome, I don't know how you're watching. Well, I do know how you're watching. You're watching on Firefox. You should be watching on Chrome, though. Cindy's out on Zombie. Cindy, we brought so much hype to this cassette tape. That always happens. We brought so much hype to this cassette tape. It is now has a high bid of $25. And now it's a final call. Ross Way gets Dio. Now we got 1 record left. Seraph on Gold. Scott said he would give 20 for this. Sold. And now we have our next auction, Anvil. Anvil is Strength of Steel, an 87 USOG, VG Plus condition, a $20 start. Paranoid's at $50. It's up to Josh Brown. And then Rob Zombie is about to be sold to Charlie Marks for $25. And I'm basically waiting for somebody to buy this last record. Is there anybody out there? $29.99. Come on, Vlader, check. Say, I'll take it. Paranoid is sold for $50 to Janet Gray. Anvil has a bid for $30. Oh, there's going to be a bunch of cassettes sold after we're done with vinyl. Like, we're about to do nothing but cassettes here in a minute. That's pretty close to what John had that mark for $44.99, so that was pretty close. Anvil's at $30. Our next auction is Black Sabbath Paranoid. A 1973 U.S. repress, Santa Maria. Warner Brothers inner sleeve. VG condition. $15 start. A 73 pressing, $15 start. Ed Riviera takes it. Now, do y'all want to know something weird? I mean, something weird happened earlier. And of course, I had to keep my cool. There's nobody who knows what record I put that lower crate sticker on, right? No one knows. Laura don't even know. Nobody knows. Nobody knows what record, okay? Something very weird happened. Very weird happened. This record, I was showing it. And when I was showing this, Stephen Parton commented, "Somebody better grab that Rob Zombie." And I looked down and I was like, okay, at this point, this guy works for the CIA. He's part of that. He's part of that ESP program from back in the 80s. Now, he didn't buy it, but he knew. He sensed it. He's one of these remote viewers, and he closed his eyes and just did some kind of extraterrestrial remote viewing CIA stuff. And look, there it was. And guess what? It was sold to Joseph Ellis. Stephen could have easily bought that record and got the sticker. At this point, there's no contest. This guy is out here using mind tricks, CIA-type remote viewing stuff. Joseph got it, but Stephen could have easily got that record. Easily. It wouldn't even been a contest. He was first, and it was like another 30 seconds before Joseph's comment. Nice sticker from Laura. Garfield is going to incite chaos in the mosh pit. Nice, Joseph Ellis. Hey, 2 new people got Laura crate stickers tonight that's never got them. But that was pretty spooky when he said that. I was like, dude, this guy, he's on a different level with this sticker, extraterrestrial. Like, he could have easily bought that one. Charlie Marks got Rob Zombie for $25. He got it for $25. There for a while, I even forgot what record I put it on. Okay, Anvil. The last bid on Anvil that came in was Stephen Lewis Jr. at $30. Okay, Paranoid is a 73 pressing in VG condition. And Jay Nutra has it for $17. $17. Yeah, y'all should look into that remote viewing stuff. There's a guy on Joe Rogan. I mean, he was in the CIA with those people doing that stuff. I was like, whatever. And then I've looked into it and I was like, okay, these people were really remote viewing with their mind, and the CIA basically is like, yeah, we got to stop this. they're like looking into our vaults. They're like looking into our safes and looking at sensitive documents. And I was like, man, what kind of brain power do you have to do that? Be able to look inside of a safe and sense what's going on. Okay, so Anvil's at 31, Black Sabbath's at 20. I mean, it's not OG, but my gosh, a 73 pressing, it exists. You can play it. Here we go. Yeah, that's some of the same people, I think. Yeah, they could, man, they're like, I mean, these remote viewers, they were like looking into like Russian safes and amazing like stuff is like, there's no way. And then later on, they're like, yeah, that document they were reciting numbers to as like real stuff. I was like, what in the world? All right, here we go. Docking. Docking is under lock and key. This is our third auction. An 85 US specialty OG, original on her sleeve, $35 start. It is available. An 85 US specialty OG. Now up for bid. Anvil is at $34. Black Sabbath at $25. There's Docking. So this is our last crate of new arrivals, not counting the John crates. But what I'm going to do, since it's almost midnight, I am going to go ahead and start showing cassettes for buy it now. I've also got some cassettes to auction, but we still got about 10 more albums to auction too. So I'm about to start mixing in some metal-related stuff. Okay, cassettes, and we're going to start doing recaps because we've went through so much new vinyl. I bet there's people watching now that wasn't watching 3 hours ago or 5 hours ago, and we've got to do that. We got to do a recap, okay? We got to. And while we're doing that, I'll still continue to show new stuff that's really cool and metal related, like cassettes, okay? So right now, Anvil, somebody asked, what's the Anvil bid? Now it's at $34 with Stephen Lewis Jr. Now Black Sabbath's at $26 and Dawkins a $35 start. I did get another copy of Pink Floyd Pulse in. Pink Floyd Pulse is $114.99. 4 LP box, 52-page book. Pulse is $114.99. I really don't have any metal CDs, no. I've got cassettes and hard rock or just great titles over there. So that is $114.99. Be happy to buy if you sell me a dual cassette player. Oh, yes. So how about you start buying them right now, and I'll hook you up with a cassette player. If I can't find one here, or if I don't know where the one is here, I'll get John to find one in the back. And I know we have some around here. So you can go ahead and start buying them right now. Tom Sullivan said he bid $36 on Anvil. He did. Steven, your bid came in late. Overkill CDs are still available. They're kind of all over the place right now, though. The Cure, Disintegration, I can try to find them a little bit later. We do have some of those. I have had about 50 metal CDs I've shown 5 times already. The Iron Maiden. Oh, you're talking about Iron Maiden. Yes. I wish you would have reminded me about another 3 hours ago or 5 hours ago. We have The Cure, Disintegration, $44.99. I'll start putting those up right now. Are we done on some of these auctions? It's up to Stephen Lewis on Anvil. Black Sabbath is stalled out again. There's like 5 people within $1 of each other. And then Dawkins is a buy it now. I'm going to go ahead and make it a buy it now. 85 OG, original under sleeve, no one bid, $35. $35 on Dawkins. That was a no bid. Now Anvil's at $40. And one more time on Black Sabbath, Jay Nutra has it for $26. And there's like 5 people within $1 of him. And no one has bid again and no one has set out. He's about to get it for $26. Christina Curtis gets the Dawkins for a $35 buy it now. Thank you, Christina Curtis. All right, next thing I have is System of a Down Toxicity. $29.99, System of a Down. Radiohead Kid A, $44.99. Radiohead Kid A. First Iron Maiden CD. This is Iron Maiden, Hartford. Iron Maiden is limited to 100 copies. It's a 2-disc. Iron Maiden's a $10 start. That's now up for bid. Next over here is details on Anvil. Strength of Steel. Anvil's an 87 U.S. original with the original under sleeve, VG Plus condition. Stephen Lewis has it for $40. Maiden is a $10 start. Black Sabbath out, Black Sabbath out, Black Sabbath out, Black Sabbath out, Black Sabbath out. Anvil has a new bid for $44. Over here is Toxicity, sold to Tom Sullivan. Also, Metallica, Ride the Lightning. $33.99. $33.99, remastered. Everything in this crate is new and sealed. Brand new sealed from distribution. These are all brand new sealed items. Rush 2112, remastered from the original analog tapes at Abbey Road Studios. $36.99. And Radiohead OK Computer, $44.99. Black Sabbath is sold. Black Sabbath is sold to Jay Nutra for $26. Jay, I finally heard back from everybody else. Final call on Iron Maiden for $10. Also, Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced? All analog, pressed at QRP, $24.99. Solarplex, your bid on Dawkins came in extremely late, about 14 minutes late. Anvil's at $47 with Stephen Lewis Jr. They're still bidding on Anvil. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Mob Rules by Black Sabbath. The second Dio album, an 81 US OG with the original under sleeve, VG Plus, a $25 start. Pink Floyd Metal, $33.99. Iron Maiden is sold to Chris Gardner for $10. Sold. Next is Iron Maiden. This is Maiden South America. Iron Maiden, Maiden South America, a 4-disc. Maiden South America, $10 start. Alan Montgomery gets the last System of a Down. Anvil's at 47, which also means that somebody's out. Tom Sullivan, you're out. The Cure's Greatest Hits is $44.99. Also over here, we have Eminem, Slim Shady, $39.99. Radiohead, The Bends, $39. Mad Season, a 2LP, $39. And Radiohead in Rainbows, $39.99 for Radiohead. Black Sabbath has a bid for $25. Black Sabbath has a bid for $30. Iron Maiden has one bid for $10, going once, going twice to Chris Gardner. Black Sabbath's at $40 with Scott Arnold. Going twice, going 3 times. Black Sabbath has a new bid for $33, going 7, going 8 times. Does anybody else want anything else in this crate? Anybody else on anything else in this crate? Over here, we have Charlie Marks put EM. EM, Charlie Marks, was for Eminem. Scott Arnold on Mad Season, sold. Next is Elizabeth Stewart on Mad Season, sold. Alan Montgomery first on the waiting list for Mad Season. And then Stephen Parton wants Metallica, Ride the Lightning. Maiden has a bid for 10. Matthew Sherrick already bid 10, or Chris already bid 10. Chris, you technically bid against yourself. You still have it for $10. It's up to Matthew Sherrick to bid more for 10, okay? Iron Maiden's now at 12 with Nick Galetti. We're about to run through some Iron Maiden CD auctions. I'm going to do some individually. I'm going to bundle some together. I'm testing the waters right now. I'm going to see what a couple of these bring. Then we might start doing 4 and 5 at a time for $40 and $50 starts. That way we're not here all night. I know some people like Chris has been waiting on these all week. And Nick and some of our other Iron Maiden collectors. Let's run through this one more time. First thing is Pink Floyd Pulse, a 4LP remaster, $114.99. The Cure, Disintegration, $44.99. Radiohead, Kid A, $44. Metallica, Last Ride the Lightning, $33. Rush, You Gotta Have It, $36. Radiohead, OK Computer, also $44. Hendrix, $24. Pink Floyd, $33. The Cure's Greatest Hits is a double LP, $44.99. The Eminem Slim Shady LP, $39. Radiohead's $39. Radiohead's $39. Anvil. The last bid that came in on Anvil was Tom Sullivan out. Stephen Lewis Jr. gets this for $47. Black Sabbath is now at $50 with Scott Arnold. The Maiden has a bid for $15. What year is Radiohead in Rainbows? In Rainbows it's a 2007 edition. It was probably made this year. $39.99. Our next auction is Judas Priest, and this is Sin After Sin. Judas Priest is a 1977 USOG Terre Haute VG Plus condition, a $25 start on Judas Priest. $25 start on Judas Priest, Sin After Sin. The Maiden CD's at $15 with Buddy Cordova. Matthew Sherrick, you're out. No, Chris Gardner bid $15. We have a 3-way tie. Chris Gardner bid $15, Buddy Cordova, and then Matthew. Chris Gardner has it for $15. Black Sabbath's a final call to Scott Arnold for $50. Okay? Rush is $36.99. Judas Priest is now up for bid. You know what else is up for bid? Stryper. And Stryper, To Hell with the Devil, is the picture disc. It is a limited edition 1987 picture disc. Stryper, the full album, To Hell with the Devil, a $25 start. Now up for bid. No poster. It does have the original plastic and sticker. $25 start on that. Iron Maiden 16. Iron Maiden now at $20. All right. So we've successfully, it only took us 6 hours. And we've went through all 12 crates of new vinyl. We've went through a John crate and 2 Laura crates, and it only took us 6 hours. We've got about 2 hours left before I hang up my hat for the night. I'm about to do some recapping, some discounting, and we're going to continue to show new auctions, and new cassettes are about to come up. The ones I'm willing to do buy it nows. And then tomorrow, you can count on a lot of cassette auctions. And the ones that don't sell, a lot of buy it nows. And I'm over here stretching my leg right quick. First time I have really stretched or took a pause in since I've been rolling here tonight. And don't go anywhere. As you can see, all of a sudden, new and engaging material is happening. And everybody's like, holy heck, Chad is still bringing out the goods. And I'm like, yes, I am. Okay? June inventory discounts. You know, I really don't have that much. It won't be stuff marked for June. Or maybe this is July. Yeah, I guess June. Yeah, June stuff. Yeah. Yeah, June stuff. Might even do that tomorrow night. It is the first of the month tomorrow, right? I need to sit down and do... Tonight's my night to do bill paying and all that nonsense. Oh, no. Administrative work. One of the last things I still hadn't hired somebody to do is a few things, but it only takes me one day out of the night to do some bill paying. I hate doing it, though. Wasting my time. Okay. Solarplex. Yes, you might have not heard my answer earlier. Yes, I'm going to get you a double dual cassette player. I either have one here. Or I have one I can get you, okay? It's so hot in the store. I'm going to text my mom tomorrow and tell her to have them come out and look at these air conditionings. It's hot in here, right, Laura? Or is it just me? It is hot. Okay, sorry. Let's figure out where we're at. Striper is $50, or excuse me, Black Sabbath is sold to Scott Arnold for $50. The Iron Maiden CDs with Chris Gardner at $23. Buddy Cordova's out. We're about to sell that. The last bid that came in on Judas Priest, the last bid was Charlie Marks at $30. Sold to Charlie Marks for $30. Striper is with Michael Fairchild at $42. $42 with Michael Fairchild. Everybody else is out. Okay? And I know where a big fan is in the back. I'm literally going to have to go grab it. It seems like as it's gotten later in the night, it's gotten hotter in here. And it's probably still, with humidity, 88 degrees outside. Whew. And it's probably exponentially increased my fatigue. All right, let's sell Iron Maiden to Chris Gardner for $23. There's that. I've kind of forgot what I was doing. I step away for 1 second. It breaks my thought process, so I can't do that too often. I was texting my mom and tell her to come put in a new air system tomorrow. I don't care if it costs $38,000. Just write them a check and let's get it done. Here are two Iron Maiden cassettes. We have Tel Aviv 90, or two Iron Maiden CDs. Tel Aviv 95, Iron Maiden The Greediness. Don't know what's going on here, but two Iron Maiden CDs, a $20 start. $20 start. That is Tel Aviv 95 and The Greediness. Two CDs, a $20 start. Stripers at $45. Fix the AC. Where should I do with these? Let's put these right here, okay? $20 start on those. Next auction, Black Sabbath Paranoid. A 2006 US. That's a Rhino. EX Plus, a $30 start. Nice Paranoid, $30 start. Maiden has a bid for $20. Okay. Let me get organized here. Actually, yeah, like next door is literally the AC place. Next to us is a body shop and then an air conditioning place. And So last year they put in a new unit, and I thought they were going to put in 2. So we have an old one and a new one. And I was like, just go ahead and put in 2. And the guy was literally like, no, I think we just need 1. And then I think the one that's freezing up is causing the other one to pull more weight. Now it's causing problems. I'm like, dude, I'm not here to cut corners, okay? Like, I know it's a lot of money, but it can't be 110 degrees in this building. This inventory is extremely important, and everybody working in here is extremely important. I don't care. Like, do it. We got to have it. I know it's expensive, but do it. Here's the checkbook. It's going to hurt. It's going to hurt. I know. It's expensive. I got to pay for it, though. I'll sell more signed Ozzy albums. Black Sabbath is at 35. Iron Maiden's at 30. Stryper's at 55. I've never seen anybody try to not sell me something either. I was like, are you trying to literally sell down this item? Like, saying I don't need it? Saying I might can get by without it? And I'm like, I don't want to get by. I want to have it done. Come on. Okay. I don't like cutting corners. Every time I've cut a corner, it comes back to haunt me. It's come back to haunt me. On anything. Collection purchases, business expenses, investing. Go all in. Push all your chips in. Do it. Do it while you can. Push them in. Black Sabbath's at 40. The Iron Maiden CDs are at 31. Black Sabbath's at 40. Stryper is a final call to Michael Fairchild for 55. Let me grab this cassette tub. Well, there's plenty of more auctions to run too. I'm going to go ahead and grab start grabbing handfuls. Jim B just fell out of his chair. Some will definitely be auctioned, some won't. Okay? Here we go. I know which one's the auction. It's called metal, or some of the really big metal. Black Sabbath 40, Stryper 61, 62. Okay. All right, let's start a new vinyl recap. And while I'm doing that, we're going to continue auction stuff, and I'm about to show some cassettes, okay? They're going to be $6.99. I'm going to maybe auction some, but a lot of these are going to be $6.99 and go, okay? Black Sabbath was a final call. These 2 Iron Maiden CDs are sold to Chris Gardner for $31. And let's do 2 more. Thank you, Chris. He's tuned in, ready to buy these. I'm ready to sell them. Let's do these 2 here. 2 more bootlegs. Iron Maiden, the Soundhouse tapes, and Iron Maiden, Queensmary College, Charlotte, and the Harlot's Secret Gig. 2 more for a $20 start. Okay, first thing we had was Prong, Rude Awakening. So, Prong is a new reissue that comes out Friday from MOV, and some of them we've sold out of, some of them we didn't get enough in. This one is one of the few I still have in stock, and it's Rude Awakening, a limited edition of 1,500 on clear vinyl, and that is $39.99. So numbered, new for Friday, numbered on the back, Prong, $39.99. We sold earlier both copies of Facelift. Here is Dirt, Them Bones. Ah! Dun, 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 dun. Ah! And then we have Angry Chair, we have Wood, we have Rooster, Down in a Hole, Alice in Chains, $38.99. That's an amazing album. Paul Brothers wants a Prong. Solarplex wants a Prong. There's 2 prongs left. Stryper's at 67. Final call on Iron Maiden for 20. She's out on Black Sabbath. So did Josh Brown for 42. Next auction, thank you, Janet, is Dawkin, back for the attack. Check this out. Pressed on high-quality audiophile vinyl. Dawkin is an 87 USOG specialty white label promo. Promotion copy not for sale. Promotion copy not for sale. A strong VG condition, $20 start on that. The Iron Maiden CDs, both are sold to Chris Gardner for $20. Joe DeGaldo got Alice in Chains, sold. Stryper has a new bid for $70. We're not done. Next Iron Maiden CDs are going to go up for a $20 start. We're going to do this one, and we're going to do that one. And this is the two I'm talking about. Iron Maiden, Ed Hunter. That is a CD and CD-ROM video game. And then we're going to put with it Revelations World Peace Tour, a bootleg, May 26, 1983, $20 start on those. One Alice in Chains left. How about Talking Heads? Speaking, this cover has some damage right here. It's got a little bit of a tear, I think. Speaking in Tongues, Talking Heads, $39.99. I've got 2 copies of Motorhead Live, $24.99. $24.99. Motorhead Live in 1978. Dawkins has a bid for $25 with Solarplex. Striper's at $70 with Carla and Michael Fairchild's out. 2 really cool Iron Maiden CDs there. $20 start. Suicidal Tendencies. Still Psycho after all these years. Music on vinyl press, $39.99. There's Rob Trujillo, who played with Ozzy and who is now the bass player for Metallica. Alice in Chains is $38.99. Also, Paul Simon, the solo album, a picture disc. Paul Simon's $38.99. Tracks on Motorhead, Live in 78. The Watcher, Iron Horse, Born to Lose, On Parole in A. White Line Fever, Keeps Us on the Road, Leaving Here, I'm Your Witch Doctor, The Train Kept a Rolling, and City Kids. Live at the Iron Fist and the Hordes from Hell. Recorded live as Iron Fist and the Hordes from Hell. I think that might be pre-Motorhead. Over here, we have Alan Montgomery wants a Motorhead. There's one left unless Jay Neutral wants it. And then Juanita sold on Alice in Chains. That is sold to Juanita Gagney. And then over here, we have Paul Stanley. Did I say Paul Simon? They're pretty much the same person. Solarplex on AS. Motorhead is sold to Buddy Cordova. That's sold to Buddy Cordova. And then Suicidal Tendencies songs. This is still, give me 1 second on that. And then over here we have Solarplex says he'll take a Suicidal Tendencies. And then Iron Maiden's at 21 with Chris Gardner. And then Stephen Parton says Heads, Talking Heads. Talking Heads, Speaking in Tongues, $39.99. Also, we're done on Striper. Striper is sold to Carla Breckie for $70. To hell with the devil. To hell with him. This is sold. And now Iron Maiden's at 24. I said video game, and Paul Brothers says I'm in. Dawkins has a new bid for 30. And then Stephen Parton does want the Talking Heads, and we have filled up an entire crate. Let me go ahead and swap out. And that's why I wanted to go through all this new vinyl again. Folks, this is the biggest new vinyl delivery I've had possibly in a while. 12 crates tonight. A lot of it was Ozzy. But a lot of times I was reading through these, and it's just, nights we have big auctions, it's really hard to sell stuff out of the crates. Everybody is so focused on what's going on with the auctions. It really distracts from how great the stuff in the crates is, especially new vinyl. Here's the first couple cassettes. Are y'all ready? Rainbow, Final Vinyl, $6.99. Rat, $6.99. Rat, $6.99. Quiet Riot, $6.99. And Rick Springfield. And yes, those Rats I just said for $6.99. Can you believe it? Let's see who's paying attention. Also over here, the Iron Maiden CDs at $30. Dawkins at $35. And then Paul Stanley, $38.99. Yes, you got a Motorhead. And then the tracks on Suicidal Tendencies. Suicide's an Alternative. Two-Sided Politics. Subliminal. I Shot the Devil. Won't Fall in Love Today. Institutionalized. War Inside My Head. Don't Give Me Your Nothing. Memories of Tomorrow. Possessed. I Saw Your Mommy. Fascist Pig. A Little Each Day. I Want More, and Suicidal Failure. That is $39.99. $39.99. And that is yours if you want it. Buddy Cordova, the last copy. Also, Ministry, The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. Ministry, $39.99. Chris Gardner's out. These two Iron Maiden CDs sold to Paul Brothers for $30. Jeff Brindley, first on Rat. Do you want Out of the Cellar or do you want Self-Titled? Do you want out of the cellar, or do you want self-titled? And that's going to leave Rainbow, Rick Springfield, and Quiet Riot. William Drugovich wants Quiet Riot. Sold to William Drugovich. Jeff Brindley was second. Dawkin is sold to 007 Platinum for $35. Buddy Cordova got Suicidal Tendencies. It's his pick on the Rats. Next auction is going to go up right now. Dawkin, Striper, more. We're out for more. Dawkin, Tooth and Nail, Shrink Wrapped, 84 US Club, nice copy, $35 start. Striper, Reasons for the Season, 85 US. Strong VG, $10 start on Striper. Yes, this is sold. Jeff Brindley, Rat and Rap. Ministry, sold to Charlie Marks. One Ministry left if anybody wants that. We have We're the Meat Men. I said that weird. We are the Meat Men and you suck. That's $29.99. I've got 2 copies of Motorhead Kiss of Death. Kiss of Death, silver vinyl, $34.99. Solarplex wants the last 2 cassettes. Sold to Solarplex. Those are done. We have Montrose now playing. A Montrose now playing is $24.99. I've got Richie Valens now playing. Richie Valens. What Aussies? There are 0 Aussies left, Justin. We have waiting lists for Blizzard, Diary, Bark at the Moon, all $29.99. Black Rain's $36 and Ordinary Man's $29. There are waiting lists for all 5. 3 and then 2 others. Okay? Next over here is Brian Call on Meat Men. Charlie Marks will go on a waiting list. We're the Meat Men and you suck. Charlie, you'll be first on the wait list. Whoa, no bid on Striper. Whoa, no bid on Dawkin. 35 and 10. Final calls before I make them buy it nows. How about Dutch Amarin Inch Freundenschaft? And that is $29.99. And one more time, it's Dutch Amenkonchen Freundenschaft. And that's $29.99. Where's Angela Lewis at? She would buy this. This has shirtless, sweaty men on it. That has shirtless, sweaty men on it. Over here, Justin wants it on the waiting list for all 5 Aussies. You got it. There's actually a post up in the group for those, and there's a post up for the Black Sabbath. Some of those will be in tomorrow. The rest will be Monday. What's next? Y'all ready? Well, they're too close to the same. All right, let me do this first. Dawkin, Tooth and Nail is an 84 US Club, CRC Carrollton, Lyric Insert Shrink EX condition. A $35 start is the starting bid. Striper, Reason for the Season's a 12-inch single. It's a 12-inch single. It has Reason for the Season, and Winter Wonderland. Of course, Striper is a Christian metal group. That now has a new bid for $15. Justin, it will be, I can put you down for the Aussies. You might want to go ahead and go find the Black Sabbath post. That way you get higher up on the list. Because if you comment right now, you'll get higher up on those. Because I hadn't made the spreadsheet yet. I've always told everybody, commenting on the post gets you further up on the list. Okay, than taking the name live. Because we got to take down the name live. Sticky note has to get to me. I've got to key it in after everybody else. Okay? And where are we at? Okay, I actually found a sealed Prince cassette, a record store day. Sealed Prince, the Versace Experience, Prelude to Go, sealed. A reissue of a rare limited edition release. Prince is a $7 start. We're going to do that one for a quick auction. And then here's 2 quick buy it nows. Prince is an auction, sealed. These are buy it nows for $6.99 each. Queen and Queen. Queen and Queen. All right, back to the crate. Queen the Miracle and Queen the Game. This is really cool. Batman Mondo box set. It comes with a graphic novel, colored vinyl. Mondo does an amazing job. $79.99 for Batman. Jim B is immediately in on Prince at $8. Good Lord. And now Striper's at $15. And that's a final call. And Dawkin has one bid with blah, blah, blah. It has one bid with Brian Call for $35. Billy Strings, new album that comes out Friday. Billy Strings and Brian Sutton live at the Legion. It's on red, white, and blue vinyl. We had a big pre-order. There's 2 left. $49.99. David Bowie, Ziggy played guitar. A half-speed master, $33.99. And then Jeff Brinley gets both cassettes. Solarplex, you're next. Final call on the Prince cassette for $8. Also over here, we got another one. A sealed original, I think, Quiet Riot 3. I mean, it looks like it, unless this is some kind of modern reissue. I think it's just a beautiful sealed. Quiet Riot is sealed. That's going to go up as well for a $7 start. Sealed Quiet Riot cassette. $7, unopened. Unopened. Prince has a new bid for $10. GMB, you're out. Demu Bigir, green vinyl. Abrahabadabra, $38.99. Charlie Marks wants the new Billy Strings. There's Demu Bigir Stormblast, $33.99. And Chris Cornell, his first ever hits collection, 2 LP, $49.99. This has music from what? Soundgarden. It has music from what? Temple of the Dog. It has Solo Career. It has Audio Slave. Chris Cornell, $49.99. Jim B, you're out on Prince. And Quiet Riot is a $7 start, okay? Now, I've got 2 more for buy it nows. Queensryche and Queensryche, $6.99. Queensryche. These are $6.99. $6.99. These are $6.99. That's Queensryche. Okay, Striper is sold for $15, and that's sold to Michael Fairchild. Thank you, Michael Fairchild. Meat Puppets 2 is not in stock. I can tell you that right now. Dawkins is at $35. Dawkins at $35. And that is sold to Brian Call for $35. First on the Queensryche was Jeff Brinley. He wants both. Shane, you get Prince for $10. Quiet Riot. Solarplex never did really place a bid. We're going to give him one more chance to put QR7. Solar, that's an auction. I think you want it. It looks like you're the only person that's going to bid, but we have to make it official. This is stupid for me to put this up for auction right now. This is stupid for me to put this up for auction right now. This is stupid for me to put this up for auction right now. I'm doing something stupid. I'm about to do something stupid. Okay? Pearl Jam is a 1993 US OG pressing. OG in shrink with the original Pearl Jam sticker. OG Pearl Jam, their sophomore album, $125 start. OG Pearl Jam at 12:15 at night. What am I doing? Hiram Aponte wants Stormblast by Demu Bigor. Thank you, Hiram. That's so do you. Quiet Riot is sold for $7 to Solarplex Studios. Over here, we have Anthrax, $33.99. Demu Bigor Eonian is $38.99. You did not see a Meat Puppets. You saw the Meat Men. This is We're the Meat Men and you suck. It's sold and we have a waiting list. Grog, you did get a Billy Strings, yes. Grog, sorry, I answered you in my head. You did get a Billy Strings. Pearl Jam is up for bid, $125 bid. John Cosner says, Chad, I'm in on your stupidity. Next auction is Crocus. Crocus, Heart Attack. 88 USOG sealed. It does have a tear at the bottom. $15 start. That's now up for bid. I'm buying these on contingent that you're getting me an awesome cassette player, and I can do that. Yes. All right, let's go grab another handful of cassettes. I don't know about y'all, but we love some cassettes around here. Cassettes. We got some discographies over here. That's good. Maybe somebody buy them all. Let's grab all these. I'm going to grab these 2. We're going to grab these. And then here's a great auction. Oh my gosh, here's 5 great auctions. Man, I forgot about the Iron Maiden CDs. Dang it. Chris Gardner, are you still watching? Don't let me forget, Chris Gardner. You almost let me forget again, Chris Gardner. On those Iron Maidens, I got distracted by cassettes. Holy moly. Okay, so 2 more Iron Maiden cassette, or CDs, I mean. Here's 2 more. And Empire of Madness. and Iron Maiden, Brave New Germany. These are going to go up for a $20 start. Iron Maiden, $20 start. Those are now up for bid. Okay? I am, and I'm waiting. Good. There's 2 more. Here's some buy it nows for $6.99. Are y'all ready? Pat Benatar, Best Shots. Pat Benatar, Live from Earth. Prince, $19.99. Phil Collins, Hello, I Must Be Going. And Phil Collins, No Jacket Required. Those are all $6.99 each. Those are all $6.99 each. Phil Collins, Prince, Pat Benatar. Buy all of them, and you'll be thanking me tomorrow morning. Iron Maiden, otherwise you're going to wake up in the morning, look yourself in the mirror, and be like, I am so mad I didn't go ahead and buy all those cassettes when I had a chance. Chad was laying them out, peeling them off one at a time, and there I am twiddling my thumbs over here trying to multitask and play Candy Crush, and I'm missing all these incredible cassettes for $6.99 each. Solarplex says, yeah, I'll take them all. These are all sold to Solarplex, $6.99 each. Those are sold, okay? Iron Maiden has 2 bids, 10 and 20, and now 21, and now 22. Pearl Jam has a high bid of $125 of John Kaiser, and I'm about to sell it. Crocus has a high bid of $35. Our 4th auction is going to go up right now. Okay? Here we go. Next auction. Dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun. Megadeth. Countdown to Extinction. Beautiful condition. $10 start on Megadeth. That's now up for bid. We got 4 live auctions. Iron Maiden, Megadeth, Crocus, and an OG Pearl Jam that's about to sell for 1 bid. Now, what I've got to do is I've got to take this first stack of sold stuff in here into the operations center. So let me very carefully take this stack of sold stuff in here to the operations center. Otherwise, we're going to be in a pickle. And I'm not talking about the pickles they'll put on your sub over at the Publix. That's a good place. Those are good people down there at that Publix. But I tell you what, you don't want to get into the pickles. You don't want to get into those pickles. Looks like Solarplex is about to buy 200 or 300 cassettes tonight. There's one person who stands in your way. His name is Jeff Brindley. His name is Jeff Brindley. All right. Whew. I'm fanning myself. It's so hot in here. I'm already tasting mom's spaghetti. We've only recapped 1 crate of vinyl. There's so much other miscellaneous to do. This is starting to get pretty fun. Let's go ahead and sell Pearl Jam to John Kaiser for $125, a steal. Megadeth is now at 15 with Jeff Hawley. The 2 Iron Maiden CDs are at 28. And Crocus is sold to Buddy Cordova for $40. All right. Here's a big chunk of this artist's discography. Madonna, 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 Madonna. $6.99 each. The Immaculate Collection, You Can Dance, Who's That Girl, Like a Prayer, True Blue, and Like a Virgin. Madonna, all $6.99 each. Next comment. We have, what was the title of the random metal I rock with a skeleton playing guitar on the front? Symphonies of Steel by XX something. Next auction. We still got some metal to sell. Don't forget about these. Stephen Lewis Jr. said he bid $40 on Crocus. Maybe that's who I meant to say. Yeah, Stephen Lewis Jr. gets this for $40, not Buddy Cordova. Yeah, it's yours. Thank you. Okay? Next auction, EXE. EXE is a thrash speed metal album in shrink and hop sticker from 1987. No condition notes. Let's go ahead and put it up for a $25 start. Okay? Iron Maiden's at 31. Clay bid 15 on Megadeth first. He did. Jeff Hawley, you're out. Clay bid 15, and then you bid 15. Clay's bid came in first. So Jeffrey Hawley, technically, you're out. There's our next album. Nobody on Madonna's. They're all $6.99 each. Okay? And back here behind Madonna is more Megadeth cassettes. I've got 4 more Megadeth cassettes to auction. All right, let's find a new crate. But I only read through those once, and I want to make sure everybody got everything they wanted. Prong, Paul Stanley, Ministry, Motorhead, Montrose, Richie Valens, DAF, Batman box set, Billy Strings, David Bowie, Demew, Chris Cornell, Anthrax, Demew. Okay? All those are available for purchase right now. If you need something, guess what? They're going just right over here next to me. So you can ask about them at any given time. Now, we're going to put up another crate for a quick recap right now. All right. Amazing new vinyl tonight. The video in the morning is going to be pretty insane, honestly. So he's out on the Megadeth. So that's at 15 to the first bidder, Clay Moore. Clay Moore, that's yours for 15. All right. The Iron Maiden CDs are at 35. And then EXE's at $25 start. David Baber's in. Late night auctions. 30 for all Madonnas. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 5 apiece, sold to Solarplex. All Madonna cassettes sold for $30. Done. John Nazarko just asked. Solar just beat you to it. Another classic Megadeth. Rust in Peace. Nice. $10 start on Megadeth. Now up for bid. Rust in Peace. Iron Maiden still getting bids. Let's take a quick peek here. EXE is at $26. I've never had this much activity in a while this late at night. It's pretty incredible, honestly. And we have so much more we could show. Ramones, Too Tough to Die. A 40th anniversary, all analog lacquer cut by Ryan Smith on blue vinyl. So Vinyl Me Please did almost go out of business. They got bought. It's a great label. Can't say anything about them because they put out great stuff. All analog here on blue vinyl, the Ramones, $34.99. And then also, oh, man, I forgot what I was going to say. I have no idea. I lost my train of thought. And then over here, we have Rush. I get kind of reprimanded for saying this, but this is probably my favorite Rush album. If not, yeah, my favorite Rush album. 33, I'm going to stand by that. I love some of the music on here. Time Stand Still, Prime Mover, Second Nature, so many great songs on there. 180 gram remaster, $33.99. OGs aren't too easy because it did come out in 1989. Rush did come out in 1989. EXE is at $31 with John Oliver. The Iron Maiden CDs are at $43. The Megadeth cassettes at $18 with Jeffrey Hawley. $18 right now with Jeffrey Hawley. I know what I was going to say. It came back to me. So, you know, we go nonstop here, 8 hours. We could stream 24 hours a day if I could have somebody come in after I'm done, and then somebody come in the morning, and then somebody come in the afternoon until I get here. We probably could just do this 24/7 around the clock. Our inventory would call for. I mean, we could just keep bringing stuff out, more crates, more unpriced stuff, more cassettes, just one thing after another. Matthew Sherrick on Rush. Still got both Ramones. Also, I've got Red Hot Chili Peppers' Greatest Hits. Give it away, give it away, give it away now. Under the Bridge, Californication, Suck My Kiss. That's a 2LP, $44.99. That's a Red Hot Chili Peppers' Greatest Hits. EXE's at $35, Iron Maiden at $56, and then Megadeth. Jeffrey Hawley, you were outbid. Jeff Brindley bid $20, and 007 Platinum bid $20. Let's go ahead and put up, actually, let me step over here and grab some more cassettes. Both for Buy It Nows and other giggles. Okay, other giggles over here. Here, we'll have a fun auction lot. We'll do something fun here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. An $85 start. An instant Pink Floyd cassette collection. 9 Pink Floyd cassettes, $85 start. Animals. Wish You Were Here. Relics. I don't know if I see that too much. Relics. Ooh, look at that Dark Side of the Moon. Dark Side of the Moon. Metal. Momentary Lapse of Reason. Works. a collection of great dance songs, and the final cut. An instant Pink Floyd cassette collection, $85 start, 9 Pink Floyd cassettes there. Nice. Now up for bid. Iron Maidens is at $60. EXE is a final call to Jeff Brindley for $35. T-Rex, all analog again from Ryan Smith on colored vinyl. Jewel Frost, T-Rex is $34.99. William Drugovich is in on the Pink Floyds at $85. He's in at $85. Nice. Instant Pink Floyd collection. Leonard Skinner, Tuesday's Gone with the Wind, $36.99. Give me 3 steps to be a simple kind of man. $36.99. What an epic album to come on the scene with. There is old Leonard Skinner, folks. $36.99. 180 gram gatefold jacket. Nice. Free bird, yeah. Do-do-do-do-do. All right. Megadeth. Final call. $25. Jeff Brindley, it's up to you. Who is bidding on the Iron Maiden CDs? Todd Fisher. You're out on the Maidens, and EXE was Jeff Brindley's at $35. John went out, so did Jeff Brindley for $35. I was about to do Bullet next. Bullet, No Mercy. Wow, more metal going up. Bullet is a 1984 U.S. repress. It's on the second label. It has the original on her sleeve. Yes, this is heavy metal. $15 start on Bullet, No Mercy. Now for bid. Pink Floyd lot has a bid for $85, going once, going twice. Matthew Sherrick's in at $90. Speaking of Pink Floyd, here is Volume 2 from a live unofficial, Live at the Fillmore Volume 2. I can get Volume 1 if you want to go on a waiting list. It's a 2 LP for $44.99. And then Volume 1 will also be $44.99. 007 Platinum, you've been outbid on Megadeth. William Drugovich, you've been outbid on Pink Floyd. I got final call, making sure Todd Fisher was done on Iron Maiden. We've got about a half a box left. We're about halfway through them. The Iron Maiden CDs, I sure can. Iron Maiden, an Empire of Madness. It is an Empire of Madness. That is Yugoslavia, 1986. And then Iron Maiden, Brave, New Germany. And it says it includes a special guest Halford. So it's Halford and Iron Maiden. They both appear to be unofficials. That is what we're bidding on right now. Bullet has a bid for $25. He's out on Megadeth. Final call there on that. U2, I still have not found what I'm looking for. Bullet the Blue Sky. With or Without You. Joshua Tree. 2 LP remaster, $44.99. The Pink Floyd cassettes are at $100. 9 Pink Floyd cassettes, all different. High bids at $100. Also, we have Alan Jackson, Chattahoochee. This is $34.99. The Pink Floyds are up for bid. They're all being sold together. He's still bidding on Iron Maiden. It looks like we're done on Megadeth, though. And Bullet only has one bid with Buddy Cordova. And he's about to buy it for $20. Don't forget about Godsmack. This was never pressed on vinyl. This is technically the OG of this album. There is a picture disc. It's extremely rare. Extremely rare picture disc. But here is Godsmack. A 2 LP, $39.99. Todd Fisher has Iron Maiden at 61. He's out. Alan Montgomery wants U2. Great sounding remaster. There comes with a book. That's a very nice copy of that. All right, let's do another Megadeth. This one is sold to 007 Platinum for $30. And then let's do this one right here. So Far, So Good, So What? Nice. Megadeth, $10 start. So Far, So Good, So What? GS, Godsmack, so to Justin Garrett. Thank you. Bullet has a new bid for $22. He's done on the Iron Maiden CD. So to Todd Fisher for $61. So to Todd Fisher. The Pink Floyd lots at $106, now $110. The next Iron Maiden CDs. What do we have? What do we have? I have Number of the Beast Enhanced CD. Number of the Beast Enhanced CD. I think that's actually something official. And then here's a bootleg. Give Me Ed, I'm Dead European Tour 2003. 2 Iron Maiden CDs. $20 start. Let me put another one in here. Let's do Bye Bye Bruce. 1903. I'm going to add 3. Let's do 3 because that was like just an official there. So 3 Iron Maiden CDs. $10 start, okay? We're doing 3 in that lot. Pink Floyd, 110. Bullets at 30. Megadeth already has a bid for 15. Pink Floyd, 115. Iron Maiden's already got a bid for 20. Okay, next is Sepultura. I only ordered one. It's pricey, but man, somebody was just talking about how difficult this is to get. It's an import only, remastered on 2 LP with bonus tracks. $54.99 for Sepultura Roots. Sepultura Roots, $54.99. Also, Riot. I still got both of these. It's called Archives, 1987, 1988 Riot. Kind of surprised I still have those. $36.99 for Riot. And Mudvayne. It's a limited edition, numbered, yellow and black marbled from Music on Vinyl. $54.99 for Mudvayne. Mudvayne. Also, we have Solarplex on Sepultura. Solar gets Sepula. The Pink Floyd lot, all 9 Pink Floyd cassettes. Matthew Sherrick has it for $120. William Drugovich, you're out. Solarplex, you're out. Matthew Sherrick has it for $120. The Bullet's now at $38. The 3 Iron Maidens are at $25. Megadeth, just one bid. One bid, 2 bids. Where are we on Megadeth? I think it just has one bid with Deckelman for $10. No, Solarplex has it for $15. Solarplex has the Megadeth for $15. How about Alice in Chains Facelift, $38.99. Bleed the Freak, Sea of Sorrow, We Die Young, It Ain't Like That, Sunshine, Put You Down. So many great songs on there. And then Batman. This is actually Sun Ra. Sun Ra and Dan and Dale, the sensational guitars of Dan and Dale, and Sun Ra and his orchestra with Al Cooper's Blues Project. That isn't just some novelty Batman. That is some big-name musicians doing the music on there. Very cool. $29.99. Batman, Sun Ra, Dan and Dale, Al Cooper's Blues Project. Very cool record. Originals are tough. Iron Maiden's at $33. Pink Floyd, $125. And now Iron Maiden, $33. The Bullet album was a final call to Buddy Cordova, $38. John Kaiser is out, so we're about to sell that. Next over here is Halloween. I had a lot of people wanting part 2. Keeper of the Seven Keys part 2. And this is $44.99. And we sold a bunch of part 1s. Also, Demu Bigor, Pertanical, Euphoric, Misanthropia. $54.99. Alan Montgomery on Batman. I've sold a ton of those. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know. Anthrax. This was a special order for somebody. I went ahead and grabbed another one, but once again, a tough album to get. OGs of. A tough album to get. It's not in print in the United States. An import only. Sound of White Noise. Transparent Violent. White and black splatter. $69.99. So Megadeth is sold for $15 to Solarplex Studios. Bullet is sold for $38 to Buddy Cordova. The 2 Iron Maiden CDs are sold to Chris Gardner for $33. And now all the Pink Floyds in one big lot sold to William Drugovich, $125. It's time for new auctions. Let's go ahead and do this one. Killing is my business, and business is good. Megadeth is a $10 start. There are no more Stripers, but I do have Demon, the Plague. Demon, the Plague. This is a 1983 U.S. Specialty OG gold stamp promo with a company inner sleeve. A $15 start. $15 start. This is Demon, the Plague. This is an 83 U.S. Specialty OG gold stamp promo. $15 start. Solar, my top priority tomorrow is going to be working on you a cassette player, which is going to be the task of John Thomas. John Thomas, my longest employee I've had here. He is in charge of vintage technology, okay? I'll give you a quick reason you're having a trouble finding a cassette player that works. Cassette players have all these little rubber bands and all these little things that snap and break and disintegrate. They're very tedious to work on. Much more difficult than a turntable. That's why it's really hard. You can click play on one, ship it. By the time it gets to somebody, it is broken in half. It is very hard to get a working cassette player. Plus, you can have one working, but by the time it gets shipped and it's all shaken and broken, then they're, by the time it gets there. But, I mean, if you want a good one, like a Marantz or something like that, I mean, I have sold a cassette deck before for $1,200. I've sold some for $500. I've sold some for $10. I've sold some for $10. I've sold some for $800. It just depends on what you want to get. Go check out the prices of Marantz and TIAC. There's some very high-end cassette decks out there. They look like they're tanks, okay? I've picked up some, and they weigh like 150 pounds. They're literally a weapons class, okay? The federal government would flag them as a weapon. They are so heavy and metal and dangerous. They'll probably think you're shipping some kind of weapon across the United States. But yeah, they are pretty tough to get working. A vintage high-end one is highly in demand. That's another great brand. Harman, Akai, that's another. There's some really high-end brands out there that can be big money. People love the vintage, original, restored, amazing vintage ones. That's what demands the most money right now. Okay, so back over here, Demon, the Plague, a gold stamp promo, an 83 US specialty. This is a final call, nobody's bid. It is just a $15 start, okay? Over here, Megadeth has one bid with Jeff Brindley for $15. Nobody else has bid. Let's go grab some more stuff. First, I've got Wendy O. Williams, Wow. And this is a 2015 reissue sealed. $15 start. $15 start. Nakakami Dragon. That is about a, what, $1,000 for that one? I've just buying stuff over the years, we have ran across some amazing. At one time, I probably had 100 cassette decks, 300 turntables, 100 sets of speakers. We got it from a guy called Ray Lee up in Monterey, Tennessee. I used to have receivers stacked up to the ceiling in here. I eventually started giving stuff away, all the old 90s plastic stuff. But we sold a lot of stuff. All right. Here's an incredible auction lot. I hope y'all are ready. Here's an incredible auction lot. Let's knock them out one fell swoop. Okay? Y'all ready? Ozzy. 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 We got a duplicate of Bark at the Moon, so let me pull one out. Ozzy, the Randy Rose tribute. Ozzy, the Ultimate Seal. Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. Ozzy, Just Say Ozzy. Ozzy, Speak of the Devil. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A $50 start on the Ozzy cassette lot. How much you may say? A $50 start on the Ozzy cassette lot. Megadeth is sold for $15, and Megadeth is sold to Jeff Brindley for $15. Okay? Next thing, Ozzy's a $10 start. Jeff Brindley's in. Also, Gorgira Magma, $33.99. Cinderella's $38.99. Cinderella's $38.99. Star Wars The Themes, $29.99. Tesla 5-Man London Jam, $39.99. Rat now playing, $24.99. Frankie Stein and his Ghouls, $33.99. Gorgira The Link is $39.99. Gorgira The Link is $39.99. Another great recap there of new vinyl. Wendy O. Williams, Dylan has that for $17. Scott, let me know if you want back in. John Kaiser bid $15 on Demon. It's yours. So to John Kaiser for $15. Now I'm going to go grab this Megadeth. Peace sells, but who's buying? $10 start. $10 start. Ozzy has two $50 bids, Matthew and Solarplex. Those are now all up for bid. Okay? And Jeff Brindley. We have a three-way tie. Now Solar's at 75. Let me go grab a handful to do for buy it nows. Every time I walk over here, I'm just grabbing big chunks to do them all for oh, here's another one. I'm going to add one to it. I'm going to add one to it. The auction's already started. I'm going to add No More Tears. Nice. No More Tears is being added. I'm adding No More Tears now. That's part of it. Okay? Josie's on a vacation far away. The outfield, $6.99. Pat Benatar, Precious Time, $6.99. Pat Benatar, Crimes of Passion, $6.99. Pat Benatar, In the Heat of Night, $6.99. One of my favorites, Ram, $6.99. Check out this one. McCartney in this cardboard box. Look how cool that is. It comes in a tray. Very collectible. McCartney, his first self-titled album. Look how cool that is. It's in a box and tray. McCartney, $6.99. And Parliament, Mothership Connection, We've Got the Funk, Tear the Roof Off of the Sucker. There it is. We got to have that funk. Outfield, 3 Benatars, 2 McCartneys, great albums, and Parliament. Cool stuff there. The high bid on Ozzy's at $80. Solarplex, you've been outbid. Megadeth got 1 bid with Jeffrey Hawley for $10. Wow has a bid for $20. That's with Scott Arnold. Dylan, you're out. Jeffrey Hawley bid $16 on Megadeth, and that's after Clay Moore bid $15. Clay Moore bid $18. Adam, which of the 2 McCartneys do you want? Self-titled, Ram, or both? Self-titled, Ram, or both? Self-titled, Ram, or both? Okay? He wants the self-titled with the tray. Okay, thank you on that. Very cool item. Ram is still available. Wow is a final call. Dylan's out. So Scott Arnold, that's yours for $20. Great price. Sealed copy. All right. So, wow, nobody on the outfield or Parliament or the Benatars. Figured Solarplex to go ahead and just say, Chad, I'll take them all. Ozzy's at 90 or Jeff Brinley. And he's out on Megadeth, final call to Clay Moore. All right, so next thing I had in here was Gorgira, Frankie Stein, Rat, Tesla, Star Wars, Cinderella, Gorgira, Anthrax, Demi Bigore, and then Halloween, Alice in Chains, Mudvayne, Riot, Alan Jackson, U2, Pink Floyd, Leonard Skinner, T-Rex, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Rush, and Ramones, okay? The Aussies are at $88 with Solarplex Studios. Jeff Brinley is at $90. I will take everything at $200. Well, what I need you to do is, if you want to bid on Aussies, we can't really start combining stuff right now. This is with Jeff Brinley. Now, over here, somebody's already claimed Parliament. Dale Sanders has. And then Facelift is $38.99, and Pink Floyd is part of a 2-volume series. This is volume 2 of a 2-part series, $44.99. Megadeth is sold to Clay Moore for $22. Okay, so you got to let me know if you want to bid on the Aussies, and then after you win those, these are still available at $6.99 each. Laura just sent me the hype sticker. The hot pictures for tomorrow. Oh my goodness. We're selling a Danzig tomorrow. Also, Alice Cooper and WWF and the Dead Kennedys and Warlock and Wasp and Van Halen and Suicidal Tendencies and the Ramones and Wasp and Twisted Sister and Anvil and Black Flag and Accept and the Plasmatics and Out of Order and AC/DC and X and the Silts and somebody else, and The Clash, and Quiet Riot, and Godsmack, and Queensryche, and Dio, and the Sex Pistols, and Nuclear Assault, and Anthrax, and Rat, and the Meat Puppets, and Y&T, and Vinnie Moore, and Off, and Motley Crue, and Deicide. Oh, wow, everybody better get ahead and get to bed for tomorrow. Goodness gracious. Holy molies. Pink Floyd's an unofficial, yes. Pink Floyd's an unofficial. All right, let me go swap out crates. If you decide you do want anything else in there, just let me know. Just let me know. Oh, there went my knees. That felt pretty good, though. Let's go knock out this crate. Let's knock out this crate. Yeah, the Pink Floyd's definitely an unofficial. It's part 2 of a 2-part series. All right, let's grab some more cassettes. Let's go back over here into my reservoir. My reservoir of cassettes. Oh boy. Here we go. I see a big auction lot coming right here, right now. Don't wait till tomorrow. Holy moly. Oh, holy moly. Oh, wow. Whoa. 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 Okay, let's just remain calm. Everybody, calm down. Please, calm down. Please. Stop raising your voices. Use your inside voices, okay? Please. Calm. I've got 13 Maze of Beat. Oh my gosh, I forgot about the Iron Maiden CDs. Jeff, you guys still... Let me keep these things next to me so I don't forget. Oh, wow. Here we go. I've almost forgot about them. Again. Okay, let's do these three. $20 start. Iron Maiden, Beast of the Best, or Best of the Beast. Iron Maiden, Best of the Beast. What a cool... I love that artwork with all the different 80s. That's an amazing cover album there. And then Somewhere Back in Time, Spectacular Flight to USA, and the Dream Theater official bootleg Number of the Beast. Dream Theater? Is this Dream Theater doing... That might be Dream Theater doing Iron Maiden. Well, either way, you got two Iron Maidens for a $20 start, and there's that, okay? That is a $20 start for those three Iron Maiden CDs, okay? These are all $6.99. Rainbow, Long Live Rock and Roll. Racer X, Street Legal. Nazareth, Hot Tracks. Queen, A Night at the Opera. Peter Gabriel, Soul. Peter Gabriel, Sealed, the Melt album. Rainbow, Racer X, Nazareth. Queen, Peter Gabriel, Peter Gabriel. Those are all $6.99 each. The Ozzy cassette lot is sold to Solarplex Studio for $111. Sold to Solarplex Studios for $111. Our next cassette lot, whoa, Motley Crue, Karabi, Motley Crue, Too Fast for Love. We sold a copy of that tonight for $1,100. Motley Crue, Decade of Decadence. Motley Crue, self-titled, Karabi. Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood. Motley Crue, Theater of Pain. Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Motley Crue cassettes, a $50 start. $50 start on Motley Crue. First thing is Jeff Brindley on Rainbow. Sold to Jeff Brindley for $6.99. The Iron Maiden CDs, $20. Dale gets the sealed Peter Gabriel for $6.99. Jeff Brindley put W-E-Y, and then he put Queen. Jeff, you're first to Queen. I'll go ahead and sell that to you. And then Jim Gabriel next on Peter Gabriel. I guarantee he wanted the sealed one so he could put it on Discogs for $35. And then we have Motley Crue at $50. And then we have Racer X, Nazareth, and Peter Gabriel. Those are what's still claimed. Racer X, Nazareth, and Peter Gabriel. The Peter Gabriel sold that Jim B was going to flip on Discogs for $55. But we'll go ahead and give Clay Moore the RX for $6.99. Okay? Are the Overkill CDs completely buried? I can find them. You'll have to give me a second. Okay? Let's start going through the rest of this crate one more time. First thing I have is this. We're going to run this one by itself. Ozzy, Bark at the Moon, $10 start. That was the duplicate from earlier. $10 start. Also in here, I've got Rush, Fly By Night, $36.99, 180 gram. U2, Live, Out of Control, 1982. U2's $29.99. That's an unofficial. NWA, Straight Outta Compton, $36.99 for Straight Outta Compton. And then 9 Inch Nails with Teeth. That's a 2LP, $44.99. 9 Inch Nails with Teeth. And Prince, Naked in the Summertime, live, 1990 Prince, $29.99. Motley Crue has a bid for $50. We're about to sell them. Ozzy's a $10 start. These three Iron Maidens are sold for $20 to Chris Bryant. Sold to Chris Bryant for $20. S-O-L-D. That spells sold. Sold. Those 3 Iron Maidens are sold for $20. All right, next auction is going to go up right now. And I have one. I have Maiden Hell promotional CD. And then I've got these 4 here. They're all bootlegs. Let's do a lot of 4 for $40. Iron Maiden Hell promotional CD. Iron Maiden Somewhere in Back in Time World Tour London 08. Iron Maiden Download 2007 Donington Park. Iron Maiden Rosemont, Illinois. How about we do 4 for $35 start? Chris Gardner got those 3 Iron Maidens for $20. Matthew Sherrick bid first on Motley Crue at $50. Matthew Sherrick, now Solarplex bid $51. Those last 3 Iron Maidens, now these 4 is going to be a $35 start. If you want to bid on these, those 4 are a $35 start. Solarplex, you put Ozzy, but you did not put a price. Always make sure when you're bidding on something, you put a numerical. I'm going to tell you why. Because I don't know if you thought it was a buy it now and you prefer not to bid. And if somebody else is waiting to bid, they don't know if you're claiming or if you're bidding. Just FYI. So right now, you have the high bid on Motley Crue for... You have the high bid on Motley Crue for $51. Matthew Sherrick, you're out. You also have the high bid on those 3. No one has bid on Ozzy. I'm looking for a $10 start. Solarplex kind of did, but he also didn't. I'm about to go get some more cassettes. But the first thing I have is this. Marilyn Manson, Personal Jesus, live in the Netherlands. That's an unofficial for $29.99. And then Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power. That's a 2 LP. Effing Hostile, $49.99. And we have Run DMC, live at the Apollo 1986. Run DMC is $29.99. Run DMC is $29.99. What an amazing lineup of music for tomorrow already. Goodness gracious. Holy moly. And then over here, we got Stevie Ray Vaughan, live at the Reading, $34.99. And then we have Ozzy, has 0 bids. I'm assuming you're the only one that wants to bid, but you've got to put $10. Sorry to make it such a big deal, but other people might be waiting to do the buy it now, and you've got to officially place the bid. You just put Ozzy earlier. OZZY, looking for a $10 start. Also, Chris Gardner, Solarplex bid first on the Iron Maiden CDs. So, Chris Gardner, you're out. Jeff Brindley, you're also out on Motley Crue. Matthew Sherrick, you're out on Motley Crue. Jeff Brindley bid first. Jeff Brindley bid first. Also, we have Johnny Cash live in Prague, $34.99. The Cure live in Amsterdam, $29.99. We have Killswitch Engage live at the Palladium for $29. And the Best of the Cranberries, Stars, a 2 LP, $44.99. If somebody's waiting for him to bid, you should have already bid by now. I'm about to sell Ozzy to him for $10. Now William Drugovich bid $11. That's why I was saying, if you was going to bid, I hope you were, you got to put a numerical. Now William Drugovich has been $11. Now you're out. Now Iron Maiden's at $36. Now Ozzy's, Solarplex, you're out on the Iron Maiden CDs. And now Motley Crue's at $60 with Matthew Sherrick. Matthew Sherrick. And now that means Jeff Brindley's out. I'm about to go grab some more buy it now cassettes. Okay? And I'm going to pop my neck. My battery's down for the count. You need to get a charger, sir. Do you want me to send you a new charger? I've had other people tell me that. And I'm like, I'll send you a new charger because your battery dying's actually costing me thousands of dollars. So I will provide you with a better internet service and a better phone. Sometimes even a new computer. I was going to upgrade Fred Cardinale. I was going to upgrade his internet connection because if I would have upgraded his internet connection and paid the difference every month, he would have probably bought an additional $10,000 a month just based on him losing connection and his service dropping. And I was like, dude, Fred, I'll get on the phone for you. I will upgrade your internet connection if it's like $20 extra a month, because you're going to spend another $10,000, $15,000 a month with us. It's totally worth it for me, 100%. And I think he prefers having a bad internet connection because he misses out on a lot of stuff. But I'm like, if you won everything you would have bid on that I lost when you dropped service, I mean, no problem. I'll pay for it. I'll buy you a new computer. He's on here trying to bid on stuff, and he's like, I'll lose him for a half hour, and then he'll get back on and rebuy everything else that he missed. And I was like, see, I told you. I'll pay for your internet, dude. It's just like another $20 a month. You're gonna buy an extra $2,000 a week. Ozzy is $15 with William Drugovich. Solarplex, you've been outbid. Over here is Iron Maiden, and this is a high bid of 36 with Chris Gardner. And Solarplex, I've lost you on these. I got to go ahead and sell these to Chris for $36. Okay, now Motley Crue's at $89 with Jeff Brinley. Solarplex, you're out. And you're also out on the Ozzy cassette. Yeah, I got to... okay, here are one, two... Let's do 2 more Iron Maiden CDs. That's a single. Let's put something else with it. Here we go. This is right here, Iron Maiden, Made in Stockholm, Iron Maiden Run to the Hills, and Iron Maiden Highball Shooter. This is 3 CDs, a $20 start, Iron Maiden. You're out on Motley Crue. He's back in at 90. Jeff Brinley, you're out. And you're also out on Ozzy. William Drugovich has that for 15. Solarplex is feeding his hamster to put back on his internet connection. He's got one of those hamster wheel internet connections. I'm like, oh no. We need to get you something better. How many Iron Maidens are left? There's going to be one more lot after this. One more lot after this. No more Megadeth cassettes. No. I didn't see any more over here unless they're in the bottom layer. I'm just doing the top layer right now. Otherwise, these are going to get really out of hand. I've got Metallica's coming up, but no. Boy, tomorrow we're going to have another big night trying to get through all this, plus all the stuff Laura's got. I got 2 more bonus auction crates back here. Holy moly. Holy moly. All right, so Motley Crue, 95. Now Ozzy, 111. Okay, I better go ahead and sell this to William Drugovich. William had this for $15. This is sold to William Drugovich for $15. The Iron Maiden CDs are at 25 and now 26. And then over here, Motley Crue is at $95 with Jeff Brinley. $95 with Jeff Brinley. And now Solarplex, you're out. I went ahead and sold Ozzy to William for 15. The bid was 15. Now you put 111. I don't think you actually meant to bid 111. So I'm going to go ahead and sell that to him. Let me go ahead and swap out crates right quick. And I'm going to do that right now. Let's put this one up. And this is our last recap crate. I'll go do that very quickly. Somebody said, did they get a Chris Cornell? I'm pretty sure you did. Yes. Okay. Here we go. We have Iron Maiden 25-26. He's out. These are sold to Robert Warner for $26. Thank you, Robert. Those are sold to you. Done. Those are gone. Okay, and now I haven't heard back from Solarplex. The Motley Cruiser at 95 with Jeff Brinley. We're about to sell them. I'm going to put everything left in this box up for auction, okay? We have right here, Iron Maiden Run to the Hills, Iron Maiden Live, Who is the Seventh Son, special guest Lars Ulrich. And then this one here is B Studios exclusive Eddie Collectibles promotional copy. That looks pretty interesting. And then this is the Final Frontier metal CD case. And that is all 4 of those for just a $10 start. Last 4, a $10 start. And then I've lost Solarplex on the Motley Crues. These are sold to Jeff Brinley for $95. I think Solarplex is having some major technical difficulties. Maybe we need to get his secretary back on here bidding for them. That worked out a lot better. These are all sold to Jeff Brinley. Thank you. Let's take these right around the corner. I lost them on the last 2 auctions. He keeps on saying, you're killing me, you're killing me, you're killing me, you're killing me. I hope I'm not actually killing him because I actually lost contact there with him. Hopefully he's not dead. At least pay your invoice first. There's that. Let's get all this stacked up nicely. And that's pretty amazing. We've already sold that many cassettes let's go ahead and say that's the last of those Iron Maidens, okay? And now Solarplex is late, and now he's bidding on Iron Maiden. And then you need to download Twitch, okay? You need to download an app called Twitch, Solarplex. Ever heard of it? Just go ahead and download Twitch. It's going to save you a lot of headache, and it's going to make me a lot more money. If you need to send me a link, if you want me to set you one up, I will, okay? Iron Maiden's at $15. Let's go back over here to visit some cassettes. And Jeff Brindley says he's done for the night. Maybe we shouldn't do any more cassettes. I know one thing. I'm exhausted. I've almost lost my voice. I've been talking nonstop for 7 hours. Actually, 7.5 hours, right? What time? How long? Let me refresh my feed over here. How long have I been going for? Whew. I've been talking nonstop, full action, for 7 hours and 22 minutes. Yeah. Whew. My goodness. Okay. Let's step right over here and grab some of these. And we're going to get right back into it tomorrow as well. This is also a great time if you've been kind of waiting on something or you need to remind me on something. You need to probably do that right now. Okay? You need to say, Chad, you promised me this. You hadn't done that. You failed at this. I need you to do that. What are you doing, Chad? Can you do this for me? Okay? Here we go. Michael Jackson, 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 instant Michael Jackson, instant Michael Jackson collection. The Wall, Off the Wall, Farewell My Summer Love, Thriller, Bad, Past, Present, and Future, Book 1, and that's just a duplicate, right? Book 1. I'll keep those together. I don't know if that's supposed to go together or not. Smooth Criminal and Michael Jackson. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One of those is a single. That might be a duplicate. I really don't know. They both say Book 1. So 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's start all those for $55. Michael Jackson, Instant Collection, $55 start. Okay? Overkill CDs. Let me go dig them out right now. Or not dig them out. I'll have to sort through these towers. They move stuff around and stack stuff over here. And I will have to find them, but we can get to them, okay? What an epic night. This is a Hall of Fame night. Can't believe no one got that for $9.99. Megadeth. There's an Iron Maiden CD for $9.99. Dance of Death. Dance of Death for $9.99. And Matter of Life and Death for $9.99. There's a couple individual Iron Maidens. Michael Jackson's a $55 start. Stephen Parton says he'll take that Megadeth for $9.99. Awesome. Run dun 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 dun. You take a mortal man. Dun dun dun. Run dun dun. Testament, $9.99 each. All right. So Scott Arnold, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. $75. 25% off since you're buying all of them. All Overkill CDs. Final call to bid on the Michael Jackson cassettes for $55. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 items there. $55. Those Iron Maiden CDs are at $47 with Chris Gardner. He says he'll do it. All the Overkill CDs are sold to Scott Arnold for $75. Sold. Awesome. Okay? And yeah. Well, I don't know if Donna doesn't really buy cassettes. I don't think Donna buys too many cassettes. All right, let's do some more over here then. Let me try to find some in here. That's a good one. Those are good. Let's see, we'll do those. Those. That'll be a great auction lot. All right, here's some more buy it nows. These are all going to be $6.99. These are all more buy it nows for $6.99. Iron Maiden's at $47. Juan, it's up to you. If you're done bidding, you can say out. Prince, $6.99. Purple Rain. Petra, Back to the Street. Milli Vanilli, Girl, You Know It's True. Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell. Marillion, Misplaced Childhood. Mariah Carey, Unplugged. Mariah Carey, Self-Titled. Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy. Men at Work, Cargo. Petra, Back to the Street. Patsy Cline and Loretta Lynn, Sealed. The Police, Synchronicity. On chromium dioxide audiophile tape. Iron Maiden is still getting bids with Juan Higara. He has it at $48. If anybody wants the Michael Jacksons, before I knock everything over here, $55 for all those. I'm going to put them right back there. John Oliver on Rat for $6.99. Thank you, John Oliver. William Drugovich was second. Prince, Petra, Milli Vanilli, Meatloaf, Marillion, Mariah Carey, Men at Work, Petra, Patsy, and Loretta. Just a Closer Walk with E and Police. We're down to a couple more things tonight. Yeah, they really pushed there for a while this chromium dioxide tape, CrO2. And it was during the height of cassette, and especially this album. They tried to press everything they could audiophile on the Police album. I think they knew it was going to be a banger, and they really pushed for high-quality pressings of that. That's so to Charlie Marks. And then Solar said all 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I've shown 12 cassettes. Technically 14. Stephen Parton wants Milli Vanilli. The Iron Maiden lot's at $69. Juan, you've been outbid again. Juan, you've been outbid again. All right, let me read through this crate. This is Roger Waters of Pink Floyd live in Canada, 1987. $29.99. Chaos FM. That's a live unofficial. Also, this is an official studio original album from Tears for Fears, Songs from the Big Chair. It says made in Germany. One of my favorites from the 80s. $36.99. Shout, shout, let it all out. He's done. Chris Gardner gets the last of the Iron Maidens for $49. Thank you on that. Also, we have Green Day, Dookie. Dookie is their 1994 breakthrough album, 30th anniversary blue vinyl. Dookie, $33.99. There's Ozzy. What is this that stands before me? There's Ozzy. $33.99 for Green Day. Chris got the Iron Maidens for $49. Green Day is sold to Stephen Parton. We have John Michael Montgomery. That is a Vinyl Me Please. First ever vinyl release of his debut album. Or his 1995 album. It's on red vinyl, so that is technically OG vinyl. John Michael Montgomery from Vinyl Me Please, $34.99. Van Halen, 1984. Remastered by Chris Bellman and Bernie Grundman. Those are amazing sounding remasters. We had 1984 tonight. We already sold out of Van Halen self-titled, and we have one copy of Fair Warning left, which I think is in this crate. All right, here comes another auction lot. And that next auction lot is this. Rush. Rush. 2112. Exit Stage Left. Farewell to Kings. And Archives, Volume 1 and 2. So this one has self-titled and Fly By Night, and this one has Caress of Steel. That's in a Kansas. That's in a... Wow, that's pretty cool seeing those stickers on the top, but that's the wrong sticker. All right, so those are 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 5, 7. Let's do a $35 start on Rush. $35 start on Rush. Pink Floyd, The Division Bell. What do you want from me? Great song. Pink Floyd, Division Bell, $49.99. Leonard Skinner, Street Survivors, $33.99. What's your name? Little girl, what's your name? $33.99. Original cover. The Boys Are Back in Town. Thin Lizzy. Live in Chicago, 1976, $29.99. Solarplex is in on Rush at $35. Pearl Jam, Sheets of Empty Canvas, Sheets of Clay. Unplugged. It is an unofficial, but this is a good version because the OG or the official is actually an abridged version. This is the full MTV show and bonus tracks. It's on red vinyl for $38.99. 2 LP. The Ramones, Gabba Gabba Good Day. That's the Ramones live in Australia, 1980. $29.99. And 9 Inch Nails, The Downward Spiral. Halo number 8, originally released in 1994. That is $44.99. And Dolly Parton, The Code of Many Colors. Dolly is $34.99. That is a Vinyl Me Please exclusive, all analog lacquers on Rainbow Splatter, $34.99. Pink, Misunderstood, $33.99. Pearl Jam Verses on clear vinyl for $34. And Pantera, Far Beyond Driven, 2 LP, Rhino Remaster, $44.99. Solarplex on Rush for $35. He gets all of those. Thank you, Solarplex Studios. He messed up the lyrics to Black? Really? Is there another cut? Not the version I watch, or not the version I hear. Are you sure? Okay. And then here's a few bot nows. We got a Rick Springfield collection. Let me bring all these over. And then all these too. Whoop. Didn't drop them. I fumbled them. Maybe we got a Rick Springfield fan watching. Holy moly. Robert Plant, Now and Zen. Robert Palmer, Riptide. Rick Springfield's Greatest Hits. So Robert, Rick, and Robert. There's another Rick Springfield, Towel. Rick Springfield, Profile. Rick Springfield, Living in Oz. Success Hadn't Spoiled Me Yet. Beginnings. Wait for Night. And Working Class Dog with Jesse's Girl. I can do 5 each on the Michael Jackson Off the Wall, the double cassette history set, Smooth Criminal single, and Thriller, so $20. Huh. Should I do this deal with Jim B? Should I allow him such privilege of making an offer and actually selling him something? Tears for Fears Live, London, $29.99. Van Halen Fair Warning, $33. And that's it of that crate. Should I let Jim B have such privilege of making an offer on something? Basically, he's want me to give these to him. You know, so we got a major problem. All right, so sell these to Jim B for $22. Okay. So I still got Dangerous, My Farewell, My Summer Love, and Bad for $6.99 each. Jeremy Bryant wants The Cure from the Last Bin. This unofficial, yep. So to Jeremy Bryant. Okay. Does anybody have any last request? I've almost shut down. I'm beat. This has been an epic night. Anybody have anything else they want me to show or sell you before within reason? Okay. Now, Solar, you also put MG or MJ. I'm not for sure what you were claiming there, because the Michael Jacksons have been back there for a long time. But I do have 4, yeah, and I have another Thriller. But yeah, I'm ready to eat, and I wouldn't be surprised if I have to go home and take a nap before I come back here and work some more. We still got 122 people watching, so at 6 a.m. there'll be a full vinyl recap video. Tomorrow we have some insane auctions again. Yeah, there's a lot to do between now and then, but I am tapping out. And I'm very much looking forward to my mom's spaghetti. I mean, my palms are sweaty. I mean, literally, it's so hot in the store. It's so hot in the store. A price on all the cassettes that's left. Well, most of these were $6.99 each, and they hadn't been shown but once. If you buy all the cassettes that's left, I'll get them down to $5 each. Okay, that's pretty much what I just sold Jim B for. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 15, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 31. There's 31 cassettes. I will sell those to you for, we'll do them for $150. That's less than $5 a piece. That means you've bought everything that's been shown. Hopefully you can tune in tomorrow. This is 1/4 of that tub. I pretty much did the top layer except for Metallica, and I think there's somebody else over there, and I'm going to auction those tomorrow because those are very much primetime auction worthy, Metallica cassettes. And my project tomorrow will be putting John in charge of my project to get you a project going for the cassette player. And I sent you a Facebook message, okay? Anybody else that watching wants to say hi? Anybody new watching for the first time that caught the end of the sale, welcome. There's an ad running on Facebook. We've probably had so many new people watching. But after about 7.5 hours, I am exhausted. I'm out. John Kaiser, big purchase. He bought the Motley Crue tonight for $1,100. I think we sold the Ozzies collectively for what? I think. So we had 5 Ozzies. I think they sold for $1,500. No, they sold for $1,600, $1,500. I think Paranoid sold for. How much did Paranoid sell for? And then we sold. I haven't heard back from Solar on the bundle deal. Yeah, Volume 4 sold for $2,150. And then the last one sold for $1,750. Is that 5? How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. I think Paranoid sold for $2,000. Yeah. I think we did about 9,000 in Ozzy signed. That's pretty amazing. 6 records there for that. That's Hall of Fame stuff. Yeah, I think we sold 6 Aussies for around $9,000 autographed. I'll have to go back and check because there's still people commenting on the post. What did this sell for? What did this sell for? There's still people commenting on the ads. Leather record, second press. He got a leather record, second pressing. It was, there's a whole post on Facebook about it, Jeff. You must have not seen it. You might want to go check it out, though. Wow, there's only 22. There's 117 people watching right now, but there's only 22 on Facebook. All right. Nice, and then Solar, all these cassettes for $150. That's less than $5 a piece. John Kaiser, thank you. Did you bid on an Ozzy, John? Did you bid on an Ozzy? Okay. I think I might have I was actually texting somebody during the sale, so I didn't lose dibs. I'm honestly trying to buy more. I'm trying to get a hold of more if I can. John Kaiser got a box. That's true. Yep. All right. And he said he would take this. Okay, so rest of these cassettes, I'll put them in one big pile. That is sold to Solarplex Studio. All right, so he got all the cassettes. Awesome. I'll take those over there on the table. That'll be a one big lot. And all that's sold. The show's over. Thank you, Jim B. Thank you, John Kaiser. Thank you, Solarplex. Thank you, Jeff Brent. Thank you, Stephen Parton. Thank you, Phantom Canuck. Thank you, Alonzo, Jeremy Bryant, and anybody else that was willing to say hi and bye. What amazing night. And guess what? Did y'all see the hot pictures? Did y'all see the hot pictures? Did y'all see them? Laura sent them to me. Did y'all see them? Amazing stuff tomorrow. Alice Cooper, WWF, Dead Kennedys, Danzig. That's real. That's a real Danzig. Plasmatics, Warlocks, Suicidal Tendencies, Wasp, Ramones, Anvil, Accept, Out of Order, Plasmatics, AC/DC, Twist Sister, Wasp. Look at all this stuff. Earthbeat, Clash, Quiet Riot, Godsmack, X, Queensryche, Dio, Sex Pistols, Nuclear Assault, Anthrax, Rat, YT, Meat Puppets, Vinnie Moore, Off, Deicide, Motley Crue. All this stuff for tomorrow night. All this stuff. Just look at it. Witch Off. Wasted Years. Looks real. I bet it is with this guy's collection. Tomorrow, I'll be live about 5:30. I better get some rest and get my brain recharged. We're going to have another Slobber Fest tomorrow. Slobber Knockers and Slobber Fest. Slobber Knockers and Slobber Fest. Right here on Collectco every night, 5:30 to 1:30. 5:30 to 1:30. We've almost made it. It's almost been 8 hours, as usual. Good night, everybody. I'm signing off. I'll be back tomorrow.